Chapter 101, Curse I. By the time Li Tongya emerged from the cave dwelling, Mount Huaqian was eerily silent. The members of the Lu family had sealed off many courtyards and had captured all members of the Jai family on the mountain. The stone path beneath Li Tongya's feet was stained with droplets of blood. Circling the mountain, Li Tongya spotted Lu Sisi descending from the sky with the bald man, carrying Jai Denki's severed head. Both had expressions of satisfaction as if they had made significant gains. Lu Sisi grinned at Li Tongya. Fortune seems to favor us. Amidst the chaos on Mount Huzhong, there was only one cultivator of the peak embryonic breathing realm. Despite being a mere youth in his 20s, the young master of the Jai family tried to destroy the jade slips of their family's legacies. We then bashed his head in and managed to save half of the total 6 jade slips, he explained triumphantly. Li Tongya nodded as he heard this, his thoughts drifting to the bottle of spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the cave dwelling. Jai Denki must have saved that for the young family head. We'll talk about the jade slips later, he spoke in a grave tone, before gesturing toward the small mountain courtyard and the cave dwelling that was behind him. The Wan family's opulence is evident. Scouring this mountain, I've found numerous spirit fields on Mount Huaqian, probably yielding around 100 jin of spirit patties annually. Not only that, there's also an exceptional spirit spring. Together, they amount to more than 200 spirit stones. Will you be able to pay, Brother Lu? Lu Sisi chuckled, then produced 12 small black flags adorned with white patterns from his storage pouch. Do you recognize these, Brother Li? Li Tongya retreated a few steps before soaring into the air. Formation flags, he asked, eyeing the flags warily. Correct. Catching sight of Li Tongya's guarded stance, Lu Sisi realized his gesture might have been misconstrued. He hastened to explain, these are the Wan family's prized possession, the white feather purple flags. They used to be Wan Huaqian's Dharma artifacts before they were left on Mount Huaqian as part of the earth-locking Huaqian formation. The Jai family acquired it years ago. They're definitely worth about 200 spirit stones. Having visited Mount Lijing, Lu Sisi was well aware of the Li family's inadequate defensive mountain formation, leaving them vulnerable to surprise attacks like the one that was orchestrated by Jianixi. His offer definitely struck Li Tongya where it hurt, as he indeed needed a reliable defensive formation on Mount Lijing to safeguard against future threats. Senior, you're exaggerating. White feather purple flags are merely formation flags of the Qi cultivation realm. It's worth no more than 100 spirit stones. Li Tongya shook his head, declining the offer. Though tempting, spending 200 spirit stones on a set of formation flags was simply impractical and unreasonable. In that case, I'll add another 50 spirit stones. Lu Sisi added defiantly, taking out 50 more spirit stones from his storage pouch before handing them along with the flags to Li Tongya. I've been generous, my friend, combined with the valuables you found in the cave dwelling. These should make your journey here worthwhile, Lu Sisi said with a serious expression. Li Tongya paused for a moment before finally obliging and accepting the items, carefully stowing them away. Indeed, with our families set to be neighbors, there's no need to be overly calculative with each other, he replied thoughtfully after a short pause. I agree, Lu Sisi remarked, his smile widening as he handed over the 3 jade slips to Li Tongya. We've transcribed these already. These are the original slips. You can have them. Li Tongya understood that Lu Sisi was assuring him, letting him know that they were not giving him copies with tampered contents in order to deceive him. He accepted the jade slips, checking its contents with his spiritual sense before nodding appreciatively. Thank you for your generosity, Senior Lu. I'll take my leave now. With that, he gave a curt but respectful nod to the bald man before departing swiftly. The bald man cupped his fist in response as he watched Li Tongya depart. Although this matter has been settled and Mount Huzhong has been returned to my family, the Yu family in the north is still very influential. Let's continue to keep an eye out for each other, Brother Lu. Yes, take care, Brother N. Lu Sisi nodded and watched the man leave before entering the cave dwelling. Watching the running spirit spring, a sigh of relief escaped him before a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At last, the spirit spring is in our possession and the cave spring clear qi is as good as secured. My descendants won't need to practice those common grade 1 techniques. As soon as Li Tongya landed on Mount Lijing, he immediately spotted Li Xuanxuan pacing around anxiously. Upon seeing Li Tongya, Li Xuanxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Second uncle, he greeted cheerfully. Li Tongya smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before taking out a long pole and handing it to Li Xuanxuan. Try swinging it, he suggested with a small smile. Li Xuanxuan did not possess a Dharma artifact, so his eyes sparkled in eagerness as he examined the weapon. Although it was only a Dharma artifact of the embryonic breathing realm, it was a significant upgrade for the Li family, especially considering the fact that Li Tongya still wielded a longsword of the embryonic breathing realm himself. Examining the Jai family's storage pouch of the Qi cultivation realm, Li Tongya found it to be rather modest, containing only miscellaneous items, 2 spirit stones, talismans, and pills, all of the embryonic breathing. I guess I'll leave these for Xunfeng, Li Tongya decided. Li Xunfeng had attained the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm and therefore was able to use a storage pouch. Since Li Tongya had taken his pouch back, he figured he would give this one to Li Xunfeng. Formation flags of superior quality among those of the Qi cultivation realm. Inspecting the 12 white feather purple flags, Li Tongya admired them briefly before stowing them back into his pouch and taking out 3 jade slips. He picked up the first jade slip and assessed it with his spiritual sense, the Golden Light Edge Technique Manual. Li Tongya reckoned that it was one of the Jai family's legacy techniques, likely brought back home by their daughter. It was a grade 3 authentic technique, akin to the Li family's River 1 Qi technique, drawing upon the golden stone sharp Qi found in golden jade mines. There's only one golden jade mine in the Yue state, and it's located near the mountain gate of the Golden Tang Gate. Li Tongya retrieved the jade bottle he had taken from the cave dwelling, confirming its contents with his spiritual sense, shimmering like gold and sharp like a blade. There's no doubt about it, this is the golden stone sharp Qi. He stowed away the 2 items before shifting his attention to the other 2 jade slips. One contained the pure spiritual Qi transformation technique, a grade 1 cultivation method that harnessed the minor pure spiritual Qi. Li Tongya shook his head and stored it away without much interest. The other jade slip was titled Records of Talisman Crafting This Autumn, detailing various basic talisman crafting techniques. It was a collection of notes written by a cultivator at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm named Si Boxu. At this discovery, Li Tongya could not help but wonder how it came into the possession of the Jai family. Si Boxu, I wonder if he is related to Si Yuanbai in any way. Li Tongya muttered to himself as he skimmed through the contents. His eyes fell on a passage at the end. Talisman crafting is a wondrous art first disseminated by the Moonlight Origin Mansion. Numerous talismans can be arranged into formations, and the process of converting talismans into Qi is particularly exquisite. If one could master this art. Moonlight Origin Mansion, Talisman Qi. Li Tongya let out a long sigh, his thoughts wandering once more to the possible connection between the mirror and the Moonlight Origin Mansion. Though increasingly convinced of their association, he found little solace in this realization. I wonder if getting involved in this is a blessing. Or a curse. Chapter 102, Curse II, Bastard. Mu Jiaomen's palm struck fiercely, shattering the skull of the man before him. He grabbed the tribesman from Mount Yue, his rage mounting. Trash, where's Li Xiangping? This head that you presented belongs to a tribesman from Mount Yue. He roared, his voice almost shaking with fury. His eyes blazed with anger as he continued to pummel his subordinate, the tribesman now coughing up spurts of blood. That day their attempt to capture Li Tongya had failed. Upon his return, he discovered that the woman he captured had also escaped. Mu Jiaomen cursed his oversight, now learning that she was likely associated with the Li family. I should have used a spell to incapacitate her instead of letting her flee. As he sank back into his seat, Mu Jiaomen knew he had no time to waste dwelling on her. His mind churned with an even more troublesome task before him, dealing with the elusive and formidable Li Xiangping. This bastard seems to have eyes on the top of his head and on his buttocks. He's like a starving wolf, or rather, a pest. Li Xiangping has roamed the heart of Mount Yue's territories for quite some time now. Initially, when word of his actions first spread, he had rallied over 1,000 followers, only to be effortlessly defeated. However, by the time further news surfaced, he had already moved south. There he commanded his forces in a ruthless assault, slaying tribal elders and seizing their provisions. Despite the presence of Qi cultivators, Li Xiangping outwitted them time and again, slipping away before they could ever confront him directly. Mu Jiaomen had lost several nights of sleep before Li Xiangping's severed head was finally brought into his tent. He breathed a sigh of relief and declared Li Xiangping dead, only to be confounded when reports surfaced of Li Xiangping gathering the vagrants in the west and continuing his rampage southward. Mu Jiaomen wasted no time in mobilizing his forces to crush him once more. Yet, despite their efforts, they found no trace of Li Xiangping or his forces. Instead, reports of his activities continued to spread, leaving Mu Jiaomen to question the extent of Li Xiangping's true cultivation. In the ensuing days, the situation deteriorated extremely rapidly. Each day, Mu Jiaomen's tent received a head purported to be Li Xiangping's, yet upon inspection, they were merely the heads of random people of Mount Yue. The western defense line suffered 12 consecutive attacks, nearly allowing Li Xiangping to slip back to the east. Because of his many evasions, rumors of his omnipresence began circulating throughout the northern foothills of Mount Yue. The latest news revealed that Li Xiangping had advanced to the Great Jiuding, commanding nearly 10,000 vagrants. This forced Mu Jiaomen to return from his campaign to return to the aid of the Great Jiuding. Only the Great King can truly vanquish this relentless scourge. General, he's not just a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm. He's a cunning predator, a devil who could make the vagrants follow him around like they are under a spell. The clan shaman under his command trembled as he spoke, plunging Mu Jiaoman into the depths of despair. Even Jianixi, fighting in the front lines at the Golden Tang Gate, had remained silent throughout the entirety of the conversation. I don't care who or what he is. Either he dies or I do. Mu Jiaoman hissed fiercely. Desperate for assistance, Mu Jiaoman sought out the talisman shamans of Mount Wu, offering women and spirit items in exchange for their aid. To his relief, one finally agreed to come to his aid. Mu Jiaoman's letter was sent to the front lines by an eagle, and when it returned, Jianixi's response to his plea was yes, either he dies or you die. With trembling hands and feet, Mu Jiaoman hurriedly gathered the clan shamans, bringing them women and spirit items, including the children they captured from the Li family as requested by the talisman shaman, before setting out for Mount Wu. Along the journey, his men continued trying to falsely claim credit by presenting severed heads of Mount Yue's tribesmen, claiming they belonged to Li Xiangping. Their actions infuriated Mu Jiaoman so much that he nearly beat them to death. Shit, what kind of a demon is he? Mu Jiaoman sat in the carriage in a daze, before shouts from the outside broke him from his thoughts. General, we've arrived at Mount. Mu Jiaoman stepped out of the carriage and was greeted by stairs made of fine white jade before him. He shakily removed his shoes before ascending the mountain barefoot. The wind howled as he climbed through the darkness, with each owl's cry echoing through the night. Mu Jiaoman dared not lift his gaze, instead silently counting each step. After exactly 1,622 steps, he reached a large platform which was illuminated only by a faint glow that reflected off the jade. With a thud, Mu Jiaoman fell to his knees, his eyes drawn over to a dozen figures seated on the jade platform. All of them wore lavish attires and looked more like cultivators instead. You must be the general. Tell us what's happening. A voice belonging to one of the figures on the platform commanded, cold and unwavering. Mu Jiaoman hastily recited the speech he had carefully memorized, his words drowned out only by the shrill whispers emanating from the surrounding darkness. What's going on? Must we intervene in mortal affairs too? What do you know? If you disrupt the master's plan, you'll face dire consequences. HMPH, what a useless bunch. They can't even handle a single cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm. Mu Jiaoman pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, not daring to even breathe. Finally, one of the men before him spoke up. Since none of you are willing to help, let's just use a curse to settle the matter once and for all and save ourselves an extra trip. A voice from below immediately cut in. Master said we're not allowed to interfere with matters of the mortal world with spells. Senior, please reconsider your plan. It is no matter, replied the figure reassuringly, shaking his head. This individual is not from Mount Yue, and among all the spells, curses are the safest. Besides, the target is unlikely to possess knowledge of such techniques nor pose a threat to us. The questioner nodded in agreement and commanded, bring forth the sacrifices. Several sacrifices that were as big as boars were carried forward by demonic creatures, exuding an aura that indicated their strength to be at peak Qi cultivation realm. Mu Jiaoman, peering and observing their reflections on the ground, noticed the calloused hands of the demonic creatures and their bodies that were marked with slave marks. Why are the demonic creatures marked? Before Mu Jiaoman could figure it out, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. The jade on the platform shifted, revealing a large round pit that was filled with boiling blood and scattered human bones, to make him senile, crippled, or kill him with the curse. Let's kill him with the curse to be safe, replied the figure in the middle coldly before anyone else had time to answer. The man nodded before chanting a spell in a hoarse voice. Profound light, true talisman. There are foreign troops and rebels, evil ghosts and demons, threatening the lives of my subjects. I respectfully request the true talisman to destroy the flesh and blood of evildoers. Let them be reduced to bones. Mu Jiaoman listened in silence, his emotions roiling with a mix of conflict and amazement. The use of curses had always been frowned upon in battles between Mount Yue's armies, and he struggled to reconcile his actions with his conscience. He's not one of us from Mount Yue, he consoled himself in his heart quietly. When the boy from the Li family's side family was decapitated, his blood flowed like a river, his headless body convulsing cruelly like a demonic pig in his own pool of blood. Mu Jiaoman was overcome by the scent of blood, memories of the day he and Jianixi had slain their king to spark their rebellion flooding back to his mind. The great king they killed was also a paunchy man, and the Mount Yue people were cheering as they divided the spoils. Though Jianixi was laughing heartily, he was terrified to death. He couldn't help but question the reasoning behind Jianixi's rebellion. Jianixi merely sat on his horse and pointed his long whip at the people of Mount Yue who were celebrating. It's for the people. That was his answer, at least that's what he told himself. Even now, with the northern foothills conquered, Jianixi continued fighting. There were 10,000 vagrants outside of Great Jueding, and Mu Jiaoman struggled to comprehend how Li Xiangping had managed to amass such a big army within enemy territory. Great King, does any of this still hold meaning? Mu Jiaoman pondered silently, closing his eyes to stop his tears from flowing down his face. For the first time, he foresaw the truth of everything before his great king did. Chapter 103, No Room for Escape. Li Xiangping sat quietly by the fire which illuminated his face with a golden red sheen. His clothes were worn and torn, and he seemed utterly exhausted. The ends of his leg hair were curling up from the heat of the flame, but yet his gaze remained laser-focused on the yams roasting in the fire pit. He had been fleeing from danger to danger these days, and had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Qi cultivators multiple times now. He has already grown accustomed to deaths, having killed countless Mount Yue's generals, and having experienced rallying people to assault Great Jueding. Li Xiangping's demeanor had changed from that of a privileged courtyard dweller to that of a rugged man. The blood and flames of the multitude of battles have toughened him up, gradually turning him into another Giant Ixi. Great King, Mu Jiaoman has gone to Mount Wu, and no one knows what his intentions are. Instead of correcting his way of addressing Li Xiangping, Ahuasai and his men even managed to influence Li Keqiang and Chen Dong to refer to Li Xiangping as the Great King as well. Chen Dong's leather armor bore a cut, revealing a crimson wound beneath the dirt and dried blood stains. With a map in hand, he traced the routes and patterns with his fingers thoughtfully. You must tread carefully, Great King, he advised with a grave expression. Indeed, Li Xiangping chuckled as he silently grasped the crystal-clear pearl in his pocket. He's most likely seeking help from a cultivator of the Foundation establishment. I can't continue wasting any more time, and I ought to think of a way to send this thing home as soon as possible. Li Xiangping had been fighting westward and had acquired the transparent pearl from the altar of a major tribe. Sensing the profound pearl talisman pearl in his Qihai acupoint reacting to it, he decided to take it along with him, as he figured it probably bore a connection to the mirror at home. Glancing mischievously at Chen Dong, who had an extremely serious look on his face, Li Xiangping decided to tease him. He looked up at the boy with a mischievous smile. Hey here, are you smitten with my daughter, Tianer? Shall I arrange a marriage for you? He teased with a cheeky tone. Chen Dong's handsome face immediately flushed and his eyes darted down to stare at his toes silently, embarrassed. Li Keqiang burst into laughter immediately, which earned him a kick from Chen Dong in response, though the boy did not dare to meet Li Xiangping's gaze. Li Xiangping shook his head and chuckled. If Tianer accepts it, I have no objections. My only condition is that you must take her as your first wife. Hearing the approval of his potential father-in-law, Chen Dong blushed even more, struggling to speak. I'll never disappoint Tianer. He mumbled, stumbling over his words in deep embarrassment. The crowd erupted into laughter, and Chen Dong immediately wished the ground would just swallow him then and there. Ahuasai laughed so hard that he coughed. Sheesh, the men on Mount Yue snatch any woman they fancy as their wives. No one does things like you people. You want to try doing that? Li Xiangping asked with an eyebrow raised and a teasing smile. Ahuasai quickly begged for mercy, his quick reaction amusing Chen Dong so much that he even forgot about his own embarrassment earlier. The aroma of roasted yams filled the air as Li Xiangping savored his meal. It reminded him of his younger days when he and his elder brother, Li Changhu, would secretly roast yams by the fire pit. Li Changhu always found ways to make him snacks back when he was just a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Beside him, Li Keqiang scanned their surroundings with caution, ever watchful for the piercing gaze of the eagle eyes in the sky. His gaze then fell upon Li Xiangping, his eyes brimming with profound reverence. Li Xiangping has led them through countless perilous situations and has achieved remarkable victories. Just as the people of Mount Yue revered Giant Ixi as their king, Li Xiangping's soldiers believed their leader to be invincible. While everyone's attention was on Li Xiangping, he suddenly dropped the yam he was eating, which fell onto the ground with a thud. His expression was frozen in disbelief. The evade death, prolong life talisman Qi, which had crossed his mind countless times in moments of crisis and peril, suddenly illuminated brightly. A profound sense of danger gripped Li Xiangping as he glimpsed a vision of himself kneeling on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, surrounded by desperate cries for help. I'm going to die, there's no escaping it. He gasped quietly, there's no delaying it. He felt a chill run down his spine and immediately felt lightheaded. Hands trembling, he snatched the map from Chen Dong and grabbed a piece of burning charcoal from the fire pit with his bare hands. Closing his eyes for a moment, he began scribbling on the map. Great King. Chen Dong was flabbergasted and did not know what to do, falling onto his knees helplessly as he watched Li Xiangping worryingly. After Li Xiangping had finished scribbling on the map, he shoved a transparent pearl into his hand. Mu Jiaoman will definitely be back after I'm gone. Follow this path eastward to return home. He instructed hastily, his voice filled with curt urgency. But before Chen Dong could respond, Li Xiangping cut him off. No matter what happens, you must deliver this pearl to Li Tongya. He hissed through tightly gritted teeth. Everyone. Li Xiangping rose to his feet, ignoring Chen Dong's stunned silence. After I'm gone, all of you must head east with Dong. Do not linger here. He commanded loudly, his voice full of conviction. Li Keqiang and the others were at a loss for words, watching as Li Xiangping's voice grew softer as he sank to the ground weakly. Great King, family head. Li Xiangping lifted his gaze and watched the blazing sun in the sky as an array of illusions danced before him. It was as though a piece of the sun itself had broken off, hurtling toward him like a shooting star. The broken piece burned brightly before landing on his chest, scalding his senses. He once roasted a chief from Mount Yue alive, and now the same pain and agony consumed him. Great King. The world darkened around Li Xiangping. Although he could not see anything, he felt someone's weight on his body and wet tears falling onto his cheeks. Despite the agony, a faint smile tugged at his lips. What a low blow, he murmured weakly. Li Xiangping's long hair fell in disarray, revealing sparse white strands. He has lived to an age where ordinary farmers would have had grandchildren of their own and would have suffered very few grievances in life. Yet, the only thing on his mind was the Li family surviving amidst myriad forces. From the void emerged thick black qi, enveloping his gray-black eyes and withering his body. Li Xiangping coughed up black blood. I've lived a great life, he proclaimed with all his might, his voice hoarse and strained. Memories flashed before him, before finally settling on a meandering river where a teenager had just caught a green-tailed fish, then picked up a broken bluish-gray mirror with a curious look on his face. The sunlight illuminated his face, and a dazzling smile graced his lips. The black qi dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, snaking its way back into the void as Li Xiangping's body withered completely. However, a gray light suddenly burst forth from Li Xiangping's Shenyang mansion. Every last trace of the black qi was absorbed by the talisman qi in his Shenyang mansion like a hungry ghost devouring a feast. Only Li Xiangping's withered corpse remained kneeling on the ground, a final white light exuding from his Qihai acupoint before gently fading into the void too. Almost instantly, the crowd let out a loud cry in unison. It's a curse. He was killed by a curse. Jianixi, you coward. Ahuasai cried out in anguish. Family head. Chen Dong wept before Li Xiangping's body, clenching his fists with such might that they bled. Sobs filled the air as Li Keqiang made his way forward, eyes red and glistening. The sound of flapping wings suddenly filled the air, silencing Chen Dong's cries. He was stunned for a moment before immediately pressing his ears to Li Xiangping's chest. Everyone quiet. He yelled at the crowd with a deep frown as he tried to focus. The cries and commotion immediately ceased at his command, and after listening for a few moments, he carefully laid Li Xiangping's body on the ground. With trembling hands, Chen Dong placed his fingers gently on Li Xiangping's pale lips. He applied a little force to part them and immediately heard the flapping noises growing louder. Ahuasai and Li Keqiang, standing on opposite sides of his body, were visibly stunned. They too kneeled down to check. Buzz. With a sudden force, Chen Dong watched as a grayish-black locust burst out violently from Li Xiangping's mouth. Its body was adorned with barbs, the patterns on its wings resembling leaves. It bounced in Chen Dong's hand for a moment before taking flight, its wings flapping rapidly as it whizzed away. This is locusts, so many locusts. The people shouted in alarm as thousands of grayish-black locusts emerged from Li Xiangping's body, soaring into the sky like a dark storm. People stumbled backward in pain as the swarm of locusts flew past them, their barbs hurting their skin. Dong, this is. Ahuasai's voice slowly trailed off. Chen Dong, with tears still streaming down his face, grabbed Li Xiangping's ebony bow and cast a glance at the disappearing corpse. As the locusts slowly escaped into the night sky, Chen Dong gritted his teeth in anger. Move out, don't let them catch you, he commanded fiercely. Chapter 104, No Room for Escape, II. Meanwhile on Mount Lijiang, a bright, gleaming white pearl emerged abruptly from the void, before returning back into the mirror on the stone platform which stirred up a flurry of pale moonlight. Just then, a sigh echoed through the courtyard. Li Xiangping, it has been 25 or 6 years since you last picked me up. The memory of the boy who was catching fish in the river remained vivid in Lu Jiangxian's mind, but the boy had fallen to the west. Lu Jiangxian felt a whirlwind of emotions in him, threatening to spill out at any moment. Before the words could form on his lips, he found himself at a loss, his words drowned out by emotions. He felt a surge in his divine sense, and mana as the information recorded in the profound pearl talisman seed flowed into the mirror. Li Xiangping had perished because of a curse. His cultivation had stopped at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, but the amount of mana that came from the profound pearl talisman seed greatly exceeded Lu Jiangxian's expectations. The feedback from the profound pearl talisman seed seems to not only be related to cultivation, but surprisingly also involves intangible aspects such as luck and fortune. He absorbed Jianixi's fortune and siphoned Mount Yue's blessings. Light gathered in Lu Jiangxian's mirror, and the Supreme Yin profound light was also dancing around it. Its power was now strong enough to vanquish cultivators at the peak of Qi cultivation realm. The increased mana capacity allowed him to release 5 beams of Supreme Yin profound light consecutively, which was enough to confront a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment realm. though he would need 3 days to recover afterward. The black chi of that curse was converted from talisman chi. I wonder if it changed after the talisman chi within Li Xiangping's body devoured it. Lu Jiangxian has spent the past few days in the courtyard, studying the structure of the curse, but progress was slow. Fortunately, he did not require sustenance nor did he require sleep, hence he was able to devote over a decade to his studies without the need for haste. That pearl, though, Lu Jiangxian gulped. His desires had diminished greatly since becoming an artifact spirit, and he made every effort to focus on the activities at the foot of the mountain to keep his emotions and priorities in check. Yet, the precious pearl Li Xiangping had acquired stirred an unexpected longing deep within him. Outside the courtyard, Li Tongye was teaching Li Xuanling swordsmanship when a shiver suddenly overcame him, causing him to stop abruptly. "What's wrong, father?" Li Tongye furrowed his brow as unease crept into his body. "Nothing," he replied after a brief pause, waving his hand dismissively. "I better have a grand formation set up on Mount Lijing as soon as possible. I feel vulnerable without a reliable formation for protection." Clang. The sudden impact on the door and windows drew the attention of Li Tongye and Li Xuanling instantly. Li Xuanling approached cautiously and opened the window, revealing a scrawny grayish-black locust that had crashed into it. Its upper half had been smashed against the window, prompting him to peel it off from the glass suspiciously before turning back to face his father. Li Tongye already knew that it was a locust with the help of his spiritual sense, but he felt an inexplicable sadness as he examined the locust more closely. Under Li Tongye's analysis, the locust revealed no trace of demonic energy, yet a strangely familiar sensation lingered. "Let's venture into the mountains again tomorrow and see if we can gather any information about Xiangping." Shaking off the unsettling feeling, Li Tongye stretched out and tossed the locust out of the window. "Don't lose focus now. Read the profound water sword technique manual carefully," he urged his son gently, an unreadable expression on his face. However, as soon as those words left his mouth, the noise of a commotion reached his ears. Li Xuanxuan entered happily, cradling a bundle in his arms. "Second uncle," he exclaimed. Li Tongye's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Is it a boy or a girl?" he immediately asked, hardly able to hide the joy in his face. Li Xuanxuan had married a woman from a different clan with a spiritual orifice 2 years ago. However, she was not really gifted in cultivation, and had only condensed the profound scenery chakra, thus attaining only the first stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Xiangping had also picked a few beautiful mortal women for Li Xuanxuan to take as his concubines, and now, this child marked the first direct descendant of the Li family's 3rd generation. "It's a boy." Li Xuanxuan could not contain the smile on his face as he cradled the baby closer. Seeing this, Li Tongye chuckled fondly. "This is our Li family's first 3rd-generation heir. Have you thought of a name yet?" he asked. "According to the generation name, it should include Yuan," Li Xuanxuan said as he laughed softly, playing with his child for a moment before getting lost in his thoughts. "I'll name him Li Yuanxiu," he said finally. "Li Yuanxiu," Li Tongye repeated thoughtfully before nodding approvingly. "That's a good name," he remarked fondly as he glanced at the child once more. "How many children did your concubine bear?" Li Tongye's sudden question prompted Li Xuanxuan to look up. "A boy and a girl, they're 3 and 5 this year," he replied. Li Tongye fell deep into thought before speaking. "In the future, the direct descendants of our Li family will be part of the major sect. The children of the concubines without spiritual orifices will be assigned to the minor sect, and the ones with spiritual orifices will be part of the major sect, along with the direct descendants. For the children of those in the minor sect, the ones without spiritual orifices will form the branches, while those with spiritual orifices will be reinstated into the major sect." He spoke with a degree of solemnness in his voice. Li Xuanxuan took a moment to digest the information before finally nodding in understanding. "There are more than 2,000 members in Yi clan now. What do we do with the children with spiritual orifices from those in the branches?" he asked. "They'll be part of the minor sects. That's as far as they can go," Li Tongye answered after a moment of contemplation. Considering Li Keyang's current status as a branch member of the Li clan, if he were to father a son with spiritual orifices, he could be reinstated into a minor sect. However, if his first grandson possessed spiritual orifices, he would not be able to be reinstated into the major sect. This ensures that all members of the major sect are direct descendants of grandfather, Li Xuanxuan said slowly, finally realizing the reasoning behind the system. Li Tongye's uneasy expression caught his attention. "Is something wrong, second uncle?" he asked, slightly hesitant. With a weary look on his face, Li Tongye sighed deeply before speaking once more. "I'm still worried about Xiangping. I'll take advantage of the night and make a trip to the west. You stay here and watch over the family." Chapter 105, The Great Drought I. Mu Jiaoman sat in the huge empty carriage, enduring the countless jolts and shakes caused by the rough terrain in Mount Yue's territory. The scene from the white jade platform was replaying endlessly in his mind. Drawing back the curtain, Mu Jiaoman scanned the parched and cracked land with the scorching sun hanging in the sky. When was the last time it rained? He asked loudly at the top of his voice. In 4 months, General. Mu Jiaoman pondered for a moment before he motioned for his subordinates. Withdraw the eastern defenses and drive the vagrants eastward. Let them torment the strange people there, he commanded. One of his subordinates hesitated for a moment. But if we withdraw the eastern defense line and Li Xiangping escapes? The subordinate's voice trailed off, his tone filled with concern. That bastard is dead, Mu Jiaoman roared, fury coursing through him. With a violent motion, he grabbed the man by the neck fiercely with a scowl. How many times do I have to tell you? That bastard is dead, 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 he screamed in anguish. His eyes turned red from the anger and was just about to strike down on the man when he was stopped by his subordinates around him dropping to their knees. Greetings, great king, their voices crying out in unison. Confused, Mu Jiaoman then slowly lifted his head to see Jianixi, who was looking down at him coldly. Mu Jiaoman hurriedly flung the man aside and fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground as color drained from his lips. Great king, he stuttered. Jianixi approached him, his gaze piercing and ferocious. Without a warning, he lashed out, delivering a strong kick to Mu Jiaoman's body. Worthless, he yelled angrily. Mu Jiaoman was sent flying like a ball, crashing into several carriages. Rice and grain spilled onto the ground as he lay there, his men watching in fearful silence. After tumbling a few times, Mu Jiaoman hurriedly scrambled back to his feet and slapped himself across the face. Jianixi watched him for a moment before erupting into a scornful laugh. He was merely a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm, yet you and your men couldn't even deal with him, and had to end up hiring a talisman shaman to kill him through a curse. You truly are a disappointment, Mu Jiaoman, he sneered. Mu Jiaoman numbly slapped himself as Jianixi's voice echoed from above. You won't be participating in the great sacrifice ritual that's happening in a few days. Use this time to stay in the camp and reflect on your actions. Mu Jiaoman snapped his head up suddenly, coming to a sudden realization. But before he could speak, Jianixi struck him with a hard blow to his abdomen which immediately sent him into unconsciousness. Drag him away, Jianixi ordered in a low voice as he watched Mu Jiaoman be hauled off to the camp. Turning toward the towering Mount Wu, live, he murmured, his voice so soft it was barely audible. After making a round in the mountain forest, Li Tangye rose from the desolate stronghold and pondered as the morning sun illuminated the sky. The absence of rising smoke in the east suggests that the Mount Yue army has withdrawn. How could Mu Jiaoman allow Xiangping to return east so easily? Swiftly traversing east, he noted the barren land beneath his feet, realizing it had been nearly half a year since the last rainfall. It's no wonder there are so many Mount Yue vagrants. Li Tangye frowned, assessing the situation in Mount Yue's territory and considering the likelihood of the stragglers crossing the border. The granaries of the Li family have been abundant in recent years, capable of supporting a few thousand vagrants. However, a prolonged drought may deplete the Mike River and threaten the food production. The Jai family's letter also mentioned the sacrifice. I suspect Jianixi doesn't have much time to spare. As Li Tangye ventured deeper into Mount Yue's territory, he encountered increasingly parched land and trees that had no barks. In the distance, the imposing silhouette of the Great Jiuding slowly emerged. The lone city within Mount Yue bore the scars of time, its weather-beaten walls now showing signs of decay both inside and out. At the edge of the city stood a towering altar made of soil, wood, and stone, its construction almost complete. It was rumored that Jianixi would be offering sacrifices to the heavens there, aiming to unite the world under a single cause. Despite their weary appearance, the craftsmen laboring on the altar exuded hope and reverence, eagerly anticipating Jianixi to end the war and bring them stability. This is as far as I can go, Li Tangye murmured to himself, coming to a halt. His search this time was as fruitless as his last. Deciding to turn back, he reluctantly retraced his steps toward Moongaze Lake. Moongaze Lake had receded dramatically, its dry, cracked riverbed littered with the carcasses of dead fish and shrimp. The stench was so putrid and pungent that one could hardly keep their eyes open. With jackals and vultures scavenging for food, the area looked no different than a desolate wasteland. Li Tangye only made one quick round around the lake before immediately making his way back to Mount Lijing. Upon his return, Li Tangye was greeted by the sight of a massive black pig's carcass sprawled in the courtyard. Its glossy fur still glistened in the sunlight, and its tusks, long as an adult's arm and as white as jade, protruded prominently. Meanwhile, as Li Xuanling and Li Xuanxuan diligently performed the spirit sealing technique on the pig's joints and acupoints, Li Xuanfeng leaned against a huge rock and cleaned his bow. Second uncle, Li Xuanfeng exclaimed as he spotted Li Tangye's descent. With a bow in one hand and a hemp bag in the other, he pushed himself from the rock and straightened, his face beaming with excitement. This mountain pig demon is really huge, with strength at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. It should provide a hearty addition to our meal. Li Tangya chuckled softly before inspecting the demon pig with his spiritual sense. He noticed a long, black, gleaming arrow embedded in its brain. It was the only mark of injury present in its otherwise pristine flesh. Just one shot, he asked in surprise. Yep, Li Xuanfeng confirmed proudly, his head held high. With one swift motion, he slung his long bow behind him and bent down, pulling out the long arrow from the pig demon's empty eye socket. He flung away the red and white matter that clung to it before continuing. I chased this pig demon the entire night. Finally, at dawn, while it was gnawing on wood and bamboo, I shot an arrow that pierced its eye and its brain, which killed it instantly. Good job, Li Tangya nodded approvingly as he heard this. However, he added a word of caution. Although this mountain pig demon may seem easy prey for your arrows, remember to stay cautious. Despite its swift demise by your hand, such creatures can still pose a threat. Be wary and hunt demons of the lower cultivation realm to hone your skills. Li Xuanfeng heeded Li Tangya's caution, but a hint of defiance lingered in his expression. But this demon couldn't even touch the hem of my shirt, he said defensively. Li Tangya chuckled and patted Li Xuanfeng's shoulder affectionately, amused by his defiance. I know you're skilled with your bow. In our family, only your youngest uncle's swordsmanship could rival your talent. But you have to remember, the human body is vulnerable, he emphasized once more, and his tone had a hint of gentleness. As Li Tangya observed Li Xuanfeng's serious demeanor, he decided to speak once more. Though cultivators at the embryonic breathing realm possess strength akin to an ox, capable of feats like moving heavy objects and scaling walls, they remain far weaker than demonic creatures. I've faced many adversaries of the Qi cultivator realm, and do you know why those who lose often sustain serious injuries? He added, an eyebrow raised. Is it due to the enemy's spells? Li Xuanfeng guessed, intrigued. Not entirely, Li Tangya said as he shook his head. It's because they fall. Chapter 106, The Great Drought. Li Tangya then went on to explain. When cultivators engage in aerial combat, those lacking in mental fortitude are susceptible to the pain and fear inflicted by their enemies. As a result, they may lose control and plummet to the ground, sustaining severe injuries such as broken tendons and bones. In such a state, they lack the strength to continue battling their foes. His words sparked contemplation among Li Xuanxuan and Li Xuanling, who were gathered around Li Xuanfeng, nodding in understanding. He grinned and remarked, I'm glad we still have you around to guide us, second uncle. Sheesh. Li Tangya smiled wryly at the boy's cheekiness, observing Li Xuanfeng as he picked up the sack with his right arm. Look, second uncle, he said with a chuckle. He untied the rope with a swift motion, releasing 3 small mountain pigs from the sack. Li Xuanfeng grabbed 2 of the pigs by the neck in each hand, holding them securely. I found 3 mountain pigs in that beast's den. Can we raise them at home? He asked. Li Tangya nodded in response. We do have quite a number of spirit rice bran and leaves, and also stuffed parts from the demonic beasts we've killed before. But then again, mountain pigs have a big appetite, and it might be challenging to raise even one of them. That's not a problem. Li Xuanfeng laughed. With a hard squeeze of his palms, Li Xuanfeng killed the 2 small mountain pigs in his hands instantly, leaving only the one in the sack still struggling to escape. These little demonic creatures are formidable opponents. We'll need a cultivator outside of the main family to keep an eye on them. Li Tangya turned his attention to Li Xuanxuan, who was busy performing spirit sealing technique on the carcass. Xuaner, how are all the cultivators in the side family faring? He asked. Excluding Chen Dong and Li Keyang, there are 3 cultivators that don't bear the surname Li. One of them is from the Yi clan, but they have been returned to the side family. The rest have also been married into the Li family, he replied promptly. Good, Li Tangya nodded approvingly. How are their cultivations? Not satisfactory, Li Xuanxuan continued with a sigh, shaking his head. The cultivation method they use is the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique, which we obtained from Senior Si Yuanbai, compared to our Supre. Li Xuanxuan intended to mention the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, but before he could utter these words, the profound pearl talisman seed in his Kihai acupoint suddenly interrupted his thoughts. It startled him so much that it also caught the attention of Lu Jiangxian, who was engrossed in his research. With his divine sense, Lu Jiangxian swiftly discerned the cause of the disturbance. Realizing his mistake, Li Xuanxuan quickly corrected himself. Compared to our cultivation speed and technique, the technique they use pales in comparison. Currently, the strongest among them has only condensed the radiant lure chakra, the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. They mainly spend their days taking care of the spirit patties and wuzha worms, he explained. Li Tangya nodded at his clarification, acknowledging the significant difference in cultivation levels between the main family and the branch cultivators, as he nodded in understanding. Maybe we should consider letting them use a better cultivation method for the embryonic breathing realm. With only 6 profound pearl talisman seeds available, it's inevitable that there won't be enough for future generations of the major sect. We must avoid relying solely on common cultivation methods like the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment technique. While Li Xuanxuan and Li Xuanling dealt with the mountain pig demon and summoned someone to carry it away, Li Zuan approached to deliver news that the Liu family had visited to report a death. Li Tongya's uncle, Liu Linfeng, had passed away during the night. While the younger members of the Li family were seemingly unfazed by the news, Li Tongya felt a squeeze in his heart. Now that he thought about it, he was already 40. Liu Linfeng was 25 years his senior and had lived to the ripe age of 65. In their village, such longevity was considered remarkable. Don't inform mother about this, he instructed. His mother's health had declined in recent years and it worsened after his father's death, looking as though she had lost her soul. She found it difficult to focus and would sometimes even wander off and get lost. Li Tongya feared that this news would only add to the poor woman's distress. I'll descend the mountain to take a look. Chen Dong followed the trail Li Xiangping had drawn on the map, noticing the absence of any large groups of Mount Yue soldiers or station troops. Instead, there were only corpses scattered on the ground that were being scavenged by vultures and jackals. The cracked earth offered no water source except for a few small puddles remaining in the dry riverbed. The group of people walked in silence, their only company being the sound of sobs and wails. Out of the 1,000 who had set out, only around 200 had returned. Despite inflicting significant casualties and chaos on the enemy, those who had returned were wounded and filled with sorrow. Glancing at Li Yisheng lying curled up on a stretcher nearby, Chen Dong saw him stir finally after 3 days of unconsciousness due to his broken hip. Where's the family head? Li Yisheng asked weakly, his voice barely a whisper. Up ahead, Chen Dong replied, forcing a smile. Seeing Li Yisheng smiling before shutting his eyes, Chen Dong felt a pang of sadness. He noticed a tear leaking from the corner of Li Yisheng's eye and could no longer hold back his emotions. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Uncle Yisheng, he whispered as he choked back tears. How did he die? Li Yisheng asked finally, his voice full of emotion. Killed by a curse, Chen Dong replied curtly, trying to hold his tears back. Li Yisheng let out a deep sigh as tears began welling up in his eyes once more. Li Yisheng mourned not only the loss of someone as powerful as Li Xiangping, but also the end of his own power and influence. The complicated relationship between them only added to the grief. Brother Xiangping, you and I are more alike than you think. Li Yisheng reflected, knowing Li Xiangping better than anyone else. When he was 15, he knew that the blood spilled on the rock was Li Yisheng's, his elder brother. He saw the guilt in Li Xiangping's eyes but pretended that he did not see it. When he was 12, Li Yisheng endured his elder brother's abuse. He knew that there were 3 knives on Mount Lijiang. 2 were big and 1 was small. If he needed to rid himself of his brother's tyranny, he would have to cause a conflict between them. Li Yisheng's ears were constantly filled with rumors about Li Muxian's family. He treaded cautiously for 3 years as though walking on thin ice before he finally got his older brother killed. He had expected Li Muxian to take action, but it was Li Xiangping who ultimately became the instrument of his liberation. In his gratitude, Li Yisheng spent a lifetime being Li Xiangping's loyal dog. Knowing that he had outlived him caused him immense suffering. I wish to become your blood brother in our next life, Brother Xiangping, just like Brother Tongya and Brother Changhu. Li Yisheng murmured, straining to reach for a bottle of poison at his waist. He had prepared the poison in case he fell into Mount Yue's hands and faced torture, and had yet to taste it. Surviving is merely existing in a state of lingering. Zuan has grown up and has found a companion in Xuanxuan. I've done enough for him as his parent, Li Yisheng muttered as he struggled to raise his hand, allowing the cold liquid to flow slowly through his lips. As the numbness spread in his mouth, he began writhing on the stretcher, his head rolling side to side which disheveled his gray hair. God damn, it's bitter, he thought indignantly as he approached the end of his life. Chapter 107, Returning to the Market. Li Tongya had finished attending the funeral and had changed out of his white robe when he realized that it was about time for the market at Moongaze Lake to open. He packed up the leather of demonic creatures and materials he had gathered in recent days and headed north. Patrolling the reeds a few times, he had hoped to seize the moment and gather a wisp of river pure qi in the river. To his dismay, he was greeted by a dry, withered landscape, forcing him to leave. Empty-handed and disheartened. After months of drought, the rivers have dried up and the once vibrant reeds have turned yellow. There's no chance of finding any river pure qi in the river, he muttered to himself in disappointment. Leaving the reeds behind, Li Tongya rode the wind toward Moongaze Lake. The waterline had receded about 30 miles, revealing fish carcasses covered in maggots and many small islands that had revealed themselves now that the water had gone. With a wave of his sleeve, Li Tongya activated the hidden formation in the air which emitted a bright burst of silver light. This time it was different. With just a sweep of his spiritual sense, he had managed to locate the large boat on the lake. He quickly descended and headed in its direction. A young man with cultivation at the 3rd stage of embryonic breathing realm rushed out from the cabin of the boat almost instantly. My lord, are you heading to Moongaze Lake's market? He asked inquisitively. Yes, Li Tongya replied as he found a seat for himself, seeing only the young man who promptly served him a bowl of tea and no signs of the white-haired old man who used to pilot the boat years ago. Li Tongya asked, I remember the old man who used to drive this boat more than 10 years ago. Has there been a change of ownership? The young man seemed surprised by the question. He set down the tea bowl before replying. That old man failed to break through to the Qi cultivation realm and died of old age 10 years ago. None of his children possessed any spiritual orifice, so his eldest son exchanged all his spirit items for fields. They're now a wealthy family in their hometown. Li Tongya sighed inwardly. He picked up the tea bowl but refrained from drinking, setting it down cautiously. What a shame, he murmured. Indeed. The young man lowered his gaze before quickly adding, but the old man did live to be 108 years old. His longevity was the envy of all of us here on the boat. Oh, the young man observed Li Tongya quietly, who appeared to be only in his 30s but had already reached the Qi cultivation realm. He noticed the storage pouch and Qi bottles tied to his waist, and the youth came to the conclusion that he was likely a descendant of a large family. With a bitter smile he said, Senior, you may not be aware of this, but rogue cultivators like us mostly rely on a grade 1 breathing technique of the embryonic breathing realm. We can barely even condense a chakra in over 10 years, hence it's not uncommon for us to be stuck in the embryonic breathing realm for a lifetime. I see. The youth had worked on the lake for over a decade, encountering many Qi cultivators who rarely bothered to engage in conversation. Li Tongya, however, with his focused demeanor and frequent nods, encouraged the youth to speak. Taking this as his cue, the youth continued. Your talent is exceptional, Senior. Attaining the Qi cultivation realm at such a young age is remarkable. Rogue cultivators like us often live our entire lifetime with just a single technique of the embryonic breathing realm in possession, unable to access techniques needed to draw talismans or refine pills. It's a bitter reality. Upon hearing these words, Li Tongya's mind immediately drifted to the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra at home. I guess that cultivation method is worth more than the wealth of all the families in the entire Moongaze Lake combined. The cultivation speed seems to be at least 10 times faster than ordinary techniques, not to mention the purity of the refined mana that far surpassed others. Feigning ignorance, Li Tongya merely smiled. I wonder what grade of embryonic breathing realm techniques the disciples from the sect are practicing. He responded, leading the youth on. The youth nodded enthusiastically in response as soon as the words left Li Tongya's mouth. I've been working on this lake for over a decade now, and I've seen disciples of major sects who were as young as 20, and even the elderly at the first stage of the embryonic breathing realm in their 90s. Yet all I've heard is that the Azurpan sect's embryonic breathing realm technique is the best among all the sects. It's a grade 5 technique, 4 times more effective than ordinary ones. That's truly remarkable. Li Tongya exclaimed in amazement, then steered the conversation toward Mount Yue. I've heard that Mount Yue in the west is quite formidable. The youth nodded vigorously. Indeed, I heard that the great king from Mount Yue has reached the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. They've been targeting families under the governance of the Golden Tang Gate sect on the west coast. 3 family heads of the Qi cultivation realm have already been killed. One can only imagine the significant losses those families have suffered. He replied with a sad shake of his head as he spoke. As Li Tongya listened, he noticed a few more people arriving on the boat, prompting the youth to reluctantly excuse himself to entertain the new patrons. Li Tongya could not help but think to himself that Jianixi is really powerful. I hope he dies soon so we can all sleep well at night. Li Tongya listened to the conversation between the newcomers for a moment before feeling the boat jolting, realizing that they had arrived at the market. Disembarking, he rented a stall using a spirit stone as the deposit and displayed an array of materials, which included the talismans Li Xiangping had acquired after killing the old Taoist for sale. Once the stall had been set up, he took out a wooden slip to fill up his time while waiting for customers to arrive. Li Tongya had dedicated more than 10 years to studying talismans by now, having honed his skills to the point where his success rate in drawing a talisman was 1 in 10. While this could barely offset the cost of the talisman papers, it was still considered a loss if he were to factor in the expense of talisman ink. Determined to improve, he continued to practice in the hope that one day he could make a profit from his talismans. Li Tongya glanced down and noticed the storage pouch and 2 Qi bottles at his waist. After a few moments of consideration, he speculated that the boatman had probably identified him as a member of a prestigious family because of them. To appear more inconspicuous, he wrapped the Qi bottles in a piece of spirit cloth and tucked them into his chest pocket. Now without them, he looked like a convincing rogue cultivator. Li Tongya came early this time, so there were still a lot of people shopping. Within 2 hours, he had nearly sold out of his goods and felt no inclination to wait around to sell off his last few items. He closed his stall, retrieved the spirit stone he had deposited earlier, and paid 10 jin of spirit rice as a rental fee, profit of 11 spirit stones. That's not bad. Li Tongya spent 5 of them on a jade sprout pill. With the additional one that he had retrieved from the cave dwelling before, he decided to wait a few more months before attempting to break through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Although the jade sprout pills are effective, their toxic aftereffects shouldn't be underestimated. I must wait for a few more months until every trace of its aftereffect has been detoxified before considering taking it again. As he took a few steps, Li Tongya noticed a middle-aged female cultivator approaching. She seemed to have condensed the jade capital chakra and attained the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Her appearance suggested that she was around the same age as Li Tongya, but she cupped her fist respectfully almost instantly as she spotted him. "Senior, do you still remember me?" Li Tongya thought she looked quite familiar, but her name eluded him. He could only reciprocate the gesture as he racked his mind. "If I may I ask," he began awkwardly. "Market at the Cloud Crown Peak, the Ebony Bow." The middle-aged female cultivator reminded him with a smile. It was then that Li Tongya recalled the ebony bow he had purchased for Li Xiangping at the market located at the foot of Cloud Crown Peak, where he had submitted the tributes to the sect. The middle-aged lady was only a young girl when he had purchased that bow. Chapter 108, Returning to the Market. It's been more than 10 years since I've seen you. How have you been, fellow Taoist? Li Tongya inquired, though secretly puzzled as to why she had approached him. The female cultivator wore a conflicted look on her face as she remarked, "It's only been a little over 10 years, yet you're already a Qi cultivator." "It's just luck," Li Tongya responded with a chuckle. "I'm Lin Jingyu, my husband is a Qi cultivator named Su Yangping," said the female cultivator as she introduced herself. "Li Tongya," he replied politely, nodding his head, "we actually have found a cave dwelling. Are you interested in exploring it with us, senior?" Lin Jingyi asked in a soft voice. "A cave dwelling?" Li Tongya narrowed his eyes, suspicious of the offer. "How can there be such a good thing? We're pretty much strangers to each other. Can I really trust her? This person could not possibly be here to swindle me or kill me." "Oh, that sounds like incredible luck," Li Tongya commented with a chuckle. Lin Jingyi quickly sensed his skepticism and whispered, "We've already checked the cave dwelling. It belonged to a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm from at least 200 years ago. We have the means to enter, but we lack one cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm." Li Tongya laughed. "You're seeking my help? Because a group of cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm like you can't break the formation of the cave dwelling?" he asked, amused. He merely stared at her in silence and was ready to walk away. "Not exactly," Lin Jingyi replied with an awkward smile before continuing. "We already have 2 cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm. We're just one short of entering this cave dwelling," she explained. After hearing that statement, Li Tongya was slightly more convinced and agreed to sit down with Lin Jingyi to further discuss the matter. They found a bamboo building and ordered a cup of tea before continuing their discussion. Lin Jingyi then explained, "My husband and I have been active in the Mushroom Forest Plain, and some years ago, it was invaded by the Golden Tang Gate. Since then, that area has been deserted, and the market there is no longer operating. Since my husband has attained the Qi cultivation realm, we decided to venture westward to explore Moongaze Lake. We didn't expect that the drought would hit Moongaze Lake when we arrived. The water had receded a few miles, which exposed a cave dwelling in the lake. After being submerged for hundreds of years, the cave dwelling showed some defects that allowed my husband and I to notice it. We've cast a concealment spell there before coming here to seek help from others," she elaborated. "I see," Li Tongya nodded slowly in understanding. "Why me?" he asked, doubt in his eyes. Lin Jingyi hesitated before responding. "Because of your relatively low cultivation level. My husband is only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, and the person we found a few days ago was only at the 3rd heavenly layer. We've witnessed enough ugly sides of cultivators, so we hope to find someone with a similar cultivation background." "I see," Li Tongya replied, taking a sip of his tea. "Is that your husband waiting outside?" Li Tongya had already noticed someone waiting outside and decided to point it out. Lin Jingyi nodded, then called out to the man. The person then entered as he was summoned, cupping his fist as soon as he approached. "I'm Su Yangping. It's a pleasure to meet you, Brother Tongya," he greeted respectfully. The man was quite good-looking and seemed to be in his 50s. Li Tongya returned the gesture. "No need for such formalities." Su Yangping nodded and straightened up before speaking. "We've been waiting here for over 10 days. If Brother Tongya hadn't shown up, we would have had no choice but to seek help from nearby clans. The mountain gate formations of those clans are tightly guarded. Who knows how many Qi cultivators there are. We're reluctant to approach them unless absolutely necessary," Lin Jingyi added. Li Tongya decided to waste no time. "Take a profound scenery spiritual oath," he demanded. Su Yangping nodded before performing a series of hand seals and repeated what Lin Jingyi had said earlier. As he performed the final hand seal, he muttered solemnly, "In the name of the profound scenery, I swear that all that was said is true." Li Tongya listened to every word carefully. Upon detecting no omissions in the details and seeing that Su Yongping's powerful aura remained unchanged, some of his doubt had dissipated. "When are we departing?" he asked. "Right now," the couple replied eagerly. However, before they set off, Lin Jingyi turned to face Li Tongya. "I'll have to ask you to take an oath that you won't harm us. Though the profound scenery spiritual oath is primarily for safeguarding secrets and confirming truths and might not be entirely foolproof, it would still offer us some peace of mind." "Fine." Li Tongya then took the oath as well, wasting no time. Once that was done, they then rode the wind along with Su Yongping. Observing the man's slightly mottled true essence, Li Tongya could tell that Su Yongping had absorbed various unrefined qi and felt slightly relieved. Conversely, the couple also noticed Li Tongya's clear and bright true essence. This prompted them to look at each other, exchanging a bitter smile. Meanwhile, in Lijiang Town, Chen Erniu was 70 this year, with a head full of gray hair. Having lived twice the age of most farmers, his eyes had turned cloudy from old age, and everyone in Lijiang Town called him Grandpa. He sat restlessly in his chair, haunted by nightmares brought on by the dry weather that reminded him of the huge sparrow that descended upon his hometown on that fateful day. When Lichuanku village was successfully recovered, Chen Erniu went off to search for his son, Chen Sanshui. He never found any sign of him, apart from a tooth and a puddle of blood. The locals all claimed that Chen Sanshui had been captured by those from Mount Yue and taken to the west. Chen Erniu merely snorted coldly, but still. He followed the horse's tracks and searched in the tall weeds by the road until he came across a puddle of dried blood. Upon parting the tall weeds at the roadside, he discovered a heartbreaking scene before him and cried out in anguish. His eldest son, Chen Sanshui, had met a tragic end. The arid conditions proved challenging for Chen Sanshui's children, leaving the old man to oversee the vigil beside his son's body most of the time during the funeral. "I wonder if Dong will make it home safely." Chen Erniu's frown deepened as he worried about his other son. As he pondered, a commotion outside the courtyard caught his attention. A clamorous crowd was making a racket, their loud cries and shouts causing him to shudder. Moving to the entrance of the village with the support of his cane, Chen Erniu found a crowd gathered. In their midst, a group of wretched, mud-covered men kneeled on the ground, surrounded by mournful wails. "He's back." Chen Erniu tried his best to straighten up and finally caught a glimpse of Li Xuanxuan and Chen Dong. Li Xuanxuan, who had already grown a light beard, stared incredulously at the Mount Yue men in front of him. "Say that again. He's been killed by a curse." He couldn't even bring his body back. Li Xuanxuan froze for a few moments before tears flowed like streams from his eyes, leaving streaks all the way to his neck. "Dong, ascend the mountain with me. The rest of you go home first." Li Xuanxuan had covered his face for a long time in silence before he could finally squeeze the words out of his mouth. Chen Dong's face was also stained with tears and had a pained expression. The crowd silently parted away for them and watched them leave in silence. "Family head." Chen Dong addressed Li Xuanxuan softly, snapping him back to his senses. Li Xuanxuan looked at the ebony bow in his hand and could not stop his tears. "Call me young family head." Li Xuanxuan replied, choking back tears as he wiped them away, stepping onto the stone path and clutching the bow tightly. The two of them walked in silence with their heads bowed for a while before they ran into Li Xunfeng, who hurriedly descended down the mountain. Li Xunfeng froze when he spotted the ebony bow in Li Xuanxuan's hand. "No, how can this be?" he cried out as realization struck him. Tears quickly welled up in Li Xunfeng's eyes as he viciously snatched the bow and yelled, "Who did it?" Chen Dong felt even worse at the sight of more members of the Li family. "He was killed by Mount Yue's curse," he whispered hoarsely. Li Xunfeng opened his mouth but could not utter a single word. He looked at Li Xuanxuan, whose face was full of tears, and slumped on a rock, the strength seemingly gone from his legs. How despicable. Li Xunfeng gritted his teeth as tears finally streamed down his face. Chapter 109, Exploration I. Li Tongya soared into the air with the couple and flew out of the market, heading southward for several hours. He was not afraid of a sneak attack or siege from these rogue cultivators. After all, the cultivation technique practiced by the rogue cultivators was only of grade 1 quality, having consumed various unrefined qi. Even if 3 or 5 rogue cultivators surrounded him, they would not be able to hold him back, especially with his superior river true essence. Li Tongya decided to assess the situation when they arrived. As they traveled, Li Tongya carefully discussed details with the couple. He discovered that the cave dwelling they sought was located on the south shore of Munge's Lake, more than 200 miles away from Lichuanku village. The twists of fate in this world are truly unpredictable. Our family has been farming the south shore for decades, yet we never stumbled upon this cave. Su Yongping and his wife simply landed on this small continent in the lake for a rest, and by chance, they encountered this valuable discovery during the Great Drought. While silently caught in his thoughts, Li Tongya spotted an ordinary-looking man seated on the jagged rocks ahead, with a long saber resting on his knees. He seemed to be meditating. "Brother Zhang." Su Yongping landed and called out with a smile, cupping his fists. the man turned to face Su Yongping. This is Brother Zhang Yun, a Qi cultivator who has attained the third heavenly layer and is quite knowledgeable about formations. He just arrived at Moongaze Lake a few days ago to visit the market and has kindly agreed to assist us, Su Yongping quickly explained. Zhang Yun quickly got up and cupped his fist respectfully, silently observing Li Tongya's river true essence. Su Yongping proceeded to introduce Li Tongya to him. In return, Li Tongya cupped his fist in respect. As he observed Zhang Yun's bright and thorough true essence and listened to his claims of expertise in formations, Li Tongya secretly evaluated him. I suspect this person isn't just a rogue cultivator. There's no Zhang family in this region, and if he isn't using a false name, he likely has connections to the 3 sects and 7 gates. While Li Tongya remained vigilant, Zhang Yun continued to explain patiently, though his excitement was evident. He pointed toward the water beside the small continent. During your absence, I studied this cave dwelling. It appears to belong to a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, dating back at least 200 to 300 years, he explained. Upon hearing this, Su Yongping's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "That's rare indeed." Zhang Yun nodded. I've heard that in ancient times, Moongaze Lake was known as the Great Moon Pool, spanning an area of 3,000 miles and was abundant with mountain pool spiritual qi. In fact, this was where the Moonlight Origin Mansion used to be located. There were numerous cave dwellings, but as the landscape changed, the lake gradually dried up, leaving only the present Moongaze Lake. He spoke, his eyes unreadable. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Jingyi eagerly asked, "Do you know how to get us inside, Brother Zhang?" "Of course." Zhang Yun nodded confidently. The group performed a series of hand seals and cast water avoidance spell on themselves before stepping into the water, stopping at a break in the riverbed. With a swift motion of his long saber, Zhang Yun revealed numerous patterns on the stone wall, followed by the emergence of a dazzling white formation. Zhang Yun reacted quickly and performed another hand seal, shooting out 3 long and thin jade wedges, each nailing into the formation. With a strong tug, 3 long and thin glowing white chains materialized in his hands, each connected to the jade wedges. "Take these, fellow Taoists," he instructed as he tossed out 2 chains to the other 2 men with him. Together, they poured their mana into the jade wedges. This guy really sure knows a thing or two. Li Tongya felt as though he had broadened his horizon as he channeled his mana through his hand. He grew more convinced that Zhang Yun had an extraordinary background, and his presence here could possibly be calculated. Li Tongya began meticulously scanning the surroundings around him, searching for potential escape routes. With heightened caution, he made a conscious effort to conserve his mana. After a full day of channeling mana, they finally saw the silver formation begin to flicker as night fell. After a slow night, the formation finally shattered, revealing the dark abyss that was the entrance to the cave dwelling. As a huge amount of lake water rushed in, they swiftly cast a few water avoidance spells at the entrance to block it. Standing before the dark entrance, the 4 hesitated. A silent exchange ensued, their eyes meeting in a moment of mutual hesitation. In each other's gazes, they discerned the same shade of uncertainty. "Shall I go first?" Zhang Yun offered, brandishing a light yellow wooden shield from his storage bag. Su Yongping looked at the Dharma weapon in his hand from behind him, then followed silently behind Li Tongya with a serious look on his face. After only a few steps into the cave, a foul stench invaded their senses, immediately causing the couple to gag. Li Tongya, who had been holding his breath since entering the cave, remained unaffected and unfazed. He silently glanced at Su Yongping, and the two immediately recognized the vigilant look in each other's eyes. Their true essences surged, poised for action at a moment's notice. Su Yongping seems to have doubts about Zhang Yun's true intentions. If he was indeed working with Zhang Yun to deceive me, he wouldn't get Lin Jingyi involved in the first place. Looks like he has sensed that something must be off, hence becoming on guard. As if in response to his thoughts, Su Yongping's voice echoed in Li Tongya's mind. It was transmitted through his spiritual sense, and his voice was tinged with apprehension. "Brother Li, I fear this man may not be an ordinary rogue cultivator. Jingyi and I must have misjudged him. I fear this won't end well for us." Zhang Yun surveyed the cave dwelling ahead of them, the glow of the spell in his hand illuminating every corner of the cave. Within the cavern, a wide space unfolded. At its center stood a towering crystal column, adorned with the coiled skeleton of a massive snake. Among the eerie white bones and fangs, a lone blood-red orb was suspended inside its jaws. The orb hovered gently, emitting a faint crimson light that contrasted starkly against the pristine white lance embedded in the ground. Its silver gleam, casting an ethereal glow throughout the cave. The spiritual qi within the cave dwelling was as rich as in the cave dwelling on Mount Mike. This cavern, spanning several acres, seemed to stretch endlessly into the depths, its atmosphere tinged with an overwhelming yin qi. "Oh, it seems we've stumbled upon a demon general's lair," Zhang Yun exclaimed, kicking aside decayed bones before turning back to address Li Tongya and the couple with disappointment. I thought this would be a cave dwelling that belonged to a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, but it seems like it belongs to a serpent demon instead. Su Yongping and the others shared in Zhang Yun's disappointment. Demons of Foundation establishment realm have taken form and often possess knowledge in formations and alchemy. However, demons were notorious for their lack of inheritance, preferring to consume spirit items rather than passing them down to others. This meant that there would not be much left for them to discover. There were countless little snakes in this cave, but all of them have been preyed upon by the demon and turned into sustenance for its cultivation, Zhang Yun remarked as they navigated through the labyrinth of snake remains. The group explored the entirety of the cave. All of the remains, bones, and ashes in there belonged to either humans or animals. Their belongings, including their storage pouches, had vanished. Zhang Yun muttered as he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. From the ashes, 2 jade slips emerged. After a brief inspection of them, he tossed them aside in disappointment. What a poor demon. It must have exchanged all its treasures into spirit items and spirit elixirs to aid in breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. The jade slips have been sealed. Since the demon couldn't sell them, they were left here buried in the ashes, Zhang Yun explained as he turned around to face his companions. He chuckled and continued, the Purple Mansion realm is no easy feat to achieve. What are the contents of those 2 jade slips, Brother Zhang? Su Yongping asked inquisitively as he cupped his fist in respect. Zhang Yun shot him a glance before replying. One of them is the Blood Dharma manual for my sect, the Golden Feather sect, while the other is the long-lost River Mountain Sutra of the Lingyu Gate after it was destroyed. You'll need the secret seal of the Golden Feather sect to unlock the first one, and a secret technique to unlock the other one. Both of you should just give up on them. Chapter 110, Exploration II. Su Yongping exchanged dismayed glances with his wife as Li Tongya withdrew to a safer area, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. Faint glimmers of white light were prancing around it, hinting at the latent power of the celestial moon-slash technique that was ready to be unleashed at any given moment. Do not be so alarmed, Brother Zio, Zhang Yun said as he smiled at Li Tongya, carefully eyeing his sword that was already humming with power in its sheath. I'm familiar with the River One Qi technique of the Zio family. It was my father who personally bestowed it upon them. Li Tongya's face betrayed a look of surprise before he quickly masked it with a quick regain of his composure. Is your purpose here solely to retrieve the Blood Dharma manual, Brother Zhang? He asked, an eyebrow arched. Not really. Zhang Yun's expression faltered slightly. Actually, I was sent by my master to search for a cave dwelling. I had no idea Brother Zio was seeking the River Mountain Sutra. My intrusion was unintentional, he explained. Li Tongya was taken aback by this revelation, his mind racing. His expression betrayed his feelings of unease. I spent over a decade searching for the whereabouts of this cave dwelling. I never anticipated being preempted by this couple. When I saw Brother Zhang, I assumed it was because your sect also had an interest in this item, he interjected. Zhang Yun waved his hands dismissively. Nonsense. With the bond between our families, how could the Golden Feather sect harbor any desire for the River Mountain Sutra? Su Yongping and his wife were left bewildered by the conversation. Caught between the conflicting agendas of 2 powerful factions, they felt trapped, perspiration beading on their brows as they realized they had unwittingly stumbled into a dangerous situation. Damn it, Li Tongya is also a disciple of a sect. Now we've become pawns in their game. The couple silently edged backward, ready to make a hasty escape. However, their small movements caught Zhang Yun's attention, prompting him to turn and fix them with a sly smile. I'll deal with Brother Zio's problem first, Zhang Yun exclaimed with a laugh as he swung his blade toward Su Yongping. Su Yongping's hair stood on end as he quickly grabbed Lin Jingyi and made an attempt to retreat. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Yun had practiced at least the grade 3 cultivation method and had consumed pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Although Su Yongping had attained the qi cultivation realm, he practiced common cultivation methods. Since he possessed no decent qi gathering method, he had consumed various unrefined qi. It was no surprise that he was no match for Zhang Yun's prowess. In a swift and ruthless display like Li Tongya, when he murdered the qi cultivator of the Jai family back then, Zhang Yun decapitated Su Yongping with a series of slashes, ignoring Lin Jingyi's pleas for mercy. He soon turned his attention to her, and with another slash she fell to the ground, lifeless. These rogue cultivators are truly worthless, Zhang Yun sneered as he turned around. Although Li Tongya's face remained composed, Zhang Yun's actions chilled Li Tongya to the bone. As Zhang Yun silently picked up the couple's storage pouches, Li Tongya could not help but reflect on the power held by the 3 sects and 7 gates in the world of immortal cultivation. Without the authentic technique Jinger brought home from the sect, I could have been killed by someone else, like these 2 rogue cultivators. Zhang Yun suddenly turned toward Li Tongya with a proposition. I guess the cultivation method is settled. As for these inner core and Dharma artifacts, who's going to pick first? Without waiting for a response from Li Tongya, a cruel sparkle lit up his eyes. "Why don't we settle this with a duel? Saber against sword, winner takes the pick of the loot," he exclaimed. Li Tongya had seen Zhang Yun's skill when he decapitated Su Yongping earlier and was aware that Zhang Yun's techniques were not any superior to his profound water sword technique and river one chi technique. Besides, he also had the celestial moon slash technique, which was packed with explosive power. "I mustn't back down at this moment." With a confident smirk, he drew his sword, unleashing a burst of white light that had been contained in his sheath. "Sounds good," he replied with a dangerous smile. As soon as he drew his sword, a white sword chi flew toward Zhang Yun, causing him to cry out in alarm and surprise. "Hey, that's cheating," he exclaimed. However, he was able to react fast enough, releasing the saber chi he had been storing for quite some time. It clashed against the sword chi, creating a thunderous noise that caused their clothing to flutter and rustle loudly. Li Tongya staggered slightly under the force of the impact, but managed to dissipate it quickly. Zhang Yun, however, remained steadfast despite taking a direct hit. He stifled a grunt, indicating that he had sustained minor internal injuries. Nevertheless, he chuckled. "You've backed off, take your cultivation method, and I'll take the Peak Foundation Establishment Realm Demon's Inner Core. You can have this Dharma weapon of Foundation Establishment Ream." Reluctant to argue further, Li Tongya simply nodded. "Fine, my mission is already complete as long as I can retrieve this cultivation method for my elder anyway," he replied with a shrug of his shoulders. Both of them then collected their items before exiting the cave. "That sword technique of yours is quite impressive." Li Tongya was about to offer a modest response, but Zhang Yun quickly spoke again before he could respond. "The Golden Feather sect's promise to the Taoist master shooting still stands. Once that old fart Kai Wei dies, the Xiao family will be backed up by the Golden Feather sect. So please give more consideration to the matter." Li Tongya was instantly stricken with horror as his mind reeled with the revelation. Taoist master shooting. Xiao shooting has already attained the Purple Mansion realm. No wonder the Golden Feather sect treats the Xiao family with such deference. What's that promise about? If Kai Wei, the old ancestor of the Azure Pond sect, dies, the sect's influence will likely diminish greatly. What schemes are the Xiao family and the Golden Feather sect plotting? Zhang Yun blinked and continued in a low voice. "Even if you're not truly loyal to the Xiao family, it doesn't matter. With a few Foundation Establishment cultivators ready to unite, turmoil will inevitably ensue sooner or later." Li Tongya shook his head and chuckled. "Brother Zhang, you jest." With a laugh, Zhang Yun patted his brocade pouch and departed on his flying shuttle, leaving Li Tongya to contemplate his words. Wary that Zhang Yun was still around the vicinity, Li Tongya decided to sit and cultivate until night. As darkness enveloped the land, he utilized the qi restraining technique and flew toward Lixia Prefecture before circling back to the Li residence. However, as he flew over Mount Lijing, he noticed a sea of white below him. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he descended toward the mountain. The courtyard was decorated in white, and he saw Li Xuanxuan clad in mourning attire. "What happened?" he asked carefully. Li Xuanxuan shivered. He could not even speak at the sight of Li Tongya and merely fell to his knees onto the ground. With trembling hands, Li Xuanxuan handed over the ebony bow and spoke. "A few days ago, Chen Dong and the others returned, saying that uncle had been killed by a curse." He choked out between sobs. Li Tongya froze, and the joy from acquiring a new cultivation method and Dharma artifact instantly dissipated. His fears and premonitions had finally been proven true. "I understand," he murmured softly before turning away to hide his emotions. The two stood on the mountain for the longest time, each not saying a word. It took a while before Li Tongya broke the silence again. "Go get the clothes he usually wore and bury them in the family mausoleum, alongside your grandfather and father." Li Xuanxuan nodded solemnly, and Li Tongya wiped away a tear before issuing another instruction. "Make sure everything is done in proper order. Leave a space in the center for me." "Understood." Chapter 111, Recovered Mirror Shard I. In the year 216 of the Great Calendar, the barbarian lord of Mount Yujianixi advanced eastward, plundered the towns of Lichuan and Lijing, and broke through the mountain gate. Li Jingshan delicately held the brush with fair and slender fingers, meticulously jotting down notes on the silk fabric page of a book, save for the occasional pause to move her fingers and calculate the dates. Father was trapped by Mount Yue, invaded westward into Great Juading, and ravaged 15 villages. The barbarian lord, fearing his might, resorted to foul curses to assassinate him. Father had succumbed to a gruesome fate, coughing blood and spewing forth locusts. He breathed his last at the tender age of 39. The mantle of household responsibilities then fell upon the shoulders of the eldest son of the first uncle, Xuanxuan. Li Jingshan sighed mournfully after writing this paragraph, her white clothes billowing gently in the breeze. Sitting beside her, Li Tongya raised his head to observe her continued writing in the book. In the year 217 of the Great Calendar, the 4th month of the summer, there was a great drought. The 15 Mount Yue villages were affected by locusts that came from the south and covered the sky. Well done, Li Tongya murmured as he nodded approvingly. He had intended to start documenting the family history several years ago, but various family matters had kept everyone in the major sect occupied. Fortunately, Li Jingshan, being a direct descendant of the family, had the time, and so the task was handed over to her. Li Jingshan dipped her brush into the ink and set aside the completed writing. As she prepared another silk page to continue on, the sound of a report outside the courtyard caught their attention. Chen Dong seeks an audience. Come in. Chen Dong entered the courtyard with a determined stride, clad in the same white clothes. He glanced at Li Jingshan, who was behind the curtain, before cupping his fist. I have something important to report. He hesitated. It had been several months since his return to the village, and Li Tongya had been difficult to meet. He gritted his teeth in contemplation before finally speaking. The family head instructed that this matter should be reported to Senior Tongya alone. Li Jingshan raised her head, then gently set aside her brush and bowed respectfully before retreating from the room. Noticing the seriousness in Chen Dong's demeanor, Li Tongya dismissed the attendants as well. It was only then that Chen Dong finally produced a crystal-clear bead from his pocket, kneeling before Li Tongya. The family head has instructed that this bead must be personally delivered to your hands. I have not spoken of this to anyone else. Accepting the pearl, Li Tongya examined it closely. Encased within the crystal was a thumb-sized, pure white diamond-shaped shard that sparkled in the sunlight. As Li Tongya was about to speak, the profound pearl talisman seed within his body trembled violently, causing his heart to skip a beat. He bit down on his tongue and swallowed his words. I understand. I'll remember all that you've done for us, he replied, feigning calmness. After dismissing Chen Dong, Li Tongya clapped his storage pouch, only to realize the treasure would not be able to fit inside. Without any other choice, he concealed it in his chest pocket. Nodding to Li Jingshan, who had just re-entered the courtyard, he swiftly made his exit. Lu Zhongxian's divine sense had long been fixated on that treasure pearl, and as he observed Li Tongya hurrying to the backyard, he felt a profound connection with the shard. His heart raced with excitement. It seems like the mirror is only left with a bluish-gray frame. What seems like its reflective surface is merely the shiny sheen of the smooth frame. The mirror itself has long been shattered and lost. The shard in the bead Li Tongya was holding was actually one of the lost fragments of the mirror. The mirror itself was palm-sized, while the shard was the size of 2 fingernails, occupying 1/10 of its entire reflective surface. Lu Zhongxian resisted the urge to seize it and decided to wait silently in the backyard instead. As Li Tongya placed the precious pearl atop the altar reverently, Lu Zhongxian activated his mana. A blazing white light erupted from the mirror, and the bluish-gray mirror floated into the air. The 12 runes on the mirror's frame flashed one by one, and white light rippled across the mirror's surface like undulating water waves. A heavy pressure filled the courtyard, shocking Li Tongya and leaving him gasping for breath. Lu Zhongxian ingested the pearl, and the supreme yin profound light burst forth. The crystal-clear shell melted like ice meeting fire, transforming into a white mist, which turned out to be the talisman chi of Foundation Establishment Realm. As the mirror shard slowly fused into the frame, a profound sense of satisfaction and drowsiness washed over Lu Zhongxian. He focused on merging with the mirror shard, grabbing the talisman chi, and tossing it into Li Tongya's Shenyang mansion. All of a sudden, Lu Zhongxian saw stars appear before his eyes as several rows of large characters appeared. The top row was written in purposeful handwriting, with pale golden brushstrokes, Deep Ocean Long Whale. The words in the row below it were written in dark gray brushstrokes that conveyed the bitter coldness of iron and stone-exhausting life to achieve success. Back then, Li Xiangping had 3 types of talisman chi to choose from, while Li Tongya only had 2. It seemed the type of talisman chi was related to the recipient's talent, while the realm of the talisman chi determined the power of the ability after sealing it. As Lu Zhongxian's divine sense delved into the words, he was able to feel the differences between the 2 talisman chi. The Deep Ocean Long Whale talisman could enhance the recipient's mana, deepening their true essence like the ocean and allowing for rapid recovery of mana. On the other hand, the other talisman enabled the user to exchange lifespan for mana, granting explosive strength, but at the cost of longevity. Without hesitation, Lu Zhongxian chose the Deep Sea Long Whale talisman, hoping it would help Li Tongya live longer and also allow the profound pearl talisman seed in his body to mature several more decades before its retrieval. Besides, knowing Li Tongya, there was no way that man would sacrifice his lifespan to win. So naturally, the first talisman was the most practical choice. You should be able to reach greater heights now. Guard your home well, and I shall rest for a while. Lu Zhongxian murmured as he slowly drifted into a deep slumber. Li Tongya felt a white chi enter his brow and a pale talisman chi materialized in his Shenyang mansion before 4 huge golden characters appeared. Deep Ocean Long Whale. White talisman. Before Li Tongya could react, the chakra in his Kihai acupoint stirred, and his cultivation realm surged with the intensity of a volcanic eruption. Third heavenly layer, fourth heavenly layer, fifth heavenly layer. The deep pool in Li Tongya's Kihai acupoint expanded violently, growing 5 or 6 times larger than its original size. Once brimming with true essence, Li Tongya was now left with a sensation that felt like only 20 or 30% of his cultivation remained. Li Tongya was so astonished that he could barely contain himself. What an unbelievable talisman chi. To think that there's such a talisman chi within this treasure pearl. The deep ocean long whale talisman is really powerful. He mumbled in utter shock and disbelief. As he watched the bluish-gray mirror before him gradually lower onto the platform again, Li Tongya respectfully kneeled and bowed deeply 3 times. He then exited the courtyard and sat down cross-legged, then began to condense his true essence. Just as he settled down, he was nearly jolted awake from his meditative state. Although my Kihai is now 5 or 6 times larger, the recovery speed of my true essence is more than 10 times faster. I thought it would take 8 or 10 hours to recover, but now it seems it won't even take 2 hours. Li Tongya tried to settle down again and completed his meditation for an hour, feeling the profound true essence coursing through his body. I bet that the 3 past versions of myself combined can hardly take down the version I am now. They may even end up being exhausted to death by myself. He murmured quietly to himself, barely able to contain his own excitement. He soared into the air, feeling his mood had lifted greatly. Chapter 112, Recovered Mirror Shard II. The big cave dwelling in the lake is full of spiritual chi. Maybe I should send some people to patch it up when we have enough manpower to spare. It seems about an acre or 2 in size, like several cave dwellings on Mount Mike combined. It seems like we don't have to worry about cultivation space from now on. Li Tongya reached into his storage pouch. There were 50 spirit stones from the time he helped destroy the Jai family, along with the proceeds from selling items and accumulated surplus. This totaled to around 70 spirit stones. Clang. Drawing out a long spear that emitted a chilling gleam from his storage pouch, Li Tongya inspected the Dharma artifact of the Foundation establishment realm he had obtained in the Snake's Cave. Faint electricity danced along its snow-white surface, causing Li Tongya's palms to tingle. Li Tongya smiled wryly. He was not skilled with spears, and on top of that, the Dharma artifact was of the Foundation establishment realm, which was too powerful for a chi cultivator to wield. Hence, it could only be left to collect dust in his storage pouch. Since the formation at home hasn't been set up yet, I will just carry it around for now. Putting the spear away, Li Tongya retrieved another jade slip. This jade slip looked different from ordinary ones. It was entirely purple, chilling to the touch, and remarkably durable. Li Tongya was convinced that he would not even be able to scratch it if he were to use all his strength. According to what Zhang Yun said, this is the long-lost River Mountain Sutra from the destroyed Lingyu Gate. I wonder what kind of cultivation method this is. The jade slip had been sealed. Li Tongya attempted to access its contents with his spiritual sense, only to feel like he was going against an iron wall. He had no choice but to give up and wait until he could gather more information about it in the future. When he entered the front yard, Li Xuanxun was engrossed in reading wooden slips. Li Tongya sat beside him quietly. How are things at home? Good. Li Xuanxun nodded and replied without looking up. There are now around 1,200 vagrants from Mount Yue, and combined with the Mount Yue people that were already in the village, it gives a total of 5,000. The population under our rule has reached 30,000, with 10,000 in Lijiang Town alone. The Li family has more than 800 members, and the Yi family has over 3,000. Li Tongya glanced at the wooden slip in his hand and thought to himself, with such numbers, there will likely be many individuals with spiritual orifices in the coming years. Keep an eye on them and ensure the Mount Yue people don't cause any trouble. Understood, Li Xuanxun replied with affirmation. I've prohibited intermarriage between Mount Yue and our people. Women are only allowed to marry villagers and men join the farming households. Those from Mount Yue don't have surnames, so there's a little aversion to changing them. In just 2 or 3 generations, there won't be any distinction between those from Mount Yue and our villagers. Excellent, Li Tongya said approvingly. He then let out a slight chuckle. I heard you have 6 concubines, he asked teasingly. Li Xuanxun stammered and awkwardly nodded, his cheeks flushing instantly. That was from 2 years ago when third uncle picked them for me. He stuttered shyly. It's good to expand the family. The major sex numbers are still too small, Li Tongya continued with a reassuring nod. Just don't overindulge yourself and let that affect the progress of your cultivation. Li Xuanxun nodded hastily. I can feel that I'm very close to condensing the jade capital chakra. I can probably enter seclusion to break through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm soon. Li Tongya stood up and glanced at the setting sun outside the window. What did the messengers that were sent to the Lu and families report? They both brought back news. Both the Lu and families now rule over more than 20,000 people. One occupies Mount Huizhang, and the other occupies Mount Huaqian. Li Tongya carefully listened to this before replying. With the population under our rule about to exhaust available land for cultivation, along with our population growth reaching its limit, let's keep an eye on these two families and wait for the right moment. Agreed, Li Xuanxun replied with a nod in agreement. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "There's one more thing though." Li Tongya frowned and asked, "What is it?" "I think Dong probably fancies Jingshan." Dong. At this, Li Tongya's expression clouded momentarily with sorrow before responding. "He's talented and of good character. However, with Xianping just gone, this is not the time to discuss marriage. You should ask Jingshan if she fancies anyone right now, then we can discuss further." The night had grown deep, with the gentle moonlight casting a soothing glow over the stone path, the mountain breeze feeling particularly refreshing. Li Jingshan lit a candle and settled down to read the records she had meticulously written over the past few days. However, her concentration was interrupted by a series of soft knocks on the door. It was a clan soldier who was stationed outside. "Young lady, the family head requests your presence in the main courtyard." Li Jingshan was taken aback before quickly realizing that Li Xuanxun was the family head the clan soldier was referring to. She extinguished the candle on the desk and softly replied, "I understand." After gathering her belongings, she gently opened the door of her room. However, she was surprised to find a teenager standing outside, her brow arched. "Dong." Chen Dong nodded nervously, his eyes darting around before speaking. "Jingshan, the family head sent me to fetch you," he croaked out. Li Jingshan furrowed her eyebrows slightly, puzzled. "Why did the family head send you? Did he mention anything specific?" she asked, curious. Chen Dong gritted his teeth, clenching his hands nervously as he explained. The family head asked me if I wanted to be together with you." Li Jingshan's almond eyes slowly widened as she stared at him in shock. Only a single word escaped her slightly parted lips. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Li Jingshan could already discern the answer in Chen Dong's fiery gaze. She walked silently along the stone path, her heart heavy and hands cold, as if she already understood what awaited her. Chen Dong also understood the situation from Li Jingshan's silence. His eyes, which were filled with longing and desire, were now like extinguished fire pits, turning cold like churned ash. With pursed lips, he sent Li Jingshan into the main courtyard and sat at the entrance. He stared blankly at the moon in the sky. Li Jingshan cautiously entered the main courtyard, where only Li Xuanxun was present, engrossed in reading a wooden slip. Unlike Li Xianping, who preferred to sit in his seat at that spot, Li Xuanxun often stood by the table as if there was someone else occupying the large chair, making him conscious of his actions. "Jingshan." Li Xuanxun glanced up and saw the answer in Li Jingshan's eyes. Despite this, he remained composed and warm as he asked, "What do you think of Dong?" Li Jingshan noticed the hopeful anticipation in Li Xuanxun's eyes. She understood that he wished to see such a capable aide as Chen Dong married into the Li family, ensuring the continuation of such a valuable bloodline. Courageous, reliable, and talented. At 15, he's already at the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm and shows promise in reaching the qi cultivation realm, Li Jingshan calmly responded. Li Xuanxun nodded approvingly. "Who among the men in the towns can compare to him? You should spend more time with him regularly," he continued in a low, reassuring voice. Li Jingshan listened to Li Xuanxun's personal advice and then left the courtyard in a daze. Chen Dong had already vanished from the entrance. Walking along the stone path, Li Jingshan suddenly felt a deep sense of insignificance and unease. She looked up at the bright moon. "How I wish I had a spiritual orifice as well." Chapter 113, Jianixi's Death. Jianixi, clad in leather and adorned with bird feathers, wielded an animal bone spear as he ascended the high platform. His aura was that of the Foundation establishment realm, heightened only by the brilliant sunrise that enveloped his figure, illuminating him in a divine glow. A vast crowd of Mount Yue tribesmen kneeled devoutly beneath the platform, their eyes brimming with hope and anticipation. They believed that Jianixi, their king, would usher in a new era, putting an end to Mount Yue's century of chaos. However, contrasting with the fervent excitement of his subjects, Jianixi's eyes projected only ridicule and disdain. Standing rigidly atop the platform, he coldly surveyed the kneeling people of Mount Yue below him. "Jianixi, it's time," rasped the old shaman beside him, draped in a black robe. He wielded a scepter fashioned from a beast's head, exuding the aura of peak Foundation establishment realm. His hoarse voice echoed in Jianixi's ears. "Don't delay this any longer. As long as you die peacefully, we will spare your people," the old shaman continued, his expression tinged with helplessness as he inwardly cursed those who had coerced him into this situation. It seems Jianixi has long sensed that something is amiss. No wonder they've been passing the buck to each other. "I've been in seclusion for too long and thought that this would be an easy task, but it seems that I have been mistaken. To coerce him into being a sacrificial lamb is no easy feat. With no heir nor wife, his only concern is for the hundreds of thousands of Mount Yue. We can only use this to blackmail him. If he hadn't ascended this altar himself, we would have had to resort to force." Jianixi cast a contemptuous glance at him, tightening his grip on his spear. Slowly, he stepped forward tentatively, and the patterns on the high platform almost immediately began glowing red. "Old man, let me ask you, have you ever ruled over subjects and led an army before?" Gianixi asked without warning. The old shaman noticed the disdain on Gianixi's face. Gone was the helplessness he had exhibited a few days ago when he had to hold hundreds of thousands of Mount Yue people hostage. His heart raced with unease and his hairs stood on their end as he warned, "Gianixi, think about the hundreds of thousands from Mount Yue and reconsider your action." Gianixi laughed, failing to conceal the anger and malice in his voice. "The army is my lance, the people are my chariot. No one should die for their weapon." He snarled. The old shaman suddenly felt that something must be wrong the moment he heard this statement. He sensed the surging mana emanating from Gianixi's body, so powerful that it seemed capable of crushing even the profound scenery chakra itself. In a panic, he cried out, "Master!" Suddenly, the sky darkened as winds howled ominously. A massive skeletal hand descended from the heavens, aiming to suppress Gianixi's burgeoning power. But before it could even come close to touching a hair on Gianixi's body, a profound light from the east intercepted it, halting its advance. With a resounding crack, the 6 chakras in Gianixi's body shattered along with the foundation of the great Tao. Crimson blood erupted from his form, and the old shaman's face paled in shock. "What do you want, woman?" Gianixi asked calmly as he discarded his armor. "I want you to live, great king." The scene shifted abruptly, and Gianixi exploded into a shower of blood before the Mount Yue tribesmen, staining the altar a deep, bright red. One of his eyeballs flew several feet away, coming to rest before a kneeling Mount Yue woman. The Mount Yue woman, with her child strapped to her back, reacted as though she had been bitten by a snake. She leaped up immediately with a shriek before picking it up and holding it in her hands shakily. Her face flashed between shades of green and white, and a second later, she coughed and spurted out fresh blood. A heavy silence blanketed the earth, which stifled the army and the people below, rendering them speechless. Dark clouds gathered swiftly in the sky and were accompanied by lightning, while gusts of wind swept every corner of the earth. "Who?" A murmur echoed in the old shaman's ears. He immediately kneeled down, trembling uncontrollably. Despite his formidable cultivation, he felt no sense of security. In that moment, only despair filled the old shaman's heart. "It's not an old friend. It's a newly promoted cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. Who is it?" The thunderous, angry shouts reverberated in the ears of the old shaman. Suddenly, without any warning, the Mount Yue Chi cultivators on the altar combusted into a rain of red flesh. The high platform, which was constructed of mud and bricks, crumbled immediately. This had a chain effect, sending rolling mud, sand, and gravel cascading down from the platform. The muddy and earthy atmosphere filled the entire Great Jueting in mere seconds. Who taught him how to shatter his cultivation and disintegrate his body? Who? A black-robed, middle-aged man stood in the void, and the old shaman remained on his knees, covered in dirt. He raised his hand, his expression filled with tyranny. "How many years has it been since one has been able to inflict such a significant loss upon myself?" His majestic aura reverberated in all directions, causing all the Mount Yue tribesmen gathered in the Great Jueting to tremble. "Master, that was a profound light spell. It's most likely the work of the Devil Gate." The old shaman's back ran cold as he stammered out a reply. Then he heard the middle-aged cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm coldly declare, "Azure Kai Devil Gate, huh? When I was at the peak of my power back then, it was just a small sect guarding a broken mountain gate. And now they dare to challenge me." The man immediately departed on his shuttle as soon as he was done speaking, leaving the old shaman kneeling in silence for a long time before he finally found the courage to lift his head up again. Tens of thousands of Mount Yue inhabitants remained crouched on the ground, weeping softly. Tens of thousands of incense transformed into light gray resentment chi that floated over the Great Jueting. Great King. The Mount Yue inhabitants cried and kneeled around the brown eyeball, the only thing left of their leader. However, their attention was drawn to the sound of rustling wings slowly approaching from the distance. "Locusts, locusts." The guards on the city wall shouted these words loudly as a huge swarm of gray and black locusts appeared in the distance, darkening the sky as they flew freely above the Great Jueting, consuming all the resentment chi that had condensed during the drought. Buzz. The locusts flew into people, causing raw pain as the Mount Yue's inhabitants cried out in agony, trampling and pushing each other, attempting to avoid the passage of the locusts. Hell was let loose in the entire Great Jueting. Great King. Seeing the masses of people rapidly surging, the woman carrying her child hastily lifted the boy high and pushed him onto a low boulder with all her might. She was just in time, and almost immediately she was engulfed by the surging crowd, reduced into a pile of blood, flesh, and broken bones on the ground. Amidst the overwhelming sound of buzzing locust wings, the golden morning sun was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the northern foothills into darkness once again. Moisture filled the air, and the towns echoed with joyful laughter as villagers carried various containers around, eagerly awaiting the torrential downpour. "It's finally raining." The sorrow on Li Xuanxuan's face dissipated as he smiled, observing the townspeople bustling about. The prolonged drought, which had lasted 8 months, had finally ended with rain. Beside him, Li Xuanling remained silent, his expression also filled with joy. The blade in his hand glowed gray, indicating his success with the profound water sword aura. Li Jingshan sat by the window with a smile, watching the raindrops patter onto the stone road. Chen Dong stood beside her, gazing at her quietly. "Dong," Li Jingshan spoke suddenly, surprising Chen Dong, who blushed almost instantly as he was caught off guard. He stammered hastily. "Tell me about what my father did in the West," she requested. Chen Dong's expression brightened, and he began recounting events from the West. Li Jingshan listened quietly, occasionally nodding. Meanwhile, the majestic rain poured into every corner, with the villagers rejoicing in the heavy downpour, each wearing joyful smiles. Li Tongya soared through the clouds, his brow visibly relaxed. "Excellent rain, truly excellent," he remarked, casting a glance to the west where the suffocating aura had vanished. "I suppose Jianixi is dead. We'll have to wait for the news before we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having an enemy like Jianixi always kept one on edge." If Jianixi were to perish, the 15 villages of Mount Yue would be no match for Li Tongya. Even with one hand tied behind his back, he could beat all the Qi cultivators. What's more, with the blood sacrifice made, I wonder how many Qi cultivators remain among Mount Yue. Regrettably, the territorial boundaries set by the cultivator of Purple Mansion Realm on Mount Yue, an Azure Pond sect, prevented Li Tongya from expanding his domain, as it had annexed nearby villages. As he descended into the courtyard, Li Tongya was greeted by Liu Raoxuan's welcoming smile. "You're back, my dear." Liu Raoxuan had been cultivating for many years, yet she had only been able to reach the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Her natural talent was not particularly remarkable, and she had been practicing a grade 1 technique of the embryonic breathing realm which hindered her progress. Looking at her now, there were already strands of white hair from her temples. Li Tongya responded gently. He and Liu Raoxuan had spent nearly 20 years together and knew each other very well. Holding her hand, he noticed a hint of concern in Liu Raoxuan's expression. "What's wrong?" he asked, offering a reassuring smile. Liu Raoxuan lowered her gaze, her eyes tinged with sadness. "I've selected a few concubines for you. They're waiting outside." Confused, Li Tongya waved off the women and chuckled. "What were you thinking?" he asked with tenderness. Liu Raoxuan explained softly, "I know my talents are limited, and I fear I may never advance to the Qi cultivation realm. I won't be able to stay by your side forever, and Xuanling is our only son." Li Tongya hesitated, grappling with the unspoken truth that the distribution of the clan's resources had always favored individuals with better talents, leaving Liu Raoxuan neglected due to her modest abilities. It seemed unlikely that she would achieve a breakthrough in her cultivation without a significant change. Li Tongya began, struggling to find the right words. His principles made it difficult for him to prioritize his wife's needs over those of the clan. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed Liu Raoxuan gently shaking her head. "That's not what I mean. I'm not good with fighting and lack innate talent. Even if I were to attain the Qi cultivation realm, it would likely be futile. I would never dare to squander the clan's resources. All I desire is for you to have more heirs." Moved by her words, Li Tongya shook his head in response. "There's no need to say any more. I come from a humble farming background. Taking multiple wives and concubines isn't my style. Xuanling is an obedient and level-headed child, thanks to your guidance. I have yet to even properly express my gratitude." Before Liu Raoxuan could say anything else, Li Tongya gently silenced her by leaning in and whispering in her ear, "If you wish for another child, then let's get to work." Chapter 114, Big Fox. Li Keqiang returned to the town several months before his father, Li Chengfu, passed away. The funeral was relatively grand, with representatives from the main family coming to offer condolences. Li Keqiang personally thanked each guest before spending time alone in the funeral hall, quietly reflecting in front of his father's coffin. His relationship with his older brothers was overly formal and respectful, and it was a little uncomfortable for him. Li Chengfu's death had seemed to be peaceful, holding on just long enough to see Li Keqiang return before passing away quietly in his bed. It was almost like a relief to him to say his final goodbye before his last breath, grasping Li Qiang's hand tenderly. Looking at the funeral hall draped in white cloth, Li Keqiang faintly remembered when he was 7 when Li Chengfu, upon hearing that the main family was testing the children for spiritual orifices, took him and left the house without a word. The two walked along the stone path for a while, and he asked his father, "Dad, where are we going?" "To seek immortals." Li Chengfu chuckled. After returning to the family and reverting to the Li surname, the villagers and the members of the Yi family came one after another to curry favor. Li Chengfu, keen and capable, not only kept his brothers in line and ensured that they never caused trouble for Li Keqiang, but also made himself useful in the clan, his contributions making this branch prosper day by day. One day, Li Chengfu had simply drunk too much. When I was little and catching fat mice in the fields, I could tell there were 3 smart people in the village. One was Li Mushin, the other was Chen Erniu. One was fiercely calm, the other was clever and capable. He chuckled softly in a drunken stupor. And the third, Li Qiyang asked with a smile, "It's Yi Chengfu." Li Chengfu laughed heartily with his eyes blurred with drunkenness, the wine bowl shaking violently with every hearty chuckle. Li Qiyang was suddenly jolted awake from his memory flashbacks and glanced once more at Li Chengfu, who was lying in the coffin. Just then a little child ran in, bouncing around with a white cloth tied around his forehead. He looked up at Li Qiyang with eyes that were brimming with tears. "Daddy." Holding his young son in his arms, Li Qiyang's thoughts wandered. "All 8 of you lack a spiritual orifice. Where then does the hope for our lineage lie? As your father, I can only ensure a life of wealth for you, without a spiritual orifice. You might even pass before I do." He murmured these words to himself, and his eyes were clouded with an unreadable expression. Just as he spoke these words to the child, a clan soldier entered, bowing deeply. "Clan uncle, the family head summons you." Li Qiyang quickly stood up, tidied his clothes, and hurriedly made his way to Mount Lijing. Walking along the stone path, he encountered a massive snake corpse sprawled on the ground that had intricate patterns. "What a long creature!" Li Qiyang exclaimed in admiration. Without waiting for Li Xuanxun to speak, he immediately bent down and began sealing the demonic creature with a spirit sealing technique. "How is your cultivation progressing, clan uncle?" Li Xuanxun asked with a beaming smile. "I've condensed the Azure Essence Chakra and attained the 4th stage of the embryonic cultivation realm." Li Qiyang chuckled fondly in response, while Li Xuanfeng, who was polishing his bow, remained silent in his white clothes, clearly in a somber mood. A clan soldier, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, rushed up and whispered urgently to Li Xuanxun, "Family head, news has arrived from the mountains beyond Jianixi is dead, assassinated during the grand ceremony on Mount Yue." Li Xuanxun was momentarily stunned as he processed the news, and moments later joy sprang into his eyes. He quickly stood up and said to the two, "Jianixi is dead. To think he was assassinated at the grand ceremony. Now we can finally sleep in peace. A great relief indeed." Both men were taken aback, but Li Xuanfeng was exceptionally stoic, not even blinking at the news. That was an easy way out for him. His voice was cold, almost disbelieving. Li Qiyang's expression turned complex as he quietly said, "During my time in the Mount Yue territories, I saw how much the people revered him. How could someone so beloved be assassinated?" Li Xuanxun nodded, taking over the conversation with a question. "Moreover, he was at least at the peak of Qi cultivation realm. Who else but a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm could kill him? There are many doubts. The waters run deep. What about second uncle? He might be the only one who would know the crux of it," Li Xuanxun asked, looking up. "He went to slay demons," Lu Xuanfeng replied with a shake of his head. Li Tongya followed the mountain's veins towards a location he remembered, and under a cliff he found a large banyan tree with whitening leaves. It stood proudly on the slope with its white leaves scattering all over the ground, creating a patchwork of white. Having found the spot from his memory, he indeed saw a large red fox sound asleep beside the tree. He stopped dead in his tracks, and the fox's ears perked up sharply, squinting to focus its beady eyes on him. Li Tongya watched quietly for a while. This demon was around the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. He had seen it before when he was seeking a talisman Qi offering. Back then, he was intimidated by its aura from a distance. But now, with his increased cultivation, he thought it a good opportunity to test his sword skills. The fox's eyes were quite lively, looking at the sword in his hand and then licking its paws. It opened its mouth and spoke slowly, much to his surprise. "I've never eaten humans." Li Tongya was momentarily stunned, scanning the fox with his spiritual sense, confirming that it was indeed at the 5th heavenly level of the Qi cultivation realm, and not at the Foundation establishment realm. It was his first time encountering a demon with such spiritual intelligence, as well as the ability to refine bones. "Fellow Taoist, I merely wish to spar with you, that's all." Noticing that the fox was tongue-tied, Li Tongya could not help but laugh, raising his hand to strike at the fox. The fox leaped up immediately on the spot, extending its paws to block his attack, and for a moment, the sound of metal clashing rang out in the silence. After dozens of moves between the man and the fox, Li Tongya slowly gained confidence, steadily creating distance to unleash sword chi for slicing. The demon fox was clearly caught off guard by this attack, but still managed to block several blows of his sword chi before opening its mouth to spit out a series of fox fires. The fox fire was blazing red and headed directly toward Li Tongya, who stumbled several steps backward in shock. Thankfully, Li Tongya was protected by his true essence. The fox fire, following him like a determined shadow, sizzled against Li Tongya's protective true essence. Li Tongya used several true essence attacks to extinguish the fox fire, but this had given the opportunity for the fox to pounce, ready to engage Li Tongya in close combat. However, Li Tongya was well prepared and had already sheathed his sword to gather strength. His hand glowed brightly, and he unleashed the celestial moon-slash technique, causing the fox's fur to stand on end as it retreated, spitting out several fox fires in a desperate attempt to neutralize the sword chi. Only then did it manage to fend off the celestial moon-slash, and as several sword chis approached, the fox yelped. "Stop, no more. My superior is a demon general, you cannot kill me." The fox screeched, its speech appearing to have gotten smoother. Li Tongya paused and his sword hung in the air, deciding to seize the opportunity to gather some information. He sheathed his sword and smiled. "Your fox fire is quite formidable," he commented, an eyebrow raised as he glanced at the fox. "Not as formidable as your sword," the fox muttered in response. The fox sighed softly, showing a hint of humanized defeat before settling down under the large banyan tree. "Are you, the immortal from the clan at the foot of the mountain?" "There's one who uses a bow and has killed many demons. Do you know him?" Immediately after hearing the fox mention a bow user, he knew right away who it was the fox must be referring to. He cupped his fist before responding. "Thank you for your leniency, fellow Taoist. Indeed, he is a younger member of my family." The fox smacked its lips and started grooming its fur, not responding immediately. "How many dies doesn't concern me. Just don't disturb that giant." "The demons on the outskirts are yours to hunt," he drawled lazily. "May I ask about this demon general?" Li Tongya inquired as he cupped his fist. The fox stood up and stretched, grinding its teeth. "It's a pig demon at the Foundation Establishment realm, managing all the demons in this area. Very domineering, I must say, eating this and that, demanding I offer spirit bamboo shoots to him every year." Li Tongya nodded slowly, taking in the fox's words. "There indeed are demons of Foundation Establishment realm in these mountains. Luckily for me, I did not penetrate deeper into the terrain and just circled the outskirts." Chapter 115, Fox Demon's Secret News. Looking at the fox's forlorn expression, Li Tongya felt a tug at his heart. He reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a bag of spirit rice, presenting it with a smile. "Great fox, take a look at this." The fox's reddish fur rustled as it lowered its head to sniff the offering. Its eyes blinked with interest before it took a tentative bite. It's rather fragrant. This is spirit rice, yes. What a rare treat. I've heard that the immortal cultivators are fond of it." He paused thoughtfully. "If you want me to do some work for you, I won't settle unless there's 100 or 80 jinn on the table." Li Tongya chuckled softly, mentally calculating that 180 jinn was merely equivalent to a spirit stone. If it could be exchanged for assistance from a creature of the Qi cultivation realm, it would be a lucrative deal indeed. Suppressing his initial hesitation, Li Tongya countered with a proposition. "If you can answer some questions of mine, this bag of spirit rice will be yours." The fox's ears perked up, and it eagerly accepted the offer. Li Tongya tossed the spirit rice to it and asked, "Do you know anything about the demon general?" "Of course," the fox replied confidently before beginning his explanation. "That pig demon is a creature of the Foundation Establishment realm, with 8 lesser demons at the Qi cultivation realm under its command. They collect spirit items for it, and they dwell in a demon cave 200 li south of here. Those of us who have attained the Qi cultivation realm within this region are captured, marked with a seal between the eyebrows, and sent back to stand guard." After saying that, the fox smelled the bag of rice, then glanced at Li Tongya warily. "You're really going to give me this? You didn't poison it, did you?" However, unfortunately for the fox, Li Tongya was too intrigued by its story of the pig demon and was not paying attention, and instead pressed for more information. "What does the seal do? Did the pig demon do the same to you?" The fox raised its head defiantly and snorted. HMPH, among the 6 caves in Mount Dali, one of the cave masters is the grandmother of the fox demons. If that pig demon dared to take our spirituality away, it would be courting death. However, the fox's defiant expression soon turned somber. "About this spirituality, demonic creatures like us absorb the essence of the sun and moon. After condensing the 6 chakras, a trace of spirituality will form between our eyebrows. If it's destroyed, so will our cultivation and our essence chi. They too will disintegrate. It is nothing but a vulnerability in the hands of that pig demon." "I see." Li Tongya nodded in comprehension after gaining insight into the demon pig's methods. Observing the fox circling the spirit rice, he inquired softly, "Are there any uncaptured demons of the Qi cultivation realm in this area that you know of, fellow Taoist?" "There are 6 more in this area, but knowledge of their locations will cost you," the fox replied with a mischievous grin. Li Tongya merely laughed and asked, "How long have you lived?" 300 years or so, the fox replied matter-of-factly. Leaning against the root of a large tree, it continued, "Spent my first 60 years in ignorance. It wasn't until my 60s that I condensed the 5th chakra and gained memory. At the age of 277, I condensed a mouthful of spiritual chi in my stomach and broke through to the Qi cultivation realm. This marked the beginning of my sanity. Akin to that of a human, I then spent another 100 years cultivating alone, reaching the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Nearly 400 years. Li Tongya exclaimed enviously, "Demonic creatures like you truly have longevity. Those of us who have reached the Qi cultivation realm only have a lifespan of 200 years. The fox, however, responded despondently with a bittersweet smile. What's there to envy? Foxes who have attained Qi cultivation realm have a lifespan of 500 years, and I'm nearing the end of mine. I've only had spiritual wisdom for the past 100 years or so. The first few hundred years were all spent in cluelessness, so it's not as advantageous as being an immortal like you. Li Tongya nodded in understanding before being struck by a sudden realization. 300 years ago, there was a great battle in the northern foothills. Can you recall anything about it? He inquired, hopeful. Great battle. The fox thought for a moment, then mumbled, I recall there was indeed a great battle. I was huddled in the cave that night and the earth shook more than once. The voices of those immortals were like thunder, saying that they wanted something to be handed over. Looking at Li Tongya's anxious expression, the fox stuttered slightly as it continued, something like a secret decree. I was only a lesser demon of the embryonic breathing realm at that time, and so I can't remember much. Li Tongya probed carefully for a while but was not able to get any further information, and so had decided to give up, though reluctantly. Disappointed, he shook his head, only to notice the fox still looking rather guilty with its head bowed. I did hear a rumor about the northern foothills, the fox finally admitted. Li Tongya raised his head with interest immediately as the fox continued. I once heard an elderly fox passing by who was the one who told me about our grandmother in the cave. She used to beg for food here in the northern foothills when she was around 300 years old. She was dozing in the cave when a white-haired immortal suddenly pulled her out of the tree hole. He paused, as though gathering his thoughts before continuing. The white-haired immortal's cultivation was unfathomable. I remember that he asked my grandmother, have you ever eaten any human, little fox? At that time, the northern foothills had just gone through a great war and were not yet inhabited, so Grandma replied that she had never. Li Tongya listened intently as the fox continued with the story. The fox had mimicked the immortal's ethereal voice perfectly while it stammered with its own. The performance it put on nearly got Li Tongya applauding, and he was rather amused. The white-haired immortal then said, there's a group of villagers at the foot of this mountain. Watch over and protect them for 200 years, and I will grant you a boon. Grandma nodded, and the immortal tapped between her brows and left a mark there before departing. Li Tongya eagerly asked, what boon did she receive? How should I know? The fox rolled its eyes and then continued, therefore, the foxes on Mount Dali never eat people. Although 200 years have passed, Grandma still keeps the demons on Mount Dali in check. Some years ago, a large bird ate a person at the foot of the mountain. Grandma was enraged. She drove the bird away and forbade it from ever coming near Mount Dali again, or else she would eat it. Oh, Li Tongya nodded. Our Li family has also been farming in these northern foothills for 300 years, yet I've never heard of any family having an immortal in their ancestry. I have doubts about the truth of this story, but for now I should just listen. He looked at the fox and asked, do you have a name, fellow Taoist? The fox squeaked, I've always stayed under this big banyan tree. They all call me the white banyan fox. As for surnames, we demons don't concern ourselves with such things. Li Tongya nodded, then cupped his fist respectfully and said, my name is Li Tongya. I've gained plenty of knowledge from today's conversation. I'll come back to visit you in a few months, fellow Taoist. As Li Tongya rode away on the wind, the fox let out a long sigh and flopped onto the ground with a thud. Picking up a mouthful of spirit rice, the fox carefully savored it with a satisfying smack of its jaws. This is really fragrant. The fox mumbled quietly to itself in enjoyment. Li Xuanxuan succeeded the position of family head, and a year had passed in the blink of it. Although members of the major sect still wore white attire, everyone was gradually getting used to Li Xuanxuan's leadership. Li Tongya secluded himself in the mountains most of the time, while Li Xuanfeng spent most of his time slaying demons and cultivating. Li Xuanxuan had become the nominal and actual Li family's figure of authority. In his early 20s, he handled family matters cautiously, ensuring that everything was arranged properly and in order. Sitting in his seat in the main courtyard with Li Zuan standing beside him, Li Xuanxuan smiled and looked at Chen Dong. Have you made a decision yet? He asked. Chen Dong cupped his fist and frowned, saying, the matter of joining the main family is of great importance. I can't make a final decision rashly. I need to return home to consult my father first. Li Xuanxuan set his tea bowl down and gently replied, indeed, but you shouldn't be so concerned. After all, the family rule states that only those in the major sect can practice the River One Qi technique. This is an opportunity I have found for you after pleading to second uncle. Chen Dong nodded with gratitude, cupped his fist, then left. Li Zuan then called for someone to remove the teacup that had been used by Chen Dong. Family head, Xunfeng is also 14 years old now. It's time to consider his marriage too. You're right, Li Xuanxuan agreed with a curt nod. He unfurled the wooden slips in his hand and calculated for a moment before speaking. How many talismans did second uncle send to the foot of the mountain this month? 5, family head. The talisman ink and talisman paper at home are running out. Xuanfeng will need to make a trip to the market this month, Li Xuanxuan pointed out. As the clan's manpower gradually increased, the spirit fields on the land had now fully developed. After deducting the tributes to Azure Pond sect and provisions for family cultivators, there was still a surplus. Excluding the tributes, we still have 300 jin of spirit rice annually as surplus. The annual clan salary for major sect cultivators is 10 jin, 5 jin for minor sects, and 1 jin for branches, totaling 86 jin. There is still a balance of 2 spirit stones worth. Originally, the Li family did not have many cultivators. However, those with spiritual orifices from the 4 towns had merged into the Li family through marriage, mostly becoming part of the minor sect cultivators, and hence were entitled to a reward of spirit rice. Second uncle can draw about 60 talismans annually, selling for 20 spirit stones each. After deducting costs, he can earn about 2 or 3 spirit stones. With Xuanfeng and Dong hunting demonic beasts in the mountains, the annual income can reach 7 spirit stones. That's roughly the price of a Dharma artifact from the embryonic breathing realm. There were over 70 spirit stones in the family's inventory. The Li family had been saving up to lay a large formation for Mount Lijing, so every spirit stone brought great happiness to Li Xuanxuan. Chapter 116, Seeking Alliance. In a few more years, it will be time to head to the prefecture to pay the tributes and report the emergence of Qi cultivators in our Li family. By that time, it would be best to have a good 100 spirit stones saved up. That way I would be able to hire a formation master to set up a formation here. Li Xuanfeng had entered seclusion a few days ago. For a cultivator of the peak embryonic breathing realm, the Qi cultivation realm was not far from his reach now. Li Tongya had handed over the golden front slash technique and the golden stone sharp Qi to Li Xuanfeng to aid him in breaking through to the Qi cultivation. The Jai family's golden light edge technique was also a grade 3 technique, not at all inferior to the River 1 Qi technique. On the contrary, it was more suitable for bow users like Li Xuanfeng. Hence, Li Tongya had handed it over to him in the hopes that Li Xuanfeng would go to the cloud-crowned peak as the representative of the Li family to submit the tributes the next time around. Although Li Tongya had broken through to the Qi cultivation realm, his cultivation speed was astonishing. After receiving the Deep Ocean Long Whale Talisman, he experienced a series of breakthroughs and had already attained the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. The last time he went to pay the tributes, he was only at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Such progress would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Li Tongya was cautious and naturally unwilling to take such a risk. Although Li Xuanfeng was considered an amazing talent for breaking through to the Qi cultivation realm at the age of 15, for Li Tongya, who had spent his first 30 years slowly advancing to suddenly attain the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm within 5 years, would definitely raise suspicions. Is second uncle in seclusion? Li Xuanxuan asked. Clan uncle has been in seclusion for a few days and was said to be working on stabilizing his cultivation, Li Xuan replied with a nod. After making the necessary arrangements for the family, Li Xuanxuan was about to get up but was interrupted when a clan soldier hurried to the door. Reporting to the family head, Lichuanku village has sent someone here. A group from Mount Yue came from the west, bringing with them a swath of wagons and slaves, saying that it was eastern Mount Yue coming to beg for subjugation. Subjugation. Li Xuanxuan froze and almost laughed out loud as heard the announcement from the soldier. We in Mount Yue belong to 2 major powers. No matter how many villages he has been begging for subjugation, we wouldn't dare to accept them. What does that even mean? It seems that this Mu Jiaoman is so afraid that he can no longer sit still. He sneered coldly. Jianixi had died, and within a year the whole of Mount Yue was torn apart, blown up into several small forces. Vagrants and swordsmen were everywhere. Li Xuanxuan's informants in the west had heard the news that Mu Jiaoman had consolidated 6 or 7 villages near the Li family's territory and called it 10,000 Mount Yue, also known as Eastern Mount Yue. Mu Jiaoman was the only Qi cultivator among the 10,000 Mount Yue, and Li Tongya was now far stronger than him. This had emboldened Li Tongya and Li Xuanxuan, who had considered crossing the border to blackmail Mu Jiaoman several times on multiple occasions. After all, Mount Wu never kept Mount Yue in their best interests. As long as the Li family did not openly annex territory, they could be bothered most of the time. Although Mount Yue's territory was in chaos now, Li Tongya remained cautious, delaying heading to the west to meet Mu Jiaoman. He did not want to risk their lives to test the patience of those from Mount Wu, yet what he did not expect was for Mu Jiaoman to send people to knock on their door himself. That group of Mount Yue said that they are willing to form alliances through political marriage, trade, or offer tributes, and only ask for one thing in return. What is it? Li Xuanxuan asked curiously, glancing up at the soldier. However, he already had a solid guess in his heart as to what it could possibly be. They ask that the Qi cultivators from the Li family do not cross the border. Li Xuanxuan burst out laughing immediately, feeling all his previous pent-up frustration in his chest being relieved right away. They really changed their attitude quickly. We have been living in fear under the threat of Giant Ixi for so many years. And now it is Mount Yue's turn to fear my family, he mocked in forced amusement. So this is what life is like in an Easterner tribe. Mu Yalu, with a large cart of leather skin and grain trailing behind her, took a few cautious steps forward while the clan's soldiers eyed them warily, their spears and long sabers at the ready. We've come to surrender, a Mount Yue tribesman beside Mu Yalu announced loudly. Unfortunately for him, the Li family's clan soldiers paid him little attention, their eyes brimming with caution. Mu Yalu let out a soft sigh. Instead of feeling sorrow for leaving her home, she was filled with deep envy. The people living here are well-dressed and well-fed. They all have a contented look on their faces, and the clothes they wear are finer than those worn by nobles in Mount Yue. The weapons they carry and the armor they wear are sturdy and complete. It's astonishing. Nowadays, locusts have swarmed into the 15 villages, and there are people in Great Juading who died of starvation. The difference between our lives is almost like night and day. The clan soldiers quickly parted, and a shrewd-looking teenager clad in leather armor came through. Mu Yalu quickly cupped her fist like the Easterners usually did and addressed him in a soft voice. Are you the head of the Li family? Mu Yalu had made an effort to wash away the body paint she had been marked with at home and had quickly adapted, learning the etiquette of Easterners. After enduring numerous scoldings, she finally learned how to walk and speak gracefully. I wouldn't dare to say that. I am Li Xuan, the Li family's clan manager. Please come forward. Li Xuan guided Mu Yalu forward, and a clan soldier immediately stepped forward to disarm her, making sure that she was not a cultivator before allowing her to approach Li Xuanxuan. Li Xuanxuan stroked his chin as he regarded Mu Yalu, noting her wild beauty. He spoke softly. Why has Eastern Mount Yue sent someone here? Mu Yalu quickly lowered her head and explained, Greetings, head of Li family. I am Mu Yalu, the younger sister of Mu Jiamen. We are willing to form an alliance with your family through trade, political marriage, or even through paying tributes. We only ask that the Li family refrain from crossing the border to kill. Mu Yalu's words caused a stir among the surrounding soldiers. Mount Yue had only raided their lands the year before, but now they were sending their wealth to curry favor with them. The stark contrast was startling indeed. We have spent a long time searching for the Easterners that Giant Ixi has abducted before. They are in the carriages at the back, and we are returning them home. We sincerely came to seek peace. If the family head agrees, I'm Mu Yalu. I'm willing to be the first to enter a political union through marriage with the Li family. Mu Yalu respectfully referred to the subjects of the Li family as Easterners without any demeaning intent, before presenting a wooden box containing a white fruit. Our great king offers this spirit fruit as a symbol of apology for our past aggression. We hope to let the bygones be bygones. This spirit fruit holds great benefits for Qi cultivators. We hope that you will accept it, she said respectfully in a quiet voice. Li Xuanxuan cast a glance at her, and someone immediately came forward to receive the fruit. Then, with a solemn tone, he replied, Please give us some time. We need to further discuss this matter first. Mu Yalu nodded in understanding and stepped backward. Li Xuanxuan then whispered in Li Xuan's ear, Get someone to release the captives first. With those words, he turned and led his men toward Mount Lijing. The clan soldiers moved to release the bound captives, which immediately prompted some shouts from the Mount Yue tribesmen. Your family's great king hasn't agreed to our terms yet. Mu Yalu frowned and was about to intervene, but before she could do anything, one of the Mount Yue men was struck down bloodied and missing 3 teeth. Mu Yalu quickly halted the crowd and shook her head sadly, realizing that whether or not the negotiations succeeded, these possessions and slaves would be taken away. Li Tongya had only been in seclusion for a few days when a knock sounded at the cave dwelling. He frowned slightly. Li Xuanxuan entered at his command and respectfully reported, Second uncle, Mount Yue has sent an envoy seeking peace. He then detailed the terms. Li Tongya listened attentively and responded in a deep voice, Mu Jiamen is an easy man to read. He's rash and loves women. We can expect him to work but not expect great things out of him. He's nothing compared to Giant Ixi, but it's good to have him keep an eye on the western front for us. If we were to eliminate him, the 10,000 Mount Yue would collapse overnight. Though it would throw them into chaos for a few years, who knows what dangerous figures may rise in their place. It's better to keep him alive, he concluded with a deep frown of contemplation. Li Xuanxuan nodded in agreement and added, Mount Yue lacks skill in craftsmanship and casting. If they open up to commerce, it's akin to gaining an extra 100,000 sharecroppers. Moreover, second uncle's talismans can be sold at a high price without the need to compete in the market. By the time our family is able to do alchemy, we can turn East Mount Yue into our dumping ground, just as how the Azure Pond sect works. Li Tongya rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, Very well, Mu Yalu is yours to take as a concubine. Just arrange for a woman in the minor sect to marry over. Ensure that the selection is meticulous. Understood, Li Shuangxuan replied with a nod. But just as he was about to leave, Li Tongya paused and turned his head. How many sons does Mu Jiaoman have? He asked after a moment. Li Shuangxuan paused thoughtfully. I'm not sure. I'll have someone find out and report back to you, second uncle. Li Tongya nodded and then dismissed him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and began to draw a talisman. Chapter 117, Attachment. Li Shuangxuan descended the mountain and stepped into the huge courtyard at the foot of the mountain. He waved his hand and Li Ziyuan quickly came forward. Inform Mu Yalu that we agree to her terms. Find her a place to stay in the mansion, teach her our customs, and send someone to ascertain how many children Mu Jiaoman has, Li Shuangxuan said, his instructions a mere whisper. Understood. With that, Li Shuangxuan dismissed Li Ziyuan and began reading the Spiritual Talisman Method Manual. Meanwhile, Li Ziyuan left the courtyard and dispatched his men, then headed toward the town himself. Mu Yalu had been waiting in the town for a while now. Her clansmen sat on the ground empty-handed, stripped of their armor and weapons, looking indignant and rather defeated. Finally, they saw the shrewd-looking teenager approach them. He cupped his fist respectfully before them and spoke. My lady, the family head has agreed to your terms. Please dismiss your tribesmen and come with me to the mansion. And as for the arrangement of marriage with Mount Yue, the candidate that we pick will be sent there with the merchants. Mu Yalu's face lit up with joy instantly, and the tension among her clansmen visibly eased. She quickly expressed her gratitude and quickly turned to her tribesmen to give her next order. Disperse and return to report to the Lord that Lur has completed her mission. The Mount Yue members nodded in acknowledgement and left the town right away. Concerned about arousing suspicion from the Li family, Mu Jiaoman did not provide Mu Yalu with any servants. With her tribesmen gone, she found herself alone in the courtyard, surrounded by cold silence. Seventh Madam, please come with me, Li Ziyuan respectfully addressed Mu Yalu, who was taken aback by the title. It was at this moment that she realized that her future would not be easy. Accompanied by Li Ziyuan, Mu Yalu arrived at a large courtyard. The blue bricks, the black roof tiles, the upturned flying eaves, and the clean rock decorations by the entrance presented a grand sight, and she was in awe of it. As they entered, Mu Yalu noticed several children about the age of 3 to 5 playing in the courtyard. These are the children of the Yuan generation. If you bear a child in the future, they will also belong to this generation, Li Ziyuan explained softly, noticing her gaze. Mu Yalu nodded at the explanation. Recalling the things she had learned before leaving home, she asked eagerly, which of them are the legitimate children? Li Ziyuan regarded her solemnly and replied, they are all on the mountain. Even these illegitimate sons must also ascend the mountain once they are found to possess spiritual orifices after the age of 7. Madam, please do not try anything funny. The might of an immortal cultivator is something beyond your comprehension. Mu Yalu was stunned, realizing that Li Ziyuan had misunderstood her intentions. She struggled to defend herself in a futile attempt, feeling aggrieved. My family has been shamans for generations, and my bloodline is pure and noble. As long as Li Shuangxuan is willing to approach me, there's no reason I can't give birth to an heir with a spiritual orifice. Since I'm already married to the East, why in the world would I try anything funny? Li Ziyuan, unaware of Mu Yalu's inner turmoil, led her to an empty room. The servants have all been arranged for you. Please make yourself at home, madam, he said politely. With that, he left Mu Yalu alone in the courtyard where she stood silently, gazing blankly at the sky. Feeling a mix of emotions, she pushed open the door to the room and flopped onto the bed. I guess I will have to live in the Li residence from now on. I wonder what kind of life awaits me. Meanwhile, Li Ziyuan had received a report and hurried to the courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Upon entering, he found Li Shuangxuan engrossed in a book. Family head, I have made all the necessary arrangements for Mu Yalu. There's news regarding Mu Jiaoman as well, he announced respectfully. Li Shuangxuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the swift update. That was fast, he said with slight surprise. Yes, after all, Mu Jiaoman is known for his extravagance. He has thousands of servants at his disposal, many of whom were Mount Yue tribesmen who fled their home years ago. It didn't take long to gather information once we inquired, Li Ziyuan replied matter-of-factly. Li Shuangxuan set down the wooden slips in his hand and chuckled softly. I thought Lu Sissy's 100 concubines were impressive enough, but Mu Jiaoman's thousands of servants truly surpassed all expectations. It's no wonder people are still fleeing from Mount Yue every year despite the abundant rainfall. Indeed, Li Ziyuan agreed with a small smile. Further inquiries revealed that Mu Jiaoman has 3 sons and 4 daughters. One of the sons and one of the daughters possess spiritual orifices. Li Shuangxuan nodded thoughtfully. I see, he mumbled, one hand stroking his chin. Recently, representatives from the Lu and An families came to discuss trade. With the negotiations with Mount Yue concluded, we need to ensure their safe passage, make sure nothing happens to them. Yes, the necessary manpower has been arranged from the 2 towns. Li Shuangxuan shut his eyes for a moment in contemplation before speaking once more. I'll attempt to break through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm in the next few days. Once I enter seclusion, all the home affairs will be overseen by Xuanling. Keep a close watch on him, he instructed with an air of finality. Understood, Li Ziyuan replied with a curt nod, leaving Li Xuanxuan to return his focus to his reading. The Li family ruled over 4 towns, Lichuanku village in the west, which bordered Mount Yue. In the center were the towns of Jingyang and Lijiang, surrounding Mount Lijiang and Mount Mike. Lichuanku village, situated in the easternmost part of the Li family's territory, shared its border with Mount Huaqian of the Lu family. As the Li family's population gradually increased, many villagers moved on to reclaim wasteland up to the edge, which created a lively town atmosphere. Mount Huaqian had been a site of repeated slaughter, with the Golden Tang Gate wiping out all the mortals in the area. Despite migrations by the Jai and Lu families, the region remained sparsely populated, prompting many Li family hunters to venture into Lu family territory for woodcutting and hunting. The lively village welcomed 2 unexpected guests from the Ren and Lu families. One was a bald man dressed in a long robe, while the other had gray hair and held a jade scepter. The 2 men were the ones who had collaborated with Li Tongya to eliminate the Jai family back then. The 2 moved through the forest, occasionally leaping and scanning the mountain range, deep in discussion as they went. Using the aura restraint technique, they lingered for an hour, seemingly searching for something in the area. "Brethren, are you sure the ore vein is here?" Lu Sisi inquired doubtfully. The bald man looked below him before quickly performing a hand seal. Making a gentle landing and scooping up a handful of yellow soil, he studied it for a moment before letting out a cheery chuckle. "No mistake about it. We've been searching for days. This ebony ore vein spans several miles, twisting and turning. I'm sure it's right here, beneath us." Lu Sisi's face lit up instantly at these words. He surveyed the area by jumping over the heads of the trembling villagers, but soon after his brows furrowed in concern. A significant portion of it is within the Li family territory. Now this complicates matters. It won't be easy to hide it from them. The bald man wore a troubled expression as they pondered on his words. "Indeed, although Brother Lu has agreed to share 30% with me for locating it within family's vein searching technique, the mining operation will be too conspicuous. We may need to share some of the profits with the Li family." Lu Sisi sighed in frustration. Despite being a small vein, the ebony ore mine yields over a dozen spirit stones annually when developed. It's hard to stomach sharing the profits like this. "Well, what else can we do? Do you think you can eliminate the Li family and assume control over these 4 towns?" The bald man shook his head in disappointment. He smiled wryly and said, "Li Tongya is cautious and extremely skilled in swordsmanship. Killing him won't be easy, especially considering Li family's ties with the powerful Xiao family of Lixia Prefecture. Not only that, but one of their members is also a disciple on Kingsui Peak in the Immortal Sect. They're very influential." With a resigned chuckle, Lu Sisi abandoned his fantasies and said, "I guess I'll have to pay Li family a visit in a few days to discuss developing the ore vein then. For now, all we can do is properly explore its potential." Bald man from an family nodded. He performed another hand seal, attempting to figure out the exact direction of the vein. Chapter 118, Ore Vein. Li Tongya had been in seclusion for over a year when he heard a faint rattle outside the stone door. He exhaled a wisp of white spiritual qi before responding in a deep voice. "Enter." The stone door creaked open slowly, and a teenager bearing a striking resemblance to Li Tongya stepped in. He was none other than Li Xuanling. "Father, the representatives from the Lu family are here again," he informed respectfully. Li Tongya shook his head wearily. "It seems hiding like this won't solve anything. Come, accompany me to meet them," he said with a soft sigh. The representatives from the Lu family had now visited them 3 times in that year alone, always requesting to meet with Li Tongya. He had been reluctant to meet them due to his rapid advancement in cultivation. However, Lu Sisi was extremely persistent. He made periodic visits every few months, and Li Tongya feared that if he continued to evade them, the Lu family might begin to suspect that he was dead and would harbor ill intentions toward the Li family. After all, cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm did not harness Qi for longevity like those of the Foundation establishment realm. They still had to drink water and stretch their bodies every 10 days or so. Prolonged seclusion for several years was unheard of. While Li Tongya could use the same excuse once or twice, his frequent disappearances would undoubtedly arouse doubt among others. "It's been over 3 years since I last saw anyone from the Lu family. I was at the 3rd heavenly layer of Qi cultivator realm then. Now I am at the 5th heavenly layer. Although progressing through the Qi cultivation realm is hard work, taking 3 or 5 years to break through each heavenly layer is possible and can be considered to be swift progress." Linger, did Lu Sisi state his business? Li Tongya asked as they made their way to meet their guest. "That Lu Sisi is a haughty man. He refuses to speak with those of us who are only at the embryonic breathing realm," Li Xuanling replied glumly with a huff. Li Tongya chuckled and remarked, "All that and he's only a Qi cultivator. I bet his arrogance will be inflated once he establishes his foundation. I still remember Senior Zio shooting, befriending a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm despite being at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Both of them are really different. As Li Tongya contemplated his words, his heart stirred with curiosity about Zio shooting. According to Zhang Yun of the Golden Feather sect, Zio shooting had attained the Purple Mansion realm. Li Tongya wondered for how many years Zio shooting had concealed himself. Seemingly awaiting the opportune moment for some undisclosed purpose, the thought of the potential upheavals Zio shooting might catalyze left him intrigued. Zio shooting has lived for over 200 years. In the first half of his life, he steered the Zio family from the brink of collapse to dominating Lixia Prefecture, all while quietly advancing to the Purple Mansion realm. He's no ordinary individual. Whatever plans he harbors are bound to be monumental. Given the close relationship between the Li family and Zio family, I wonder what will happen by then. Lost in his musings, Li Tongya realized that he had reached the main courtyard. There, he spotted Lu Sisi savoring a bowl of tea. Beside him sat a youth exuding a confident aura, clad in luxurious fox fur. "Senior Lu," Li Tongya said as he cupped his fist and greeted him with a smile. Lu Sisi rose to reciprocate the greeting but halted abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Fifth heavenly layer of Qi cultivator realm. The old man himself was only at the sixth heavenly layer, so he was shocked that Li Tongya was already catching up to him during his 3 years of absence. Li Tongya chuckled and explained, "Well, the last time we met, I was already on the verge of breaking through to the fourth heavenly layer. I stumbled upon a spirit fruit in the mountains and used 3 years to break through to the fifth heavenly layer. In fact, I just emerged from seclusion." Of course, these were all fabrication. The last time Li Tongya crossed paths with Lu Sisi, he had just attained the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivator realm. Now, nearly 3 years later, he had purportedly surged ahead by 2 layers. Realization dawned upon Lu Sisi. After listening to Li Tongya's explanation, the time frame did seem somewhat plausible, albeit begrudgingly so. "How lucky," he muttered enviously. Li Tongya offered a faint smile in response as Lu Sisi motioned toward the young man beside him. "This is Lu Yunlu, the latest Qi cultivator to join our ranks in the Lu family," he introduced. Li Tongya nodded and cupped his fist respectfully. "A pleasure to meet you." Though still in his early 20s, Lu Yunlu exuded an air of arrogance. "Likewise," he replied, waving his hand dismissively. Li Tongya was slightly taken aback by his attitude, while Lu Sisi smiled wryly beside him. Lu Yunlu held his head high and said, "I've heard of your exceptional swordsmanship, Brother Tongya. We must spar someday." After these words left his mouth, Lu Yunlu infused his sword with a ghostly blue true essence almost immediately. It was at this moment that Li Tongya understood his gesture. This guy's showing off his authentic cultivation technique, wanting me to know that he has consumed minor, pure spiritual qi. A cultivator like Lu Yunlu, who had practiced authentic cultivation techniques and consumed proper spiritual qi of heaven and earth, would have no trouble overpowering 2 or 3 cultivators who consumed unrefined qi. Now it made sense for his arrogance and pride. Li Tongya smiled a tight smile with a brief nod before cupping his fist. "Brother Lu, your true essence is truly enviable," he praised graciously. Lu Yunlu grinned smugly and nodded without shame. Meanwhile, Lu Sisi felt embarrassed and was at a loss for words. Looking at Lu Yunlu, Li Tongya was reminded of another idiot from the Lu family that he had encountered on Cloud Crown Peak. That person seemed to have met an unfortunate fate at the hands of the Jai family. "I've met a fellow cultivator on Cloud Crown Peak who also harnesses the minor pure spiritual qi to cultivate qi. I remember his name was Lu Pingyuan." Before Li Tongya could finish, he was immediately interrupted by an exclamation from Lu Yunlu. "That's my elder brother." "Oh, Brother Yunlu certainly surpasses Brother Pingyuan by far." Lu Yunlu raised an eyebrow and was just about to blurt out something else when Lu Sisi stopped him. "Yunlu," he called out, concerned that the boy would divulge all their family secrets if he continued speaking. Lu Yunlu shot Lu Sisi a puzzled glance, only to see the old man gritting his teeth. "We're about to discuss something private. Just wait on the road until I'm done." Lu Yunlu glared at him but heeded the instruction nonetheless. Suppressing his retort, he stormed off without even bidding a farewell. Li Tongya chuckled softly while Lu Sisi let out a heavy sigh. "Please forgive him, my friend. He's gotten used to acting like that at home." The intended display of Lu Yunlu's prowess had devolved into a humiliating debacle, leaving Lu Sisi feeling even more mortified. He glanced at Li Xuanling, who stood next to Li Tongya, and let out yet another long sigh with a shake of his head. "Observing how the Li family maintains strict discipline within your household, I realize there's still much for us to learn," he confessed ruefully. "What brings you here this time, senior?" Li Tongya asked, changing the topic right away. After all, he was a straightforward man and he decided not to beat around the bush. Lu Sisi was immediately reminded of his purpose. With his white beard fluttering in the wind, he began. "A few years back, there were cultivators of Purple Mansion Realm launching an assault on Mount Azure Pond. In fact, the force was so formidable that rumor has it one of the spirit arrays was invoked. Li Tongya's expression froze as he exclaimed in disbelief. Mount Azure Pond. Are they crazy for attacking the Azure Pond sect? Who could have the audacity to do such a thing? Who knows? Lu Sisi observed Li Tongya's reaction and felt a hint of satisfaction creeping into his demeanor. Regardless, it was quite the skirmish. The Azure Pond sect suffered its first humiliation in over a century. Do you know how the Immortal sect resolved it? How? Li Tongya asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, they showed up, simply explained the situation, and forgot all about it. Can you believe it? Azure Pond sect, conceding defeat like that. But do you know why? Li Tongya ventured a guess inwardly, but maintained a stoic external expression as he continued pressing further, curious to know more. Why? I've heard rumors that a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm from Azure Pond sect is on the brink of death. Lu Sisi revealed in a dramatic manner, his grip tightening on his jade scepter. Things will definitely change in the next few years. Make sure you're well prepared by then, he advised with a concerned tone of voice. Li Tongya nodded, fully aware that this old man from the Lu family was sharing this information just to get on his good side. Thank you for the heads up, senior, he responded earnestly. Satisfied with Li Tongya's response, Lu Sisi moved on to a more pressing matter. There's also another matter I would like to bring to your attention. It concerns the Li, Lu, and En families. En family has discovered an ebony ore mine at the boundary between our lands through their vein-searching technique, Lu Sisi explained cautiously. Li Tongya's face immediately lit up with excitement upon hearing the news and asked, how's the yield? Which direction does the vein run? Ebony ores were highly prized among cultivators of the embryonic breathing and Qi cultivator realms for crafting Dharma artifacts. With proper excavation and mining, it could easily supplement one's income by a dozen or more spirit stones annually. Naturally, Li Tongya could not contain his elation at the prospect. Lu Sisi's expression turned rueful as he revealed, it's a modest vein stretching several miles from east to west, and it veers deep into your family's territory. Nevertheless, if we work together, we can still reap significant benefits. Li Tongya's joy remained undimmed as he said, this is an important discovery, I must inspect it myself. Would you be so kind as to lead the way, Senior Lu? Lu Sisi nodded in response. Of course, let's begin our exploration first, and then we can go on to discuss mining and profit-sharing arrangements. Chapter 119, Fighting Over Profits. Lu Sisi and Li Tongya rode the wind and landed east of Lidiaku. In the Lu family territory, a group of tired-looking villagers were gathered together, having cleared swathes of woods and erected dozens of huts. Piles of neatly trimmed wood lay stacked, ready for the commencement of the building of a mining site. This ebony ore is found atop ordinary iron deposits, and as the mining progresses, will need to use the vein-searching technique to ascertain its precise direction. Lu Sisi explained but paused. We cannot do this without the family, he finished. Li Tongya nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of legacy in such endeavors. It was no wonder every family guarded and preserved their legacy so tightly, opting to even destroy them in times of peril. It was a clear advantage in this world of cultivation. The two paused, observing as mortals kneeled before them in respect. Lu Sisi pointed to the base of the hill and said, En family estimates this mine to be narrow, capable of accommodating 1,000 or 2,000 miners and yielding around 100 pieces of ebony ores monthly. With a market price of approximately 15 spirit stones per piece, the operation definitely promises profitable returns. Li Tongya nodded thoughtfully, then considered its proximity to Moongaze Lake. This location is only 300 li from Moongaze Lake, where there's a market frequented by rogue cultivators. We should set up formations to conceal the operation and present it as an ordinary town, he suggested. Lu Sisi quickly agreed in eagerness. Although they could not hide the operation from the Li family, deceiving rogue cultivators was not an issue. You're right, my friend. The Lu family has 2 formation plates. You can leave that to us. I'll make sure that the entrance to the mine is well hidden, he assured with a satisfied smile. After a brief exchange, the bald man from En family descended from the sky and cupped his fist to Li Tongya. A few years back, we parted ways in haste without even exchanging names. It's a pleasure to finally meet you again, Brother Tongya, he greeted Li Tongya with a warm smile. Gone was any hint of the ruthlessness that was present during their discussions about eliminating the Li family months earlier. His smile was genuine, as if he were reuniting with an old friend after many years. I am Jayan, it's a pleasure to see you again, he grinned. Li Tongya quickly cupped his fist in response and could not help the smile that tugged on his lips. It's good to see you again, brother. Lu Sisi chuckled and shot a knowing look at Jayan before addressing the matter with a serious expression. Now that our young friend has also seen the ore vein, it's time to discuss the matter of profit sharing, Lu Sisi declared. Jayan nodded eagerly. Indeed, the location and direction of this ore vein are located through the use of the family's vein searching technique, and my family will be involved in the mining operations. The initially agreed upon 40% share is absolutely non-negotiable, he asserted fiercely. Lu Sisi laughed, noting Li Tongya's silence. Since this vein requires our combined efforts for proper extraction, how about a 40% share for N family, and the same for Lu family? Observing the exchange between the two, Li Tongya realized the need for him to intervene in the discussion. He smiled gently before speaking. A significant portion of the vein lies within the Li family's territory, and I have also noted that there are also branch veins extending into the Lu family's territory. It wouldn't be fair for both of your families to split the resources equally. Let's allocate shares based on the mineral quantities within each family's territory. Li Tongya's words immediately soured the expression on Lu Sisi and Njayan's face. Njayan took a deep breath, then forced a hard smile. Brother Li, can you clarify on that? Li Tongya nodded, then rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Since the discovery of the vein is credited to the N family, it's only fair that you receive a share too. I propose that the Li family receives 50% of the profit, while the N family receives 30%, he explained with a warm smile, eyes twinkling. Njayan stood in stunned silence, unable to muster a response. Meanwhile, Lu Sisi's eyebrow arched immediately the moment he heard those words. The Li family seems to have quite the appetite. Surely, you must be joking. Li Tongya shook his head and chuckled softly. It's you who are joking, senior. Both of your families combined are asking for 80% of the vein altogether. Did you think that I am a pushover just because I'm younger and easier to talk to? After saying these words, he raised his sword with a nonchalant expression. It's only a matter of time before we have to do this. We might as well just do this now and settle it once and for all. Lu Sisi and Njayan exchanged a glance, knowing that the negotiation had failed and violence was the only way to resolve this issue. Lu Sisi nodded, his jade scepter already hovering in the air. Njayan hesitated, but once he caught sight of Li Tongya's sword, which was glowing with white light that resembled a crescent moon, his demeanor immediately changed. A frown formed on his brows and he exclaimed, "Such arrogance." Summoning an ebony pole, he prepared to face Li Tongya's celestial moon/technique. As the confrontation escalated, Li Tongya unleashed the sword chi he had been accumulating all this while, breaking the pure spiritual true essence on the two Dharma artifacts and repelling them with a resounding clang. With momentum on his side, Li Tongya launched two profound water sword chi at his two opponents, catching them by surprise due to his speed and rendering them unable to mount a defense. Li Tongya had never used the celestial moon/technique when they were assaulting the Jai family back then. Misjudging their opponent's strength, Lu Sisi and Njayan found themselves disarmed and scrambling to evade Li Tongya's relentless assault. After they finally managed to retrieve their Dharma artifacts, Li Tongya gained the upper hand, leaving them with little opportunity to retaliate. Empowered by the deep ocean long whale talisman, a surge of potent mana coursed strongly in his body. Wisps of white chi escaped through his parted lips with every breath. After about a quarter hour of relentless onslaught, Li Tongya noticed Njayan's pale complexion and finally stopped. Do you two still wish to continue? He asked almost amusedly, an eyebrow raised but still visibly on guard. Njayan flushed with embarrassment almost immediately, waving his hand in defeat. Similarly, Lu Sisi decided to swallow his pride and also conceded. Brother Tongya's swordsmanship is indeed impressive, and it was presumptuous of us to make the earlier suggestion. The Li family rightfully deserves their 50% share. Words of respect flowed freely, and they no longer addressed Li Tongya as a friend. They now viewed him as a brother and equal. Njayan laughed along with them, and the atmosphere was now of genuine harmony without any tension, as if the three of them had just sparred earlier as a friendly exchange. Li Tongya nodded and gratefully said, "The Li family will take you up on that offer then. Both of you can discuss how to split the remaining balance." His true essence remained abundant, and he did not want to push these two to exhaustion just to prove his strength. Observing their discussion, Li Tongya had already managed to estimate their strength in comparison to his own. These two are stronger than the Qi cultivators from Mount Yue, but they're nowhere near Zhang Yun of the Golden Feather sect. If I hadn't learned more about their backgrounds, I might have considered annexing their families directly. After some debate, they settled on dividing the remaining 50% equally between them. They also suggested stationing cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm from each family to oversee operations, along with rotating Qi cultivators to maintain security. The arrangement concluded with the Lu family setting up formations, then family conducting exploration, and the Li family providing the majority of the miners since they had the most population. Li Tongya was quite content with the outcome, especially considering the opportunity it had presented for the vagrants from Mount Yue, given the overcrowded villages in the area. However, Lu Sisi could not shake off the unease that settled in his heart, particularly regarding Li Tongya's formidable swordsmanship. While Lu Sisi observed Li Tongya with a smile on his face, he harbored deep worries. the image of that sword blazing with white light when unsheathed lingered in his mind. That level of might, it's definitely not a sword technique lower than grade 3. It must be at least a grade 4 technique or higher. He plucked up his courage and finally asked, Brother Tangya, your sword technique was truly phenomenal. What's the name of the technique? Is it a legacy from a certain gate? Seeing how Lu Sisi had to swallow his pride in order to ask such a direct question, Li Tangya could only frown and reply, it's a technique passed down from my father, known as the Celestial Moon / technique. With that, he ended his explanation without revealing to Lu Sisi that there was only one move in the sword technique. And Jayan observed the exchange with a serious demeanor, noting Lu Sisi's reaction. It seems like the rumors about there being a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm in the Li family's last generation are true. It would explain how Li Tangya's true essence is so strong and clear. It must be a legacy passed down through his family teachings. His swordsmanship is undeniably lethal as well, especially if opponents are caught off guard. Meanwhile, Lu Sisi's concerns deepened as he contemplated Li Tangya's youthful appearance, which made him seem like a man in his 30s or 40s. Li Tangya is probably less than 50 years old, while I'm over 170, and my descendants are all ill-prepared. Once my generation passes, Mount Huaqian and Huizhong will definitely fall under the Li family's control. Their ascension seems inevitable. This man is not like others. He's very cautious and powerful. He's less likely to die of unnatural causes. I guess our generation will need to prepare our children and grandchildren for the future. His despair deepened, overshadowing the joy of acquiring the ebony ore mine. His aged eyes clouded with worry as he observed Li Tangya preparing to leave. He forced a smile and shook away his thoughts before speaking once more. Brother Tangya, please forgive us for any offenses today. I shall visit your residence in a few days to formally apologize again. Li Tangya was taken aback by this. A strange look clouded his expression, but he quickly nodded in response and cupped his fist. You're too courteous, Senior Lu. Chapter 120, Xuanfeng out of seclusion. Li Xuanling descended from the mountain, having already condensed the radiant lure chakra and broken through the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm. His blade was polished so well that one could see their own reflection in it, crisp and clear as day. Clad in a plain, long robe, he bore a striking resemblance to Li Tangya. The mountain folk matured early, and despite being only 13 or 14 years old, Li Xuanling had already grown considerably. With a composed demeanor and steady gaze, he often reminded his older cousins, Li Xuanxuan and Li Xuanfeng of Li Tangya. As late spring enveloped the land in vibrant green, the spirit paddies, now a year and a half old, were ready for harvest. Villagers wielded large axes infused with the golden light spell to cut down the paddies, while a few cultivators of embryonic breathing realm outside of Li family carefully husked the grains. Observing the bustling activity in the fields, Li Xuanling smiled and approached for a closer look. All of a sudden, an ear-splitting whistle pierced through the air, causing everyone to cover their ears in immediate discomfort. Who goes there? Li Xuanling's expression turned solemn and alert as he instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Looking up, he spotted a golden figure soaring through the air, a Qi cultivator. He muttered to himself as he frowned, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. He quickly took out a signaling talisman, ready to alert the surrounding area. Ha 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 ha. The figure with a pitch-black longbow in hand let out a hearty laugh as he absorbed his golden true essence back into his body, revealing his face. Brother Xuanfeng, why you've emerged from seclusion. Li Xuanling exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment as he stowed away the talisman he had previously readied, his face brightening with joy. This is great news. Li Xuanfeng laughed, and Li Xuanling immediately noticed how his gaze was a lot more piercing now that he had attained the Qi cultivation realm. His true essence was so powerful that it rustled the leaves around him as he descended. Can't you have more confidence in me? It's just breaking through to the Qi cultivation. It's hardly worth celebrating, he teased with a playful smile. Despite his modest words, the pride on Li Xuanfeng's face was evident. What's been happening at home these past months? He asked, trying to change the subject. We have nothing but good news for you. An ore vein has been discovered. Li Xuanling's excitement was palpable as he shared the news. Unfortunately, father is still in seclusion. I must inform him about you immediately, he said, immediately turning around and wanting to depart on his newfound mission. Hold on. Li Xuanfeng interrupted with a shake of his head, stopping Li Xuanling in his tracks. You can tell him that later. Tell me more about what happened recently. What kind of spirit mine is it? Li Xuanling was about to speak when he noticed Li Xuanfeng abruptly raising his head, his gaze fixed on the figure soaring through the air. Who's that? He asked in a mix of confusion and curiosity. Li Xuanling followed his gaze and saw a person riding the wind, emanating a true essence of pure spiritual qi. Clad in a white robe with a rosy face framed by white hair, he held a jade scepter in hand. It was Lu Sisi. Greetings, senior. Li Xuanling cupped his fist and greeted Lu Sisi respectfully. This is the senior from the Lu family in the east, he explained to Li Xuanfeng, noticing his confusion. Realization dawned upon Li Xuanfeng as he cupped his fist and responded with a smile, "Greetings, senior." Lu Sisi arched an eyebrow at him and appeared to think for a while before speaking. "You're," he asked slowly, unsure. Although Li Xuanfeng felt slightly annoyed by the fact that this person had simply ignored Li Xuanling, he made sure to maintain a neutral expression as he introduced himself. "I'm Li Xuanfeng of the Li family." Realization dawned on Lu Sisi, who looked at him, taking him in as he rubbed his chin. After a while, he turned to the woman behind him. She wore a plain dress and her face was covered by a veil. Upon hearing Li Xuanfeng's introduction, she raised her head to look at him. "What brings you here, senior?" Li Xuanling cupped his hand and asked respectfully. Although Lu Sisi had ignored him a few times before, he looked at Li Xuanling this time and replied, "We've come to discuss a matter with your family's elders." Li Xuanling promptly welcomed Lu Sisi to the mountain. Having grown accustomed to the place after several visits, Lu Sisi made himself comfortable in the mountain courtyard. Li Xuanling arranged for tea to be served and went to fetch Li Tongya right away. With Li Xuanxuan currently in seclusion to break through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, it fell upon Li Xuanling to manage the mountain affairs, leaving him with little free time. As Li Tongya arrived, Li Xuanling took a moment to catch his breath outside the courtyard, only to find Li Xuanfeng by his side in a fit of temper. That old man brought a young maiden along. I bet he's here to arrange a marriage. What a clever and sly move. Li Xuanling paused, recalling the presence of the white-clothed girl. Father may not necessarily agree to it, he remarked dryly. Li Xuanfeng merely laughed mischievously before he made his way toward the courtyard. Brother Tongya, I've prepared several spirit items and 3 spells as a dowry. What do you think of this matter? Li Tongya frowned. Lu Sisi had personally come to propose a marriage, offering gifts including spirit items and spells as a dowry to marry off a daughter of their family. He insisted on marrying the girl to one of the 2 unmarried sons in the Xuan generation. Li Tongya felt a sense of skepticism stirring within him. The Lu family's proposal seemed unusually humble. While he might readily agree to the girl marrying into the minor sect, Li Tongya could not help but consider carefully, as this involved marrying the direct descendants of the Li family. The girl Lu Sisi brought along possessed a spiritual orifice. However, she was not particularly gifted, as she had not even condensed the profound scenery chakra and had only attained the 1st stage of the embryonic breathing realm at 14 years old. Even so, Li Tongya could not help but be surprised by the unusually humble gesture. Lu Sisi seems hesitant about the long-term implications. With the Li family's rising strength, expansion into the east was only a matter of time. Li Tongya could not deny that he had never thought of annexing the Lu family. Making their daughter, who possessed a spiritual orifice, a concubine, was out of the question. He would have to choose between Li Xuanfeng and Li Xuanling for the marriage. However, Li Tongya foresaw potential problems. If he married the Lu family's daughter and they had a son within 10 years, it could lead to complications. He would be burdened with accusations of exploiting his in-laws, tarnishing his reputation both internally and externally. Glancing at Lu Sisi, whose smile masked his worries, Li Tongya feared that outright rejection might provoke retaliation. He stroked his chin and pretended to be deep in thought before answering tactfully. "The children in our family are still young. If you seek a good marriage, it would be best to wait a few more years." Lu Sisi accepted this response with a smile, as if he had already anticipated this to be the answer. "That sounds fine. I shall return in a year to propose again." After discussing the ebony ore mine and other trivial matters, Lu Sisi took his leave. As they left the courtyard, Li Xuanling's gaze met the sorrowful eyes behind the veil. It evoked a sense of empathy within him, and he could not help but feel sorry for the girl. What a pitiable person. When Li Xuanfeng and Li Xuanling entered the courtyard, Li Tongya's expression immediately lit up. "Xuanfeng." Upon confirming Li Xuanfeng's cultivation at the 1st heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, Li Tongya expressed his approval with a proud smile. "Well done." Li Xuanfeng chuckled, and a glint of light golden true essence appeared in his hand as he spoke. This is the golden edge true essence formed by the golden light edge technique. It's swift and sharp, comparable even to the wind itself. It may disappoint slightly in terms of endurance, but overall it's quite impressive. Li Tongya nodded approvingly, his expression filled with satisfaction and pride. "Good, you've done well. Xianping's spirit in heaven would surely find solace in this." A brief silence followed, during which Li Tongya sensed the need to steer the conversation. "What are your thoughts on the situation of the Lu family? The old man is scared." Li Xuanfeng responded almost immediately with a shake of his head, a trace of triumph lighting up his features. "The juniors of the Lu family are useless and he's aging. Naturally, as we grow stronger, they are now growing more fearful." Li Xuanling nodded and added, "I recently investigated the matters that you've tasked me with, Father." I learned that a member of the Liu family from the previous generation once cultivated in the Azure Pond sect. However, they passed away over 80 years ago, and there's little else known about their lineage. I see, Li Tongya responded. Taking a sip of tea and gazing to the east, his mind was lost in contemplation. Chapter 121, News on the Mine. A few months after Lu Sissy's visit, Li Xuanxuan emerged from seclusion. He had finally condensed the Jade Capital Chakra and attained the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. With this feat, he now ranked 3rd in the family in terms of strength, with Li Keyang and Chen Dong serving as his 2 right-hand men, who were both at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. The ebony ore mine bustled with activity each passing day, as Li Xuanxuan had gathered a large group of able-bodied Mount Yue tribesmen to work in them. The reduction in the surplus of laborers led to a significant rise in wages for workers in the 4 towns, effectively alleviating the strain caused by overpopulation and resulting in improved living conditions. Huts lined the ore vein, and in just a mere few months, the 3 families had already managed to establish a thriving small town. It was decided that the chief cultivator to be stationed at the ebony ore mine for the first year would come from the Li family. According to their agreement, each family would also send a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm to keep watch of each other, with Li Keyang having been sent by the Li Xuanxuan several months prior. As Li Xuanfeng descended upon the mine, he found the 3 cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm awaiting his arrival, along with the miners who were kneeling in reverence nearby. "Greetings, Senior." The 3 cultivators greeted in unison. Li Xuanfeng acknowledged them with a wave of his hand, then turned to address Li Keyang right away. "Clan Uncle," he greeted respectfully before nodding to the cultivators from the Liu and An families. No need for formalities. Surveying the 2 cultivators before him with his spiritual sense, he learned that both of them were only in the 3rd and 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm and seemed to be in their 40s and 50s. Li Xuanfeng dismissed them with a wave before turning to Li Keyang. "Clan Uncle, did something happen in the mine during these few months? Why the urgent summons?" he questioned, a hint of concern discernible in his voice. Li Keyang, the boy who ate a snake dragon fruit in the mountains, was now in his 30s and had already become a grandfather. He stood with the bearing of a family elder and held a long saber in his hand. "We've only just begun digging, mining 7 pieces in 3 months. Production should increase gradually. However, we've encountered some concerning incidents. Over the past few months, several miners have lost their ability to speak. Last month saw 1 or 2 cases, but this month, there have been dozens of cases. We have no choice but to send word to the family," he explained with a worried expression. "Lost their ability to speak." Li Xuanfeng pondered aloud as he adjusted the longbow on his back and furrowed his brow in confusion. "Take me to see these people." Li Keyang nodded immediately and led Li Xuanfeng to a courtyard through an area occupied by tents of varying sizes. With the tribesmen from Mount Yue working in the mine, the architectural style of the courtyard was that of Mount Yue. Inside, a dozen or so miners, mostly relocated by the Li family, crouched against the walls with troubled-stricken expressions. The manager of the courtyard visibly tensed up as Li Keyang and Li Xuanfeng approached, instructing the miners to rise and kneel on the ground. They gazed nervously at the yellow soil beneath them. Placing his hand on the shoulder of the nearest Mount Yue miner, Li Xuanfeng channeled his true essence into him and circulated it through his body a couple of rounds, but found no abnormalities within him. However, he detected a spiritual orifice in the middle-aged man's Kihai acupoint. "Too bad he has a spiritual orifice in his body." Li Xuanfeng's remark was cold. His words seemed to have struck the middle-aged man like thunder, causing him to let out a startled cry. His face betrayed a mix of emotions and sorrow. Observing the man's slightly aged appearance and conflicted expression, Li Xuanfeng turned to give an instruction. "Take this man back and arrange a marriage for him with a suitable daughter from the clan." Li Keyang nodded obediently, and a few clan soldiers immediately stepped forward to escort the man away. Meanwhile, Li Xuanfeng selected a few more individuals from the group to examine, but found nothing unusual. Did these people exhibit any abnormalities before losing their ability to speak? He asked with a frown. "Never," Li Keyang replied, shaking his head, then continued. 4 of the individuals affected had previously gathered the ebony ores, though. Li Xuanfeng pondered this information for a moment, his gaze lingering on each of the individuals before him. After receiving a sample of greenish-black ebony ore from Li Keyang and channeling his true essence, he detected a trace of golden stone chi in it. It appears that the ebony ore may be the root of the issue after all. "Clan Uncle, please summon those 2 over," he commanded. Li Keyang complied, locating the cultivators from the Liu and An families. They seemed apprehensive as they stood before Li Xuanfeng, anticipating criticism or a reprimand from the chief cultivator of the Li family. "Are you aware of the speech disorder affecting the miners in this mine?" Li Xuanfeng asked. The 2 men were taken aback by the question but nodded. Why would a chief cultivator concern himself with the ailments of mortals? As long as they can work, who cares if they can't speak? They wondered. Li Xuanfeng contemplated and fell silent for a few moments. The ebony ore mine was a spirit mine, and the golden stone qi could be harmful to mortal bodies. Losing the ability to speak could just be a minor consequence of such contact. He was concerned that this could potentially lead to exhaustion and even thousands of deaths if left unchecked. How is the work schedule of these miners? He asked. There are over 4,000 miners, but the mine can only accommodate around 1,000 at a time. We've been using 2 shifts, with workers alternating every 3 days between mining and construction duties. Li Xuanfeng waved his hand and instructed, split the miners into 4 shifts, don't let them stay in the mine for too long. I'll return to the clan and arrange for additional shifts. Upon receiving their agreement to his new command, Li Xuanfeng departed immediately to report to Li Tongya. Meanwhile, Li Keang observed the cultivators from the Lu and families as they waited respectfully for Li Xuanfeng to leave, his expression darkening in private disapproval. While the Li family had thrived, boasting a population of over 60,000, the Luan families languished with only 20 and 30,000 members. It was evident to him that these families neglected the welfare of their people, likely failing to oversee farming activities, let alone support their livelihoods. This population, he mused, existed solely to serve the interests of the ruling families. Brother Keang, the 2 cultivators approached him with a warm smile. We'll leave the task from the elder of your family to you. We still have important matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. Without even waiting for Li Keang's response, the 2 departed in a flash with a broad smile on their faces, leaving an irritated Li Keang behind. Those 2 spend their days slacking off on this mountain and indulging in women. They know nothing except for fooling around. What a waste of their cultivation. If they were part of the Li family, they would surely have already been held accountable for their distasteful actions. Returning to his small courtyard, Li Keang shook off his frustration. With a determined smile, he murmured, "Go enjoy yourselves for now. Let's see how both of your families will stop the Li family in a few years." After issuing orders for the day, Li Keang returned to his residence and began his meditation. Meanwhile, at the other end of the compound, the sounds of feasting and music filled the air as cultivators from the Lu and families indulged in wine and conversation. This mine is truly a blessing. With Li Keang from the Li family taking care of everything, we don't have to worry about anything back home. Absolutely. The cultivator from an family laughed heartily, taking a sip of spirit wine and smacking his lips in satisfaction. His eyes were closed in contentment, savoring the taste of the wine. The Li family rose to prominence too quickly, and their qi cultivators are still too young and naive to be worried about mortals. Tell me, who among us cultivators on the Gili Road doesn't see mortals as mere tools? Mortals exist to serve immortal cultivators. No cultivators should care for them. His words were loud and arrogant. The cultivator from the Lu family nodded in agreement. His expression relaxed as he said, "Indeed, look at the Li family. They may be strong, but they're stuck dealing with Mount Yue to the west, acting as our barrier. Rumor has it that there are over a dozen qi cultivators in Mount Yue, with a king at the peak of the qi cultivation realm. It's not something to be taken lightly." Offering some news he had acquired, the cultivator from the Lu family glanced up, only to be targeted by the cultivator from the N family. "Doesn't your Lu family have a powerful cultivator within the Azure Pond sect? That should be a significant backing, no?" To this, the cultivator from the Lu family shook his head with a hint of disappointment in his expression. "Our families have been connected through marriage for many years, so we know each other's strengths." That person who trained on Moonlake Peak reached the peak of the qi cultivation realm in his prime, and had passed away over 80 years ago when he failed to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Besides some residual connections with the Master of Moonlake Peak, there hardly any significant backing. He then lowered his head and continued, "We can't possibly compare to that genius in your N family." The cultivator from the N family side. "That Njingaming is the golden child of our family. He receives all the attention and resources. It's said that he eats spirit rice every day. I envy him. If my family devoted such resources to me, perhaps I too could also break through to the qi cultivation realm," he said indignantly. The cultivator from the Lu family sighed deeply, feeling disheartened. Amidst the lively ambience of the courtyard, his words stood out starkly. "You and I are already in our 50s. Yet we haven't even condensed the Jade Capital Chakra. What hope is there for us to reach the qi cultivation realm in this lifetime? We should just make the most of the remaining 50 years of our life and enjoy it to the fullest." Moved by his words, the cultivator from their family drank his wine and began to get choked up in his emotions. Life is often filled with disappointment. I've already come to accept that fact. Together, amidst the melodic sounds of bamboo lutes, the 2 cultivators shed tears as they toasted to each other's shared misery. Chapter 122, Market Robbery. Li Xuanfeng returned to the Li residence and quickly reported the situation at the mine to Li Tongya. Li Tongya nodded solemnly, taking in his words carefully. In a few days, I'll visit the mine myself and personally oversee it, but first, you need to make preparations. Get Xuanxun to fetch this year's tributes, then head to the prefecture to submit the tributes on behalf of our family. Acknowledging Li Xuanfeng's nod, Li Tongya retrieved a storage pouch from the stone table in front of him and handed it over. In this pouch is our sum of money aside from the tributes for these 5 years, along with our family's savings of 115 spirit stones. It also includes a portion of river pure qi. This is nearly a decade's worth of savings for our family. When you reach the Zio residence, look for Zio Yongling. We've had good relations with them, so I trust him to arrange for a formation master to set up a defensive mountain formation for us, he instructed. If there are any leftover spirit stones, spend them to purchase a good Dharma artifact for yourself in the market. You can seek counsel from the Zio family regarding the ebony orma. Gather news about your fourth uncle's whereabouts if you can too. The Zio family is reputable, and Zio Yongling is a smart man. I trust that he wouldn't cheat our spirit stones, he added after a moment of brief contemplation. Understood, Li Xunfeng replied and nodded obediently. Li Tongya paused briefly before issuing another instruction. Make sure you remain humble and avoid conflicts. Don't be tempted by spirit stones. If any incidents occur on your journey, prioritize your safety at all times. Li Xunfeng listened attentively to Li Tongya's advice, nodding vigorously before taking his leave to bid farewell to Li Xuanxun and Li Xuanling in the courtyard. He left Mount Lijing, then flew eastward along the Gili Road. Just as he crossed into the Lu family's territory, he could hear distant thunder that came from the west, though it was faint. Pausing to listen, he could not discern its source and resumed his journey to the east. As soon as Li Xuanfeng exited Mount Lijing, the sky suddenly rumbled with thunder. In fact, it was so loud and thunderous that it startled Li Tongya greatly and caused his ears to ring. Who goes there? Li Tongya shouted as his eyes snapped open, and he rushed out of the cave dwelling. What greeted him was a crimson sky above Moongaze Lake to the north, where several fiery clouds converged, painting the entire area above the lake with the hue of flames. Hidden amidst the sky were faint glimmers of a Dharma artifact that floated above it all. The island at the heart of the lake, that's where the market at Moongaze Lake is. In an instant, a massive transparent protective barrier enveloped the small island at the heart of the lake. Li Tongya's true essence surged as he levitated into the air and noticed a dozen figures levitating in the sky. The market of Moongaze Lake has been operating here for over 200 years under the Azure Ponsec's approval. Do you understand, fellow Taoists? As Li Tongya stood in the air, he heard an old voice reverberating across the lake. It was tinged with anger, and it clearly belonged to the owner of Moongaze Lake's market. I heard that the owner is a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment realm. It seems the assailants are at least cultivators of the Foundation Establishment realm as well. Li Tongya pondered quietly to himself as he flew over 30 miles and observed the market from afar. Initially, there had been a large island at the heart of Moongaze Lake, precisely where the market stood. However, with the onset of the attack, the hidden island emerged. It resembled a fairyland, boasting lush greenery and pristine waters, with pavilions and buildings scattered across it which only served to enhance its beauty. Quit acting, Chen Taoping. You've been hiding in Moongaze Lake for 2 centuries. If it weren't by chance, we wouldn't have discovered you. Spoke another voice, this one firm and unwavering. It echoed across the vastness of the lake. Li Tongya listened intently, his spiritual sense tingling as he twisted his head to observe the western sky. There he spotted an approaching figure who was adorned with tattoos, wearing animal bones and jades. It was Mu Jiaomen. Mu Jiaomen had also ascended up into the sky to check in on the situation after catching wind of the commotion. Caught off guard by Li Tongya's gaze, he hesitated briefly before awkwardly greeting him through voice transmission. Brother Tongya. Li Tongya noted the fear in Mu Jiaomen, whose body language suggested that he was ready to flee at any given moment. Li Tongya ignored him. Instead, he focused his attention on the unfolding events over at the lake. After a brief pause, the old voice responded once more. Chen Taoping. Who is Chen Taoping? I am Zhang Quotian. Fellow Taoist, you should not be compelled by others and offend the immortal sect for nothing. However, the other voice laughed coldly in response, almost in mockery. Don't try to stall for time. The Azure Ponsect has granted us permission. Today marks the end for you Lingyu Gate remnants. We have borrowed the deadly Thunder Formation Destroyer. I'm afraid your formation won't be able to protect you. As soon as he finished speaking, fiery rain and lightning descended from the sky, striking the Grand Formation with such fierce intensity that it caused its glow to flicker slightly. The lake was illuminated in bursts of white and red, while rogue cultivators gathered around to watch the unfolding scene in astonishment. Li Tongya estimated that the Grand Formation would collapse within the time taken for an incense stick to burn. The sky erupted in a cacophony of colors and sounds as several figures clashed in midair, their battles creating strong shockwaves that sent ripples across the lake. What a big commotion. These people are probably at the peak of Foundation Establishment realm and on the cusp of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. As Li Tongya observed the chaos, he noticed a group of figures completely disregarding the shockwaves of the battle and barging into the market that was no longer protected by the Grand Formation. It was obvious that they were driven by malicious intentions. That's very tempting indeed. Li Tongya narrowed his eyes at Mu Jiaramen, whose eyes were clouded by greed, looking as though he himself wanted to join those nuisances. However, Mu Jiaramen's greedy expression was replaced with shock as soon as he met Li Tongya's fierce glare. Fifth heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm. How is that possible? Mu Jiaramen exclaimed. He clearly recalled that Li Tongya was only at the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm when they fought. How did he attain the fifth heavenly layer in just 2 years? Li Tongya said nothing, but just returned a tight smile, causing Mu Jiaramen to shudder involuntarily. Without looking back, Mu Jiaramen swiftly retreated several hundred meters away through a shamanic spell. Meanwhile, Li Tongya refocused his attention on the clashes unfolding over the lake. He stroked his chin and mumbled, "It's too dangerous for me to go there. I should just wait here until those people come." He found a better spot to wait and settled in to observe the situation in the market, patiently anticipating the emergence of those who had robbed the market. Chen Taoping, where is the River Mountain Sutra? As the battle in the sky intensified, an old man dressed in a flowing white robe and wielding a spear found himself outnumbered 3-1. He fought valiantly but was gradually pushed back, clearly losing. His jaw was tightly clenched in frustration. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he yelled out in anguish. HMPH, still keeping up with the tough act even when you're already on the verge of dying, one of the cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm sneered coldly. His Dharma artifact blazed with lethal intent, and with a swift strike, he narrowly missed severing Chen Taoping's arm by probably only a few millimeters. Although the Lingyu Gate has been destroyed, its legacy must remain concealed. "Once we capture you, you will reveal the River Mountain Sutra's location." "Bah," Chen Taoping spat, waving his spear. "I seek no revenge for my destroyed gate. I only wish to live out my days in peace on this lake. Why do you deny my wish and continue to haunt me?" He yelled. His assailant frowned and replied, "When the Lingyu Gate was destroyed, the River Mountain Sutra was lost among the 61 jade slips. This is a grave matter. We have searched for it for more than a century now. But to no avail. If not for this, we would not have resorted to such measures either. All of you are so cunning." Chen Taoping's expression turned sorrowful as he found himself cornered. However, his expression soon hardened. "If I had the River Mountain Sutra in my possession, I would have attained the Purple Mansion realm instead of lingering around at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. I wouldn't have had to hide." He spat fiercely through gritted teeth. His assailant paused for a moment upon hearing his statement, but continued waving his Dharma weapon, which unleashed beams of golden light that exhausted Chen Taoping. "Our orders are clear. We must capture you and extract the information we seek," he declared with a vindictive voice. Chapter 123, Seized. After waiting by the lake for a while, Li Tongya observed a white light soaring upward from the heart of the lake, propelled by the wind that came from the north and was headed to the south. He swiftly retrieved a spirit cloth from his storage pouch and wrapped it around his face. With his left hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword, he soared into the sky to meet the incoming figure head-on. "Hey there, my friend," Li Tongya called out as the figure drew closer. However, he received no response. The figure seemed fully intent on just passing by uninterrupted, adjusting their flying trajectory and altitude immediately to avoid Li Tongya. With the celestial moon slash technique at the ready, Li Tongya drew his sword and unleashed a white sword aura to intercept the approaching figure. "How dare you?" To Li Tongya's surprise, the figure seemed to be a female cultivator with a sweet voice. She halted abruptly, shouting indignantly as she unsheathed her own sword to counter the incoming strike from Li Tongya. The woman quickly activated her mana, and her strong attempt to repel the attack nearly caused her to lose her grip on her sword. As their energies clashed, the force of their collision reverberated through her body. The female cultivator's expression shifted from determination to frustration as she struggled to counter Li Tongya's attack. With a glare, she focused her attention on Li Tongya, her growing resentment evident. Observing the intricate patterns on the female cultivator's turquoise-green sword, Li Tongya was able to determine that it was a good Dharma artifact, and a quality one indeed. Noticing the distressed look on the female cultivator's face, he offered a proposition with his hoarse voice. "Lady, you won't be able to defeat me. Surrender your storage pouch and Dharma artifact now, and I will spare your life." The female cultivator scoffed, a cold laugh escaping her lips as she unleashed yet another wave of sword aura aimed at Li Tongya. "Dream on." She spat through gritted teeth, her voice rebellious. Li Tongya calmly parried her strikes, easily repelling her sword as he estimated the time it would take to defeat her. "She's only at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation." Although her cultivation method and true essence are extraordinary, it should only take about 120 or 140 moves to defeat her completely. However, with the constant flow of people around the lake, prolonging the battle could attract unwanted attention. I better finish this off quickly. Despite being at the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, Li Tongya possessed formidable strength due to his swordsmanship and the blessing of the deep ocean long whale talisman. Even Qi cultivators of the 8th heavenly layer who practiced authentic techniques would struggle against him, let alone those at the 6th heavenly layer. They stood no chance. Even peak Qi cultivators who consumed various unrefined Qi would be no match against him. Li Tongya's sword Qi grew brighter with each strike, forcing the female cultivator to stumble backward under his relentless assault. This man is no ordinary opponent. His skill surpasses those of any rogue cultivator. Even those 5 or 6 prominent clans in the region can't possibly raise such a strong cultivator. He must be affiliated with one of the 3 sects or 7 gates. Under the relentless assault from Li Tongya, the female cultivator soon found herself reaching her limit. After just a few dozen exchanges, she felt the sword aura of her blade weakening and her true essence dwindling rapidly. Despite his abundant true essence, there's a lack of sharpness in his Qi. Could he be from the Azure Pond sect, or perhaps the Changxiao Gate? As defeat loomed, the female cultivator clenched her teeth. She was reluctant to surrender the belongings in her storage pouch. With determination, she raised her voice. I am a member of the Wu family from the southern prefecture. I implore you, spare me this time, and I will not forget this act of kindness, fellow Taoist. Li Tongya only shook his head in response. Are you suggesting that I should go begging for favors from the Wu family in the southern prefecture? Spare me these futile pleas. Fellow Taoist, drop your storage pouch and Dharma artifact, and I'll consider sparing your life. The mention of the Wu family did not sway Li Tongya. He had already met someone from her family during his visit to Cloud Crown Peak, but had not really interacted with them. He never did expect that he would run into one of them here today. Don't push your luck, fellow Taoist. The ancestor of the Wu family is of the Foundation Establishment realm. I'm his granddaughter from the 5th generation. Harm me, and you'll make an enemy with a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment realm. You better reconsider your action. The female cultivator threatened through her clenched teeth. Li Tongya shattered her Qi aura with his sword and responded coldly. Even if you were his daughter, it wouldn't make a difference. If I kill you here in the middle of nowhere, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm would not be able to find you, let alone one at the Foundation Establishment. With no further words exchanged, Li Tongya pressed forward unrelentingly, forcing the female cultivator from the Wu family to back down. With a swift motion, he knocked the turquoise green sword out of the female cultivator's grasp swiftly, causing it to fall on the ground with a loud clang. Just as Li Tongya moved in for the decisive strike, the female cultivator launched a pale yellow-colored talisman. Li Tongya's eyebrows immediately shot up at the sight of it and quickly retreated without a second thought. The talisman glowed a fierce red before erupting into 5 fiery projectiles that flew toward Li Tongya like flame sparrows. With the celestial moon slash technique, Li Tongya shattered 2 of the fiery projectiles, reducing them into mere red sparks. However, the remaining 3 fire projectiles closed in on him. With no other option, Li Tongya raised his sword to block them and channeled his true essence into the blade, which immediately radiated with intense brilliance. The onslaught of the fire spell reached its peak, forcing Li Tongya to retreat backward by 3 steps. The pale gray blade of his sword glowed red from the heat, prompting him to sheath it hastily. Just as he was distracted, the female cultivator swiftly reclaimed her sword and flew eastward. Li Tongya channeled his true essence once more and took to the air as well, determined to remain in pursuit of the mysterious female cultivator. In just the space of a few breaths, he had caught up with the fleeing cultivator. His longsword crackled with sword Qi as it shot toward the woman's back, delivering a numbing impact. How is this possible? How can someone at the 5th heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm move with such speed? The female cultivator exclaimed in shock, her legs faltering as her slender hand reached for her storage pouch. With determination and great speed, Li Tongya struck at her hand quickly, preventing her from accessing her pouch. A small white shield appeared to protect the female cultivator's neck and back. However, Li Tongya's cautious approach had foiled some of her calculations. Her left arm bore the brunt of the attack. With a cry of pain, beads of sweat formed on her temples and forehead as she struggled to perform a hand seal. Despite her efforts, Li Tongya was unforgiving and seized the opportunity to deliver yet another powerful slash, nearly cleaving her body in half. With a final agonizing cry, the female cultivator collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The Wu family from the southern prefecture was indeed a prominent clan. This female cultivator displayed exceptional knowledge and skill, deflecting Li Tongya's spells with ease and twisting her body to evade the worst of the attacks. Nonetheless, Li Tongya relentlessly pursued her, delivering a final decisive blow that sent her lifeless body tumbling away. Glancing at the puddle of blood on the ground, Li Tongya frowned slightly as he shook off the blood from his sword, each drip staining the ground. Letting out a soft sigh, he retrieved the storage pouch from the fallen cultivator's waist. It's unfortunate that she chose such a pitiful end. There were better paths available to her. With a wave of his hand, Li Tongya cast a spell to dispose of the body and blood before quickly soaring back into the sky. The situation on the island at the heart of the lake had intensified. Li Tongya heard a faint laugh, which was then followed by an angry voice. So, there's another hidden formation. How clever! I've spent 200 years cultivating on Moongaze Lake, of course. I have some tricks up my sleeve. You three will regret provoking me. The old and hoarse voice snarled. With thunder crashing and fire raining down on the formation of the small island at the heart of the lake, Li Tongya wondered how many cheek cultivator robbers found themselves in trouble down there. A sense of unease crept over Li Tongya as he watched as the fiery clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, which was then accompanied by the fading thunder and the unmistakable diminishing glow of the formation. Below him, the island at the heart of the lake now lay scorched. Feeling unsettled by the mass destruction, Li Tongya decided to turn around and soar over the lake for a little while until he spotted the small island. He performed a hand seal and cast a water avoidance spell on himself before diving into the riverbed and disappearing from view. The Snake Demon Cave had already been explored and cleaned up by members of the Li family years ago. Now, there were several hundred mortals, along with 3 cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm that lived there. All the remains of corpses had been cleaned out long ago. There were over a dozen courtyards constructed near the entrance of the cave, with light blue crystals embedded into the rocky ceiling that provided gentle illumination throughout the cave, adding to its mystical ambience. Li Tongya dismissed the cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm who came over to greet him and found a room to meditate, only to discover that his true essence had almost fully recovered. Whoa, the deep ocean long whale talisman is indeed amazing. He picked up the female cultivator's storage pouch and out came tumbling a trove of sparkling spirit items. With the help of a fire spell, he burned the female cultivator's clothes and other personal belongings, leaving only the valuable items untouched. Among his discoveries were a collection of 20 or 30 talismans of the embryonic breathing realm, 15 spirit stones, 3 talismans of the chi cultivation realm, 3 dharma artifacts of the embryonic breathing realm, and a dozen bottles of elixirs of the embryonic breathing realm. Setting aside the clutter, Li Tongya's eyes widened in surprise as he retrieved a blood-stained furnace from the storage pouch that was about as tall as a person. His eyes immediately lit up with joy as he marveled at the artifact. A furnace. No wonder that woman was so unwilling to surrender her pouch. The price of such a furnace has always far exceeded that of an ordinary dharma artifact, and this one appears to be of exceptional quality as well. I wouldn't be surprised if it fetched several hundred spirit stones. Examining the bloodstains on the furnace closer, Li Tongya could not help but wonder how many people the female cultivator had to have murdered in order to obtain such a valuable artifact. He performed another hand seal and cleaned the blood from the surface of the furnace with a purifying spell. Satisfied with his work, he carefully stowed away the item before turning his attention to the 3 talismans. One of these talismans contains the powerful Fire Sparrow spell, capable of inflicting serious injuries on cultivators in the late stage of chi cultivation if they're caught off guard. The other 2 talismans are more common. One is a shield spell and the other is capable of summoning needle rain. Their power appears to be on par with abilities at the early stage of the chi cultivation realm. Li Tongya stowed the talismans away, then picked up a token crafted from ebony ore. He held it in his palm and observed the Wu character engraved on its surface. It appeared to be an identity token of some sort. Setting the token aside, Li Tongya crossed his legs and began meditating. Chapter 124, Visiting Xiao Yongling. Li Xunfeng flew slowly along Gili Road for most of the night, eventually arriving at Cloud Crown Peak. Veiled in clouds and mist, both the trees and people on Xiao family's peak were well obscured from sight. But just as Li Xunfeng was descending, he encountered a repelling force coming from the mountain. Someone below called out to him in a loud voice, "Hey, brother, you can't fly into Cloud Crown Peak." Li Xunfeng quickly landed at the foot of the mountain. There he was greeted by a smiling young man who seemed to be about 17 or 18. He was dressed in a long flowing robe and looked rather striking. The young man cupped his fist and greeted Li Xunfeng respectfully. "Which family in the east are you from, young master?" Li Xunfeng waved his hands and replied to the polite young man, "I'm no young master. It's Li Xunfeng from the Li family in Lijiang. I've come to submit my family's tributes." Li family from Lijiang. The teenager repeated thoughtfully as he raised an eyebrow curiously. "Are you from the Li family by Moongaze Lake? I am Xiao Ruyu from the Xiao family. It's a great pleasure to meet you." "Indeed I am." Li Xuanfeng affirmed, recalling the instructions given to him by Li Tongya before his departure. Zhao Ruyu quietened before finally asking curiously, "Is Senior Li Tongya your? He's my clan uncle." Li Xuanfeng chuckled, then politely elaborated, "My clan uncle has sent me here to pay Senior Zhao Yongling a visit." "Ah, I see." The young man nodded in understanding. "Uncle Yongling has instructed me to receive a guest from the Li family. Please come with me, brother Xuanfeng." With a smile, Zhao Ruyu gracefully leaped up into the air. Since both of them were chi cultivators, they rode the wind together for a while before landing smoothly on yet another peak. There, atop the mountain, stood a small courtyard with 2 pots of plum blossoms by its entrance. Zhao Ruyu approached the door and knocked gently. "Clan uncle, the guest from the Li family has arrived," he announced respectfully in a loud voice. A hearty laugh was heard before the door slowly creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with sharp eyes, wrapped in snow-white fox fur. He wore a brocade pouch at his waist, and he looked quite handsome. Upon seeing the visitor, he paused for a moment before asking, "You are?" "I am Li Xuanfeng from the Li family. My second uncle is currently occupied with important matters, so I have come in his stead to pay my respects," he explained readily. Zhao Yongling, the middle-aged man, nodded understandingly and said with a hint of regret, "It's unfortunate that Brother Tongya can't make it here. I do miss him very much." After saying that, he cast a curious glance at Li Xuanfeng and asked, "How strong is Brother Tongya now?" "My second uncle has attained the 3rd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm," Li Xuanfeng replied, following Li Tongya's instructions. "The 3rd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm." Brother Tongya has truly made remarkable progress. When I first met him, I had already sensed his extraordinary potential, and now he has truly proven it," Zhao Yongling exclaimed, clearly impressed. He led Li Xuanfeng into the courtyard and poured tea for both of them. With a warm smile, he turned to Li Xuanfeng and remarked, "You're quite talented yourself. It's quite impressive to attain the Qi cultivation realm at such a young age. Someone like you is indeed a valuable addition. Even in our Zhao family." "You're flattering me, senior," Li Xuanfeng replied humbly with his head bowed slightly. After exchanging pleasantries for a few moments, he broached the reason for his visit. "My family's defensive formation was destroyed by Mount Yue and has remained unrepaired until now. I've been tasked with finding a skilled formation master in the prefecture to set up another grand formation on the mountain. Do you have any leads or suggestions on someone who could possibly help us, senior?" "Indeed, I do." Zhao Yongling nodded and continued. "However, setting up a grand formation of Qi cultivation realm is no easy task. It requires engraving of formation patterns and also numerous drawings. It'll take at least several days to complete. For a basic formation of the Qi cultivation realm, you'll need at least 30 spirit stones. But if you're looking for something more advanced of that realm and capable of fending off peak Qi cultivators, you'd need at least 100 spirit stones," he added. Li Xuanfeng listened attentively, then nodded in understanding. "My family has already expected that and prepared the necessary spirit stones." "Very well," Zhao Yongling said approvingly before taking another sip of tea. After deliberating for a few brief moments, he continued, "I'll reach out to my contacts and see what I can find. I'll get back to you again within a few days. Thankfully, there's still some time before the tributes will be collected. I should be able to find someone in time." "Thank you, senior," Li Xuanfeng replied, expressing his gratitude sincerely. "Don't mention it," Zhao Yongling said, dismissively waving off his gratitude with a warm smile. "Our families have been friends for decades. Your 4th uncle and my clan uncle are brothers of the same faction, and he even helped request the essence gathering pill for my family. It's only natural for us to help each other in times of need." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Xuanfeng sipped his tea and patiently listened as Zhao Yongling spoke. Then he posed another question. "May I ask, senior, if metal ores have any effects on mortals?" "Indeed they do," Zhao Yongling replied, almost immediately. He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. "My family oversees 22 ore veins. I've worked there, so I have considerable knowledge in this scope of topic. Spirit ores with metal, thunder, flame, and cold yin properties can endanger mortals. In fact, deaths and injuries caused by these items are rather common. Those of the embryonic breathing realm are generally safer, so you can reduce the period of exposure by rotating a few more shifts. On the other hand, those of the Qi cultivation and foundation establishment realms are far more dangerous and can result in fatalities upon contact. It's essential for immortal cultivators to personally mine these spirit ores," he explained with a furrowed brow. "I see. Thank you for enlightening me, senior." Li Xuanfeng nodded, expressing his sincere gratitude once more. Zhao Yongling then handed him a jade slip and said, "Brother Tongya has requested my help in finding him a book before, and I've finally found it. Take this back to him." Li Xuanfeng hesitated briefly before accepting the jade slip. "Second uncle never mentioned searching for any books. How can he forget to inform me about it? Is Zhao family trying to tell me something?" "Thank you, Senior Yongling." When Li Xunfeng inquired about news regarding Li Qijing, Xiao Yongling shook his head and said, "There have been no updates. It's been years since my clan uncle also went to the southern border. We haven't received any letters from him and are quite worried about him as well." This revelation left Li Xunfeng feeling at great unease. The prefecture's scenery is very different from the west. There's still half a month before it's time to submit the tributes. "You should go and explore around," Xiao Yongling suggested finally. Sensing that the meeting had come to an end, Li Xunfeng cupped his fist and bid farewell to Xiao Yongling. Upon exiting the courtyard, he inspected the jade slip with his spiritual sense and found out that its title was 200 Years of Linghai Prefecture's Scenery. Perplexed by its unexpected contents, Li Xunfeng quickly tucked away the jade slip and exchanged parting words with Xiao Ruyu before continuing on his journey eastward. As soon as Li Xunfeng left the courtyard, Xiao Yongling quietly tidied up the tea set and mused to himself, a 15-year-old qi cultivator. The Li family truly has exceptional talents. "You're absolutely right, clan uncle," Xiao Ruyu concurred, offering his praise. Xiao Yongling shook his head and spoke solemnly. "Our old ancestor personally met Li Tongya and bestowed pills upon him. He also instructed me to cultivate a strong relationship with the Li family. The foresight of our old ancestor surpasses our comprehension, but now he—" Xiao Yongling's voice trailed off weakly, his expression shifting as he chuckled softly and mumbled to himself. "With old ancestor and Uncle Yuanci around, our family can thrive for at least 800 years. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Ruyu, Xiao Yongling's gaze grew more contemplative. He sighed, his expression reflecting a strong conflict of emotions. Only people like our old ancestor could break through the Azure Ponsec's blockade and rise to prominence. He is cautious, composed, and patient, and that allowed him to protect our family's interests. Look at how talented Yu Yuxi was, but he ended up drawing the unwanted attention of an old ancestor at the Purple Mansion realm and met a tragic end in the southern border." Pausing, Xiao Yongling turned his gaze toward Xiao Ruyu and spoke with sincerity. "Ruyu, this is why our old ancestor advises you to cultivate slowly and refrain from rushing your breakthroughs within the next 5 years. In this world, the most gifted individuals often suffer the greatest tragedies." Chapter 125, Jiang Yunu. Li Xunfeng flew for a few more miles, stopping only when he caught sight of the entrance to Lixia Prefecture's Yuyu County emerging from the horizon. The city gates were bustling with activity, with a steady stream of ox carts and horse-drawn carriages belonging to dignitaries and merchants crowded the roads, creating a jolly and lively atmosphere. As Gili Road came to an end, the path widened and smoothed within Lixia Prefecture. Vendors selling pastries and rice porridge could be seen busying on both sides of the road. Reflecting on the lessons learned at Cloud Crown Peak, Li Xunfeng paused in front of the city wall before landing in front of the city gate. "Out of the way, an immortal master is coming through. Daddy, look at the sky." Chaos soon erupted in the lower part of the city as the people scrambled to clear a path with yellow smoke and dust swirling in every direction. Goods were dropped, rice bowls were shattered, and the air was filled with the cries of children, the neighing of horses, and the shouts of soldiers. Observing the commotion, Li Xunfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Before Li Xunfeng could utter another word, a hush fell over the crowd as they all kneeled down in unison. The dozen soldiers stationed at the city gates trembled as they bowed down, too frightened to speak. The distinct sound made every time they pressed their foreheads to the ground echoed softly through the air, while crying children lay scattered on the ground, ignored by the fearful bystanders. The entire scene was eerily silent, with caravans and pedestrians in the distance dispersing. The same happened to the people who had been queuing for the entire morning, who also quickly scattered themselves into groups. The merchants held onto the reins of their horses and stared at the ground as if there were imaginary flowers blooming where they gazed. Feeling the weight of the tense atmosphere, Li Xunfeng realized that a misunderstanding had likely occurred. He opened his mouth to speak, but the solemn silence of the kneeling crowd made him reconsider, and he snapped his mouth shut. In the end, he decided to perform a hand seal instead and cast the aura restraint technique on himself before continuing toward the county. The townsfolk remained kneeling on the ground, too terrified to utter even a word. After a long while, one of the soldiers timidly raised his head. Seeing the empty space before him, tears welled up in his eyes as he exclaimed, "The immortal master has shown us mercy." Li Xunfeng could not help but feel confused and slightly depressed by the commotion he had caused in front of the city gate. The Li family had only risen to prominence over the past 4 or 5 decades. The disparity between cultivators and mortals should not have reached such extreme levels. His mortal uncles treated him normally like he was their nephew, and mortals typically showed respect to cultivators by bowing without resorting to such extreme gestures as kneeling and prostrating themselves before them. The Xiao, Wu, Ma, and Chang families were clans with cultivators of Foundation establishment realm among them, and they have been cultivating the lands in the prefecture for hundreds of years. It's astonishing to see mortals fearing them to such an extreme extent. After pondering for a while, Li Xunfeng shook his head and lifted his gaze to the spacious street ahead. I still need to find a place to stay for the next 10 days. Using his spiritual sense, Li Xunfeng quickly located a large, lavishly decorated pavilion with dozens of spacious and clean rooms. He nodded in approval and approached the entrance of the grand pavilion, which was decorated with red silk. Drunken Spring Pavilion, he muttered, reading the words on the plaque. He found the name of the inn rather peculiar. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of leftover food from what appeared to be an all-night banquet that had just ended, and the establishment had yet to clean up after the festivities. Not only were the wooden tables messy, but the wooden chairs were also in mass disarray. Li Xunfeng frowned, feeling a little doubtful about the inn. Despite his doubts, he deliberated and decided that he was far too lazy to search for yet another place to stay. It was at this moment that he noticed a teenage girl dressed in red sitting on the staircase with her head bowed and knees drawn up. He raised an eyebrow at her and asked, "Any available rooms here?" The young girl raised her head. Her lovely round face looked a bit tired despite the traces of makeup on it. Her lips were ghastly pale, however. She stared at him with a hint of happiness in her childish eyes and nodded in response. "Come with me, young master." Ascending to the second floor, they came across a woman slathered with thick makeup seated near to the stairs. She cast a glance at them and sneered. "So you've finally gotten yourself a patron so early in the morning after freeloading here for a moment. He seems young too. Consider yourself lucky, girl." The young girl pursed her lips, casting a timid glance at the woman with an unreadable emotion in her eyes. She remained silent, not uttering a word in response. Li Xunfeng shot a quick glance at the woman, effectively silencing any further remarks, and then proceeded into the room with the girl. The woman was left standing in the hallway, stunned by the intensity of Li Xunfeng's gaze. It took her several moments to regain her composure. He's young, but he has quite the temper," she muttered. Meanwhile, Li Xunfeng settled into the room with the girl. He removed his longbow that was almost as tall as him and hung it on the wall before finally taking a seat on the bed. However, he noticed that the girl remained standing in the room, casting timid glances at him. Li Xunfeng raised an eyebrow at her. The girl appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old. Her eyebrows had been meticulously groomed, her skin was smooth and radiant, and her eyes were slightly elongated, giving her a feline-like appearance. Despite her seemingly relaxed demeanor, there was a palpable unease lurking beneath the surface of her gaze. "What is it?" Li Xunfeng asked, curious. The girl, however, began undressing without a word and let her dress slip to the ground, revealing her fair skin that was previously hidden beneath the fabric. She stepped forward and took a seat on the bed, fixing her gaze on Li Xunfeng. She pouted her lips slightly in a very seductive manner, their pinkish tone exuding a tempting. Li Xunfeng's mind raced, trying to process the strange and capricious situation unfolding before him. Finally, realization hit him like a ton of bricks. He met the girl's gaze in alarm and asked in a trembling voice, "What kind of place is this?" "Drunken Spring Pavilion," she replied with a seductive smile. Despite her youthful appearance, she was a serene beauty. She lifted her head, leaving her slender neck exposed. The contours of her body possessed a delicate beauty, drawing Li Xunfeng's unwavering gaze. In her demeanor, there lingered a subtle hint of provocation, adding to her allure. "Drunken Spring Pavilion." Li Xunfeng repeated the name softly. His primal instincts took over as he surrendered to his desires. What he had repressed at home in the presence of Li Tongya and other elders was now fully unleashed, and he did nothing to hold them back. With nothing to worry about, he embraced and kissed the compliant maiden, undoing the buttons of his shirt one by one. As Li Xunfeng indulged in his desires, he found himself unsure of what to do next until the girl untied the ropes around his waist and took his hand gently. Following her lead, Li Xunfeng allowed himself to be guided to an unfamiliar realm of pleasure, driven by instinct. He caressed her delicate face. Looking at her lovely round face and the way her eyes shone, he felt his body ignite with passion. "By the gods, I've never expected such wonderful feelings to exist in this world." He chuckled. "Young master." The girl whimpered in pain, her body writhing beneath him on the bed. Li Xunfeng's black hair was disheveled at this point. He gently lifted her delicate feet that were flushed and continued thrusting. "What's your name?" he asked softly. Zhang Yunu, came the weak response, her lovely face pressed against the sheet as she clutched the pillow. "Some years ago, the immortals were killing people on the road. The fleeing victims made their way to the east, looting and plundering along the way. My family perished, leaving me alone. I had no choice but to follow a merchant caravan all the way here to eke out a living," she managed to stammer between breaths. "How long have you been here?" "Less than a month. You're my first patron." Li Xunfeng let out a sigh of relief, then said, "You don't have to do this anymore." Jiang Yunu did not quite understand his words, but she nodded silently, assuming that Li Xunfeng was just offering her advice. As Li Xunfeng buried his head into the pillow without a sound, Jiang Yunu whimpered softly, her body tensing for a moment before timidly uttering, "I," but before she could finish her words, her eyes fluttered shut once more. While Li Xunfeng was having the best time of his life, Li Tongya found himself in trouble in the courtyard on Mount Lijiang. The turmoil at Moongaze Lake had long subsided, leaving the island at the heart of the lake scorched and dry. However, the Forbidden Formation continued to target anyone who dared to approach it. After 3 groups of cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm had plundered whatever valuable resources remained, only chaos remained. With no other choice, Li Tongya retreated to Mount Lijiang. From a distance, he spotted Lu Sisi, clutching his jade scepter in hand. "Brother Tongya." Lu Sisi greeted him affectionately, stirring mixed emotions in Li Tongya. He cupped his fist in return and said, "Senior Lu, the lake is really lively. You're right, all the gates are banding together to eliminate the survivors of Lingyu Gate. It's a surprise that Zhang Quotian turned out to be one of them." The market on Moongaze Lake has been operating for 2 centuries, yet he managed to evade detection by the Azure Pond sect for so long. As Li Tongya and Lu Sisi settled into the courtyard, a servant brought them tea. Li Tongya cupped his fist and asked, "What has the Lingyu Gate done to make all the gates unite against it in such a way?" Chapter 126, Arranged Marriage. Lu Sisi could only sigh in response and replied, "How could Lingyu Gate possibly be at fault? Their biggest mistake was their lack of strength. During the fierce battle at Moongaze Lake, Lingyu Gate lost a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm and 6 at the Foundation Establishment realm. With only 1 cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm left, the gate was overpowered and destroyed. The 3 sects argued that Lingyu Gate was too weak to fulfill their legacy of the Purple Mansion realm, and then demanded that Lingyu Gate hand it over to them for safekeeping and cripple all techniques associated with it. Lingyu Gate had lost almost all of its territory. If they were to accept such humiliating terms, it would be no different than destroying their gate. Naturally, they refused and were ultimately wiped out. He continued with a hint of sadness in his voice. Li Tongya listened intently, silently nodding in solemn understanding. Do they have to push Lingyu Gate into the corner like that just to seize their legacy? The Lingyu Gate was also quite stubborn, so then what happened to the legacy? It's lost. Lost. Li Tongya muttered in disbelief, an eyebrow immediately arching. Following the destruction of Lingyu Gate, that legacy of the Purple Mansion realm was missing among their 61 jade slips. For over 200 years, the 3 sects and 7 gates have searched high and low for it, but to no avail. Lu Sisi explained. Those people had besieged the market on Moongaze Lake because they heard news of survivors from Lingyu Gate there and came to hunt for the legacy. The revelation struck Li Tongya deeply, triggering a memory of Zhang Yun's words in the Snake Demon Cave. The river Mountain Sutra lost after the destruction of Lingyu Gate requires a secret technique to unlock. Could the river Mountain Sutra be that legacy? Li Tongya's heart raced at this thought, but he forced himself to remain composed. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of this theory. As Lu Sisi continued speaking, he pondered the secret technique mentioned on the jade slip. Without the secret technique from the Lingyu Gate, there is no way to access this jade slip. Looks like I can only hide it away at home until I am able to find a solution. Brother Tongya. What about the marriage proposal? Lu Sisi's question snapped him back to reality. It's still too early for that, Li Tongya replied, shaking his head with his eyes shut. Lu Sisi's expression turned a little somber. He set his tea bowl down and asked, Brother Tongya, have you heard of the Yu family to the north of Mount Huizhong? Li Tongya nodded and replied, Yes, I have. Even the famous Wan Huaqian dared not venture northward because of the Yu family's presence. They've recently allied with the Azure Pond sect and enjoyed relative peace. Indeed, Lu Sisi concurred, taking a sip of tea. The Yu family boasts several cultivators of the Foundation Establishment realm and over a dozen Qi cultivators. Their strength rivals that of prominent clans in Lixia Prefecture. Despite their recent alliance with the Azure Pond sect, they've refrained from making any conspicuous moves. Li Tongya gave him a puzzled look and asked carefully, Senior, are you suggesting that? Let's not beat around the bush and waste time. Brother Tongya, Lu Sisi interjected gravely. As long as you agree to the marriage proposal, your Li family will be an ally to our family. Otherwise, you will remain a threat to us. If I were to die, the Lu family would have to find ways to protect themselves, even if it means welcoming wolves into our home. Li Tongya's expression shifted as he asked solemnly, What exactly do you mean, Senior? We'll offer Mount Huaqian to the Yu family, and the Lu family can always seek refuge in the Mushroom Forest Plain. At least, we may be able to survive there, Lu Sisi stated bluntly as he set his tea bowl down with finality. You'll either agree to the marriage proposal and pledge not to encroach on our territory, or wait for the Yu family's southward invasion, leaving you trapped between Mount Huaqian and Mount Huizhong that they'll occupy, he declared with an arrogant air. Li Tongya fell silent and studied Lu Sisi's demeanor silently in contemplation. Upon realizing that Lu Sissy was clearly not joking around, he replied, "Brother Lu, are you not afraid that I might retaliate and destroy your family?" Lu Sissy burst into laughter. "Ha, you wouldn't dare. My younger sister cultivated at Moon Lake Peak and shared a strong bond with the Peak Master before her death. If you were to harm me, your younger brother would face dire consequences in the sect. I believe that you, Li Tongya, will encroach upon our territory, but not wipe out my family." Li Tongya looked at him and asked solemnly, "So which will you pick?" "Either one of your two unmarried nephews. I'll let Brother Tongya choose." Lu Sissy waved his hand generously. Li Tongya looked at him as he contemplated his options. "This is merely a temporary measure. The descendants of the Lu family are all inept. Even this agreement is just a facade. As long as we can secure this old man's loyalty, there are countless ways to dismantle the Lu family's influence. Xuanfeng is Xi Jinping's son, and his potential is remarkable. I cannot risk his future. I guess I can only sacrifice Xuanling." After a few moments of silence, he spoke. "Then it shall be Li Xuanling. He is my only son. I believe this marital union will demonstrate our family's sincerity in this matter." Lu Sissy quickly agreed, but Li Tongya gave him a steely gaze, his lips curling into a sneer. "Now that we've reached this juncture, Senior Lu should understand that while I may spare your family, the Li family will continue to expand. You must find a way to secure the best outcome for both parties, or you'll be sorry." The harshness of Li Tongya's words was enough to convince Lu Sissy that he was making a serious threat. After contemplating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and relented. "After my passing, Mount Huzhong of the family is the Li family's to take. The Lu family shall not intervene." Li Tongya secretly curled his lips in annoyance. How can the Lu family intervene in the first place when they're so weak? Offering what has already been given away is quite the strategic move. Despite his thoughts, he was too lazy to continue arguing with Lu Sissy over such a trivial matter. "It's settled then. However, I would like to meet the bride first." As the words left his lips, Lu Sissy nodded eagerly. The girl standing behind him silently lifted her veil as though on cue, revealing a dignified and beautiful face along with her sparkling large eyes. Catching Li Tongya's gaze, she lowered her gaze modestly and introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you, Senior. My name is Lu Wanrong." Li Tongya studied her for a moment. She was an outstanding beauty, and her possession of a spiritual orifice made her a suitable match for Li Xuanling. Yet, despite the qualifications, Li Tongya found it difficult to reconcile the circumstances leading to this engagement. Nevertheless, he made a decision. "Then let's proceed with the engagement." With that simple statement, the fates of these two individuals were intertwined for the rest of their lives. Lu Sissy expressed his delight, and the details of the dowry and the wedding date were swiftly decided. Li Tongya's expression held a mix of emotions as he regarded the old man before him. "Senior, your dedication to your family is truly commendable. Your presence is a blessing for your entire family." Li Tongya's comment caught Lu Sissy off guard. For a moment, an expression crossed his face momentarily, proving that he was also deeply moved by such a generous compliment. After a brief pause, Lu Sissy found his words. "The younger generation of my family is indeed incompetent. This old man can hardly rest easily. Even in my old age, I have to worry about my family's survival. It's truly a shame." Li Tongya shook his head in response to Lu Sissy's words. Lu Sissy wore a conflicted look on his face as he continued, "I only pray that Brother Tongya will never have to experience such hardship. You will only understand the weight of it all when you are in my shoes." Chapter 127, Spar. The northern wind whistled through Yi Mountain City, slightly trembling the stone door of the cave dwelling atop the mountain. Kai Jian stood outside its door, his robes billowing in the breeze. He rested a finger lightly on the hilt of his sword as he waited patiently. After a few moments, Kai Jian furrowed his brow, inspecting the tiny cracks in the dark gray stone. He spoke softly, addressing the occupant within. "Junior brother, there's no need for further delay. 3 years have passed, and with your talent, you should have broken through by now, shouldn't you?" Silence lingered for a moment before the stone door creaked open slowly, revealing a young man in a white robe with long hair, carrying a green and white longsword on his waist. With 2 jade slips in each hand, he looked at Kai Jian with a smile on his face. "How can I help you, Senior Brother Kai?" Kai Jian studied Li Qijing for a moment before speaking once more. "There's a mission from the sect. The old ancestor has assigned it to you." Li Qijing nodded in acknowledgement. "Please wait a moment, Senior Brother. I'll join you once I've made the necessary preparations," he replied respectfully. Satisfied with Li Qijing's attitude, Kai Jian departed with a wave of his sleeve. Meanwhile, Li Qijing took note of the direction he went off before flying off toward another cave dwelling in the mountains. Senior Brother Zio. The stone door quickly opened, and Zio Yuanci emerged with 2 types of herbs in his hand and a brush in his other. He greeted Li Qijing with a smile that quickly dimmed. "Jinger, you've broken through," he exclaimed in excitement. Zio Yuanci, despite being over 60 years old, maintained the appearance of someone in their 30s. He gazed at Li Qijing, a pang of heartache in his chest. The boy was only a child of 10 when he first ascended Kingsui Peak, and Zhao Yuanci had always called him Jinger since then. Yes, Li Qijing smiled as he replied, then took a seat beside Zhao Yuanci. I have turned the 6 chakras in my body into the Tao Foundation, known as Lake Moon Autumn, with the Moon Lake Autumn reflection technique. The qi is green and white, and the true essence is crystal clear, and it's really versatile, he explained patiently. A look of envy materialized on Zhao Yuanci's face. He was still stuck at the peak of the qi cultivation realm, showing no signs of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm anytime soon. Establishing a foundation is beyond my comprehension for now. I've only heard that the Tao Foundation of my ancestor back at home is known as Manon Creek. It's really strange and difficult to describe. I can only hope to break through this barrier someday, he said with a soft sigh. The most critical step to transition from the qi cultivation realm to foundation establishment realm was to transform the 6 chakras into various Tao foundations, which was highly perilous. A failed condensation could result in the collapse of one's cultivation and even death within a few days. To emphasize its difficulty, the success rate was less than 10%. Even among the 3 sects and 7 gates, the mortality rate was as high as 70%. I'm sure you'll eventually get there, senior brother, Li Qijing reassured him, handing over the 2 jade slips to Zhao Yuanci. I actually broke through to the foundation establishment realm during the first year and spent the next few years documenting my experiences and talisman techniques. When the time comes, please send my Kinch sword back home too. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. With 1,000 thoughts still swirling in his mind, Zhao Yuanci accepted the jade slips, unsure of where he could possibly begin. He watched as Li Qijing left his cave dwelling and soared into the air, overlooking the bustling crowds of Yi Mountain City. Sudden ascent startled the onlookers below, prompting several cultivators of the foundation establishment realm and a dozen qi cultivators in the city to soar into the sky, all fixating their gazes on him. Kaijian swiftly ascended from the peak, shouting angrily, Li Qijing, what do you think you're doing? Li Qijing was momentarily stunned. At the same time, he was amused by how his small action had startled the group as if he were a common enemy. Don't worry, everyone, I won't flee. I simply have a matter or two to discuss with senior brother Kai, he assured with a slightly amused smile. Embarrassment swept over the group, causing them to exchange glances before dispersing, leaving behind Kai Jian, who did not seem too pleased with him. Suppressing his temper, he asked sternly, what else do you want? Li Qijing cupped his fist respectfully and continued softly, firstly, if I were to perish, I would like the sect to retrieve my Dharma weapon. Kai Jian eyed the sword at Li Qijing's waist and grunted. Granted. Secondly, I wish to spar with senior brother Kai. I implore you to indulge me on this request. The crowd below that was eavesdropping on the conversation was stunned into silence by the unexpected request. Kai Jian, though surprised, burst out laughing right away. You're merely at the early stage of foundation establishment realm, whereas I've been in the middle stage for over 20 years. You better not regret what you wished for. Internally, however, he was puzzled. Is this child attempting suicide by provoking a confrontation to dirty my hands? How can such a stupid attempt fool the ancestor? Is he not afraid of bringing harm to his own family? Despite this, Li Qijing cupped his fist and insisted, please grant my request, senior brother. Kai Jian sneered inwardly. Taoist Master Yuan Su is overseeing this city. No matter what tricks you employ, they'll be futile against a Purple Mansion cultivator. I guess I'll teach this child a lesson so he learns his place. With a cold smile, he finally nodded and agreed. Fine. Drawing his sword, he ascended into the sky, releasing a crimson sword qi that surged forth like a torrent, transforming into dozens of flying birds that had scorching and razor-sharp auras. His sword qi leaves his body like a spell. Senior brother Kai must have refined it into sword essence. The onlookers below gasped in awestruck fervor as they watched his sword qi transforming into what seemed like birds and phoenixes. Deng Qiaji raised his head and shot a look of resentment at Kai Jian. He sneered coldly. It's just sword essence, he muttered angrily through gritted teeth. The crimson sword qi in the sky cast a crimson hue in all directions. Despite this, Li Qijing remained calm, resting his left hand on the longsword at his waist. He made no attempt to draw it or perform any spell until the very last moment. When the sword qi closed in on him, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, unleashing a brilliant white crescent-shaped sword qi. It was the celestial moon slash technique. Compared to Li Tongya's celestial moon slash, Li Qijing's version was like the difference between a firefly and a full moon. It illuminated the surroundings like a huge white sail, dazzling the onlookers, effortlessly dispelling the incoming sword qi and flying toward Kai Jian. Kai Jian frowned, defending himself with a wave of his sword. Dozens of sword qi were unleashed, but much to his surprise, they only caused Li Qijing's powerful sword qi to flicker rather than dissipate. Astonished, Kai Jian raised his sword and quickly channeled his power into it in a slight panic. The blade turned crimson, blocking the incoming sword qi. How is this possible? Kai Jian was filled with shock. Before he could utter another word, he activated his mana to repel the incoming sword chi. Meanwhile, Li Qijing had already advanced, unleashing a barrage of plain sword chi. Kai Jian channeled his mana into his sword and swiftly repelled them, only to realize that these sword chi were thick and sharp, much to his dismay. Then dawned on him, although begrudgingly, that Li Qijing's swordsmanship was far superior to his own. Drawing upon the depth of his true essence, Kai Jian conjured a dozen fire spells of the Foundation Establishment realm in an attempt to disrupt Li Qijing. However, Li Qijing's sword sliced through the fire spells effortlessly. Explosions were heard booming through the sky, which was soon followed by fiery rain that threatened to engulf Yi Mountain City entirely. Yet miraculously, the flames dissipated upon touching the ground. Deng Qiaji observed the entire fight intently. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "There's indeed a purple mansion cultivator overseeing this city. They're being really careful. Even after holding our family hostage, they still send a purple mansion cultivator to watch over us. Are they truly afraid that we might rebel?" As sword chi and spells clashed in the air, Kai Jian's frustration mounted. It was evident to onlookers that his swordsmanship was no match for Li Qijing's. Fueled by anger, Kai Jian unleashed a flurry of spells in an attempt to overpower Li Qijing. Unperturbed, Li Qijing allowed Kai Jian to unleash a barrage of techniques in their exchange. With his Qinch sword, Li Qijing effortlessly countered every move with great ease, further asserting his superiority. Observing the stunned onlookers below, Kai Jian's anger surged. He reached for his storage pouch and summoned a pearl adorned with a pattern of hornless dragons. With both hands, he performed a series of hand seals, conjuring a crimson barrier. Li Qijing merely cast a final glance at his opponent, then calmly sheathed his sword. He stood back and grinned. "Senior brother Kai." Kai Jian hesitated, unsure whether to respond or not, but before he could react, Li Qijing stepped forward and continued with a laugh. "Take this." Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding clash of metal echoed throughout Yi Mountain City. The collision was so great that Deng Qiaji's sword shook slightly at his waist, while the blades of grass across the city swayed erratically, trembling in response. Chapter 128, Into the Cauldron. Take this. As soon as Li Qijing uttered those two words, a radiant white light emanated from the longsword at his waist. With a swift motion of his left hand, the turbulent winds around Yi Mountain City immediately mellowed down and subsided, leaving a serene calmness. Deng Qiaji pressed down on the sword at his waist, feeling his heart stir as he rested his hand on his sword. Despite his modest cultivation, he understood the elegance and power of Li Qijing's sword technique, the Celestial Moon sword intent. Qijing has always been modest, concealing his true prowess. But now, faced with dire circumstances, he finally reveals his full strength. Deng Qiaji remarked to himself, rather impressed. The ethereal white light, reminiscent of moonlight, surged forward and collided with Kai Jian's crimson barrier, penetrating it like a piece of paper. Despite Kai Jian's desperate attempts to defend himself with layers of golden talisman shields, all of it shattered easily under the force of Li Qijing's attack. In desperation, Kai Jian cried out for help. "Help, old ancestor!" Li Qijing's Celestial Moon sword intent brushed past Kai Jian's face without harming his flesh. Kai Jian stood frozen in disbelief, mumbling to himself in shock. Sword intent. Ignoring Kai Jian's astonishment, Li Qijing simply cupped his fist and said, "That was a good spar, senior brother Kai." Kai Jian's face was still pale as he exclaimed, "Amazing. What kind of sword intent was that?" "Celestial Moon sword intent," Li Qijing replied matter-of-factly, but did not expect Kai Jian to wear a conflicted look on his face as he continued mumbling to himself. What a pity. The clatter of a fallen sword broke the silence, prompting whispers among the onlookers. While they dared not openly discuss Kai Jian's plight, their shocked expressions spoke volumes. When Li Qijing returned to the mountain, Zhao Yuanci looked at him in bewilderment. "Did you just nearly kill Kai Jian?" he asked in disbelief, his eyes wide. "I wouldn't dare." Li Qijing returned his sword to its sheath, shaking his head as he met Zhao Yuanci's dumbfounded gaze. "If I had killed him, the Kai family would surely retaliate against my family, even though they wouldn't dare to do anything to me because of that Taoist master of Purple Mansion realm. I was merely teaching him a lesson. Are you not afraid he'll hold a grudge and plot against your family?" Yuanci asked, his curiosity and disbelief evident in his tone. "Kai Jian is talented and arrogant. He wouldn't stoop to such tactics. After all these years of interaction, we understand each other well," Li Qijing replied confidently, then stretched his body. It was at this moment that someone emerged from the cave dwelling. "Senior, someone from the sect has arrived. It's time for you to depart." Zhao Yuanci was taken aback for a moment before rare anger crept onto his face. "Are they this eager?" He spat, fuming. The messenger hung his head in fear. Realizing that he had lost his temper, Zhao Yuanci calmed himself and apologized hastily to the man. Li Qijing simply nodded. "Take me there, Jinger." Zhao Yuanci called out as Li Qijing handed him his sword. "Take care of yourself, senior brother," he said with a stoic expression, his voice solemn. With that, Li Qijing departed for the mountain peak, leaving Zhao Yuanxi holding the jade slips alone with a conflicted expression. As he gazed at the sky, he steeled his resolve. Master, forgive me for leaving the sect. Upon entering the grand hall situated at the peak, Li Qijing found a man dressed in green attire seated at the center of it, with Kai Jian standing by his side respectfully. Deng Qiaji kneeled before them, his thoughts obscured by his bowed head. Greetings, Taoist master, Li Qijing greeted. Observing the demeanor of the man, he could already guess that he was a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, hence he kneeled before him. He lifted his head and attempted to discern the face that was veiled behind a layer of mist. How dare you? Kai Jian was alarmed by Li Qijing's boldness, but the figure in green waved it off. It's all right, he said with a dismissive tone. The figure in green observed Li Qijing for a moment, the small jade pendant hanging from his waist swaying slightly. That celestial moon sword in 10 of yours, since when did you master it? He suddenly asked quietly. Over 5 years ago, Li Qijing replied. The figure mumbled to himself for a moment, then stepped forward to ensure that Li Qijing did not bear the mark of a crescent moon on his forehead. I have never supported senior brother Kai Wei's practice of sacrificing the talents in the sect to further his own agenda. Unfortunately, the old ancestor from back then favored his methods. Now that he's the sect master with powerful cultivation, I can only follow orders, he said. Kai Jian, who was standing nearby, hastily closed his eyes. He chose to pretend that he did not hear that last remark. Ignoring Kai Jian's discomfort, the Purple Mansion cultivator continued. Rise. Li Qijing complied right away, and the Purple Mansion cultivator gracefully ascended, effortlessly bringing Li Qijing and Deng Qiaji with him into the sky above the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. The brilliant sunrise painted the sky a brilliant hue as the Purple Mansion cultivator led Li Qijing further south, traversing the flat expanse of wilderness beyond Yi Mountain City and venturing into the vast southern border. Li Qijing marveled at their speed, the scenery flashing by in a blur as they zipped past forests and mountains. He could not help but remark, Purple Mansion cultivators truly travel with remarkable efficiency. The Purple Mansion cultivator cast a surprised glance at him. He used a spell to maintain Li Qijing and Deng Qiaji's speed, then nodded in agreement. Efficiency is key, especially considering the challenges we face. Sometimes it's a relief not to be mere pawns in the game. The Purple Mansion cultivator looked at Li Qijing again, then chuckled. You're quite to my liking. At another time, I might have gladly taken you as a disciple. But alas, circumstances dictate otherwise. Even if that great flood dragon fails to refine the pill, I will stay and watch until you turn into ashes. Li Qijing was not sure if he should laugh or cry about that statement. His thoughts drifted to his father, Li Muxian. Counting the number of years that had passed, he surmised that his father had likely passed. He was isolated in the Yi Mountain City and could only wonder what was happening at home right now. Meanwhile, Deng Qiaji gazed blankly at the sunrise. Although the coldness of the bitter northern wind was biting into his cheeks, he could barely feel it as he was lost in his own thoughts. Before long, they arrived at a forest with a turquoise pool at its center, devoid of any ripples. A teenage boy dressed in a long black robe that was sleek like scales was slumped against a tree and was clearly taking a nap. The Purple Mansion cultivator cupped his fist respectfully. Senior, I've brought them here. The boy's eyes snapped open almost instantly, revealing striking turquoise-green vertical pupils resembling those of a serpent. He cast a glance at the figure in green and an expression of annoyance crossed his face. Why are you here? Where's Kai Wei? The sect master has entered seclusion to preserve his life. He awaits the promised elixir, the Purple Mansion cultivator replied humbly. The boy scoffed, then said, I'm willing to bet that old fart is scared of me and sent you to the southern border instead of personally coming here. Meanwhile, Li Qijing was too overwhelmed by both of their presence to speak. He looked at the teenage boy with turquoise eyes and thought, this must be the great flood dragon that the Purple Mansion cultivator spoke of. The great flood dragon grabbed Li Qijing, who could not move due to their overwhelming presence, and then carefully scrutinized him. This one has the Lake Moon Autumn as his Dao foundation. He meets the requirements. Wait here. It grabbed Deng Qiaji with its other hand and scrutinized him as well before nodding in approval. A Qi cultivator who has mastered a secret technique and is less than 30 years old. That's a good age as an ingredient. The great flood dragon then seized Li Qijing and Deng Qiaji, dropping them into the pool. Li Qijing's vision darkened as he fell into a cave dwelling filled with jasper furnishing stable, chairs, platform, frames. It was truly a lavish abode. At the very center stood a golden furnace that was wide enough for 5 men to encircle it with their arms stretched wide. It was sitting atop black and red flames. The great flood dragon patted Li Qijing's head, eyeing its captives hungrily as it began performing a hand seal. With a playful grin it remarked, You two are quite appetizing. If not for my promise to Kai Wei, that old fart, I'd have devoured you by now. Without further ado, it tossed Li Qijing into the furnace and then turned its attention to Deng Qiaji. Gripping him tightly, it scratched his chest with great might, drawing blood. As Deng Qiaji groaned and lost consciousness, he was unceremoniously thrown into the furnace. Unable to move or speak, Li Qijing watched helplessly as Deng Qiaji suffered, his blood beginning to fill the furnace. As various spirit items rained down upon him, he reflected on his life. I couldn't even see father again before he passed, and now I'm left to die on this desolate southern border. I bet Big Brother will be nagging me when I meet him. With my mentor being imprisoned and senior brother here on the southern border, senior sister is left alone in the sect. I wonder if she'll be able to uphold the legacy of King Sui Peak's teachings. As flames licked his skin, Li Qijing prayed silently. I can only hope that second brother and third brother will look after the younger ones in the family and realize the truth behind the Azure Pond sect soon. Chapter 129, Self-Contained World. The great flood dragon blinked and chuckled, gauging the right moment to add various spirit fruits one by one into the cauldron, murmuring to itself all the while. It has been 3 days and 3 nights. The intensity of flame for cooking this human pill is particularly important. Fortunately, I have been cooking for so many years now, and I am already well versed in the process. The great flood dragon reflected. The human race, however, is truly ruthless and cold-blooded, willing to use their younger generation for pill concoction. It is no wonder we can never surpass them. If it were not for their internal conflicts and mutual hostility, we wouldn't stand a chance to live. Touching the sword scar under its scales that had been aching faintly for 300 years, a deep and intense fear resurfaced in the great flood dragon's eyes. It clenched its fists slightly, emitting a few faint green glows. For over 300 years now, I have cultivated from the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm to the peak, yet this wound has never healed. Li Jiangquan. As the great flood dragon muttered this name, a face with a crescent moon pattern on their forehead suddenly appeared before its eyes. The great flood dragon's green vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and it gritted its teeth almost immediately with a fierce hiss. I'm glad that man is. After a pause, the great flood dragon hurriedly added the spirit fruits into the cauldron, calculated the time, and a hint of hungry anticipation flashed in its eyes. Alchemy was one of its few hobbies, and this pill would be one of its most outstanding creations. Gently opening the cauldron, the expected scene of radiant light filling the room and the fragrance of pills rising did not happen, much to the great flood dragon's disappointment. Frowning, it waved its hand. A pill covered in mud-yellow color flew out from the cauldron. The great flood dragon's face was filled with disbelief, murmuring, "This should not be, it should be snow white. How could it turn out like this? Could it be that the medicinal power is too strong?" Confused, the great flood dragon awkwardly shook its head. It took out a silver needle and gently scraped the surface of the pill, which immediately emitted a faint glow. Damn it. The great flood dragon's expression was one that was full of annoyance and regret. It could not help but wonder out loud, how could this happen? The medicinal strength is too weak. If this pill is sent out, Kai Wei, that old bastard, would definitely come after me. After hundreds of years, how could I make such a mistake? His voice was frantic, slightly crazed. The great flood dragon's vertical pupil shifted slightly, and it quickly pulled out a box of bright white liquid from its storage bag. With a flick of its claw, it began to apply it on the pill, occasionally mixing in a dozen or so herbs and returning it to the cauldron for another hour. Opening the cauldron again, radiant light burst forth and the room was filled with a pleasant fragrance. The great flood dragon's face was disgruntled and it fell into deep thought. Well, if it kills, it kills. Just make it look good on the surface. After all, if that old bastard fails his breakthrough, he's doomed anyway and no one will be able to trouble me. I have got what I wanted, I should just let it be. Thus, the flood dragon hastily packaged the pill and leaped out of the pool, delivering it to the green-robed cultivator. In the backyard of Mount Lijing, a bluish-gray mirror floated quietly above a stone platform, enveloped in the misty moonlight. It was as serene and peaceful as it had been for the past 3 years. The mirror's surface lit up faintly, with its 12 runes pulsing like breaths. Incense sticks were offered on the altar table below, with wisps of smoke drifting away. It was evident that over the years, the Li family had not been negligent of their duties at all. The daily offerings were regularly replaced, and the incense burner was kept spotlessly clean. I have finally succeeded. Lu Jiangxian had finished integrating the mirror fragments. His divine sense swept around him, and the mirror's body shimmered with divine light, bringing many insights to the front of his mind. As his divine sense sank into the mirror, a desolate and gray world emerged before his eyes. Layers of dark mist floated high up in the sky, while the land below was riddled with holes where countless decayed gray-white building ruins lay scattered, with crescent moon-white rubble strewn about. A world within the mirror, Lu Jiangxian murmured quietly to himself. He was awestruck and amazed by the sight before him. This fragment of the mirror was attached to a small world spanning 1,000 miles, with a majestic mountain at its center. Numerous moon-white architectural remnants formed scattered white spots on the mountain, becoming denser toward the foot of the mountain. With a thought from Lu Jiangxian, A thick layer of supreme yin moonlight emerged out of nowhere, quickly gathering at the foot of the mountain to condense into a white-haired man in a long robe that had its cuffs and collar embroidered with crescent patterns. He moved his body about, feeling a strong sense of unfamiliarity. A mirror of flowing water quickly condensed in front of Lu Jiangxian, reflecting a face he had not seen for decades. A strong sense of loss and pain resurfaced in him. The face was still essentially the same, but the eye sockets were deeper and more sunken, and there was a shallow scar on the left cheek. Who am I? Lu Jiangxian questioned himself. A feeling of weightlessness suddenly rushed into his mind, and Lu Jiangxian's divine sense swept across the land like a storm. He walked along the jade stone path up the mountain, not knowing how long it took before he reached the highest platform. In the center of the platform stood a giant tree with white leaves, its roots intertwined. Beneath it there was only a stone table and a stone chair, and a lone figure was kneeling in its center. The person was dressed in all white, wearing silk jade boots and a jade crown, and his handsome face was marked by a crescent on his forehead. He looked up at Lu Jiangxian. "Master." His voice was gentle. Lu Jiangxian's mind went blank, his heart inexplicably complex, but he found himself responding unconsciously. "Jiangquan." The young man in white smiled slightly. As Lu Jiangxian was filled with thoughts and about to speak, the young man dispersed like flying sand with the wind, leaving only a pale white halo lingering in his place where he kneeled mere seconds ago. Lu Jiangxian stared blankly for a moment, tears streaming down his face. He reached out with his hazy, jade-like arm. He grasped the halo and suddenly, his vision brightened, sinking into a shallow dream. Li Jiangquan. Just like several times before, Lu Jiangxian sank into Li Jiangquan's memories, standing upright in a vast, boundless hall. Beside him, pale misty white moonlight enveloped the area completely. Huge white jade pillars that were engraved with intricate patterns stood tall on both sides of him, supporting the overly large hall. His gaze was fixed on the complicated patterns on the jade tiles on the floor as if trying to discern a flower from them. "Do you acknowledge your guilt?" A domineering voice came out of nowhere and reverberated through the emptiness of the hall. "I acknowledge my guilt." Li Jiangquan gently kneeled, slightly lifting his head. Only then did Lu Jiangxian see the person sitting on a chair. He looked grand sitting on a chair that was carved out of white jade with an intricate dragon and phoenix design, and he was seated at the upper end of the hall. Li Jiangquan observed his long, flowy white hair, far extending beyond the seat and snaking across the floor. And that face was all too familiar. It was Lu Jiangxian himself. However, the one at the seat of honor looked much more mature. He died suddenly at just over 20 years old, but that version of himself now appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. He had an indifferent expression, and he was quietly taking in the sight of Li Jiangquan. "I will punish you by sending you to the South Bank, along with your clansmen. Return only after breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. I accept the punishment." Li Jiangquan respectfully responded, only to see Lu Jiangxian frown slightly. "Emotions do not establish facts. You're too trusting of others and too committed to your promises. This leak incident is a small lesson. If you do not change, you might end up killed by those so-called friends of yours," he said. Though his tone was stern, there was a certain warmth to his words. "I understand." Li Jiangquan nodded, his eyes clear and bright. He looked up at Lu Jiangxian with a smile and said, "To me, it's all the same. If I cannot be loyal to my friends, how can I make my master feel at ease? If I can deceive friends, then deceiving the master is no different. If I were to be hypocritical, showing one face to some and another face to others, the master would not have entrusted me with such matters." Lu Jiangxian shook his head slightly. "Quan, this world is never simply black and white. The murderer with a pledge of loyalty, the smooth-talking merchant with unchanging affection, the high and mighty immortal cultivators with a penchant for slaughter, and the lowly civilians with noble friendships. You see things too purely. Although such a viewpoint makes cultivation progress faster, it's indeed too dangerous." Li Jiangquan was stunned for a moment, nodding without knowing if he truly understood these words. The original Lu Jiangxian, however, observed the version of himself at the seat of honor carefully, trying to find something familiar in him. That version of himself seemed somewhat melancholic, appearing especially aloof against the backdrop of the vast, boundless hall. "I have established the Moonlight Origin Mansion for so many years, yet look at the people below. None show the unity expected of a single mansion, busy with their own intrigues. My nature is indolent, ill-suited to be the master of this mansion. But I had no choice," he muttered. "Master, your prowess in both formations and cultivation is admired worldwide, and with the mirror there are few who can stand against you. No one dares to think this way," Li Jiangquan said in exasperation, bowing hastily. His words were futile, however, and the world in Lu Jiangxian's eyes became increasingly blurred, signaling the end of this memory. Everything slowly faded. And Lu Jiangxian stood alone, surrounded by a gray and desolate world. His mind was in chaos. Were his more than 20 years of modern life merely a fleeting dream, or was he really the master of the Moonlight Origin Mansion in a past life as seen in his dreams? Opening his mouth, Lu Jiangxian found himself utterly alone, with no one to share his thoughts with. Always an optimistic man, he had long avoided the loneliness that now surged in his heart. His fingers slightly lifted, intending to pass through the mirror into the backyard of Mount Lijing. Yet a great fear arose, with visions of lightning, fire, and frigid winds among others flitted through his mind. These were enough to halt him in his stead. Lu Jiangxian let out a wry smile. At least this prison is much larger. Chapter 130, Return of Qijing's Talisman Seed. Lu Jiangxian sat down in front of the stone table, picking up a jade pot and a few jade cups from underneath it. He condensed a pot of bright, shimmering tea with supreme yin moonlight and began to drink slowly, without any particular purpose. After a few sips, Lu Jiangxian's ears twitched as the void in front of him suddenly cracked open. Out flew a round, shiny white pellet. It was round and luminous, its white light flashing and illuminating the mountaintop in a vast expanse of white. A talisman seed. Who is it? Lu Jiangxian frowned, catching the talisman seed in his hand. He examined it closely for a while and said in a deep voice, Foundation Establishment Realm. It seems to be Li Qijing. Looks like only one out of the 4 sons of the Li family from back then remains. Bringing the bright and white talisman seed closer to his nose, Lu Jiangxian gently inhaled, and strands of misty white light seeped into his body through his nostrils. Many scenes flashed before his eyes: Kingsui Peak, Mount Azure Pond, Yi Mountain City, the southern border. Looks like it's really that child. What a pity. But this Kai Wei, his name sounds very familiar. After pondering carefully, Lu Jiangxian finally had a realization. He recalled that he had once come across a secret letter while exploring the cave dwelling on Mount Mike, written by this mysterious Kai Wei to an unnamed cultivator of the Foundation Establishment Realm, asking him to join in attacking Li Jiangquan. If you are dead, it would be better. If not, with new grudges added to old, there will come a day when we must settle our scores. Lu Jiangxian recounted these words, sighing softly. With the power of his cultivation and divine sense rising sharply after integrating the mirror fragment and consuming the talisman seed, combined with the might of the supreme yin moonlight elevated to the Foundation Establishment Realm, the number of profound pearl talisman seeds reached 9. He raised his partly ethereal hands, and with a grasp in the void, a pale green halo condensed out of thin air, the lifelong experience and swordsmanship of Li Qijing. Lu Jiangxian whispered as supreme yin moonlight surged out, merging with this wisp of halo to condense into a pale green sword. Lu Jiangxian admired it for a while, then casually planted it into a nearby boulder before continuing, waiting for someone destined. As his magical power surged, an array of formations and talismanic techniques materialized. Lu Jiangxian revisited the shamanic spell he had studied years ago, using it to pass the time. Li Xunfeng and Jiang Yunu did it more than a dozen times, each time more at ease and enjoyable than the last. However, Li Xunfeng was still not satisfied, and Jiang Yunu's round face had turned deathly pale with fine beads of sweat gathering above her Cupid's bow. Dear, sweetheart, please spare me. She pleaded. Li Xunfeng paused slightly and laughed awkwardly before kissing her on the eyebrows. How much silver do you need to redeem yourself? Seeing the incredulous look on Jiang Yunu's face, Li Xunfeng thought to himself, I don't have much secular money in my storage pouch, just the 1,000 taels I brought from home. I wonder if that's enough. The Li family did not have much silver in reserve, as silver was hardly needed for immortal cultivation. They only needed a bit of silver powder at most for pill concoctions, tool crafting, and talisman drawing. Hence, there was almost no reserve for silver in his storage pouch, and he was worried that it might not be enough for her redemption. Jiang Yunu raised her arched eyebrows, her cute round face full of tension and her complexion pale. I'm just a courtesan, it takes 20 taels of silver. Her voice was soft, quiet. All right, Li Xunfeng nodded in empathetic understanding. Jiang Yunu sat on the bed, naked and incredulous, thinking Li Xunfeng was joking with her. Young master, don't play games with me, she muttered, slightly embarrassed. Li Xunfeng fastened his belt, took down the pitch-black longbow from the wall and shook his head in response. Pack your clothes and luggage, let's go. Jiang Yunu was stunned, but it did not take her long before she quickly grabbed her clothes, joyfully dressed, and pulled him downstairs. She was almost a different person now, hopping and laughing ahead, finally showing the innocent and cute side of a teenage girl. Li Xunfeng smiled to himself and followed her. Upon reaching the counter, they saw a slightly plump woman dressed in red and green sitting in front. She was busy filing her nails and merely glanced up to shoot a disdainful glance at Jiang Yunu before turning her head away. I want to redeem her, Li Xunfeng declared. It was not until then that the woman looked up in surprise before her eyes narrowed coldly at Jiang Yunu once more. I wondered why you looked so pleased with yourself. Turns out you found a rich patron, eh? You thought you could just leave without telling mother. Jiang Yunu's round face turned deathly pale, unsure of where to rest her hands. Li Xunfeng frowned and said firmly, I am redeeming her. the woman raised her head and glanced at Li Xuanfeng, taking in his appearance. Seeing that he was only about 15 or 16, but carried a certain demeanor, possibly that of a young master from some family, her attitude became much more respectful. "Young master, do you know that this drunken spring pavilion is owned by the county magistrate? Ordinary families cannot simply redeem people here. Do you have any friends from the clans who can come to redeem her?" The woman spoke rather politely, referring not to the four great clans of Xiao, Wu, Ma, and Cheng, but to the secular branches of these prestigious clans. Li Xuanfeng, not wanting to waste more time on her, flicked his finger in annoyance. Almost instantly, the massive wooden table in front of him disintegrated into dust under the impact of his true essence, covering and dirtying the woman completely. "Do not make me say it a third time," he growled. Both Jiang Yunu and the woman were stunned. The woman's legs gave out and she kneeled, slapping herself twice across the face with such force that she knocked out two of her teeth, leaving her face bloody and red. "El Lord Immortal, please take her away, just take her away. I was blind not to recognize an immortal. I was." Without bothering to listen, Li Xuanfeng tossed 2 silver ingots at her before taking the shock-stricken Jiang Yunu by the hand and walking out. The poor girl trembled and was too scared to even look up at him, having grown fearful after witnessing his power. It was not until Li Xuanfeng bought a manor and entered the small courtyard and placed her on the bed that Jiang Yunu spoke again. "Are you an immortal?" "An immortal cultivator," Li Xuanfeng corrected her before beginning to undo her sash. Jiang Yunu blushed shyly but was too scared to resist his advances. "I see can't." Li Xuanfeng paused, looking at the girl's cutely round face, suddenly realizing that the situation had become complicated. How should I deal with this woman in the future? It's not like I can return to the town in a few days and tell second uncle that I went out and bought a prostitute. Second uncle has always seen me as the hope of the next generation for our family. How can I let him worry? Li Xuanfeng, fearless in everything else and known for his libertine ways, was only afraid of disappointing Li Tongya and neglecting his family's affairs. He hesitated for a moment with furrowed brows. Seeing his expression, Jiang Yunu timidly asked, "What's wrong, immortal master? Call me Xuanfeng." Li Xuanfeng shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He kissed her on the eyebrow and said, "My family has strict rules, I fear. I cannot take you back home. You'll have to endure some hardship." Jiang Yunu was stunned by his words, deeply moved by his care and consideration. Tears formed in her eyes and her voice was hoarse when she spoke. "I'm aware of my own lowly status. Surely you are an immortal from the high heavens. I cannot hope for anything. You need not worry so. If you return to the heavens to cultivate, I will wait here in this courtyard. Be it 5 years, 10 years. I will wait until you come back to see me." Li Xuanfeng frowned, disliking such tearful talk. "Never mind, let her stay here. Going back and forth is just a matter of a few hours. It won't be a problem." Thus he undid Jiang Yunu's clasps and began to caress her gently. He held her soft and pale hand while Jiang Yunu nestled quietly in his arms. "Damn, even if I die tonight or tomorrow, I've lived enough and have no regrets," he murmured to himself. Chapter 131, King Sui's Sword Immortal. Li Xuanfeng made sure Jiang Yunu settled down nicely and spent a few days with her in town, living an ordinary life. However, the day to pay tributes at Cloud Crown Peak arrived and he had to leave. He patted her head and took out a brocade pouch. "I'm leaving behind these 100 taels of silver for you to use. Hire a couple of reliable servants to live peacefully. I have important matters to attend to. I'll return to see you in either 1 or 3 months," he informed. "All right." Jiang Yunu obediently agreed, not daring to say more. Li Xuanfeng tied her sash and took a good look at her before speaking again. "Wait for me." He then eyed the sky for a while, his bow drawn but without an arrow. Suddenly releasing the bowstring, the courtyard was filled with the buzzing sound of the string. After this empty shot, Li Xuanfeng waited a few moments. All of a sudden, he caught a wild goose that fell from the sky and handed it to Jiang Yunu, smiling. "Try this wild goose. We have no formal agreement between us, so let this goose stand in for now. We'll make it official when possible." After demonstrating his remarkable skills, Li Xuanfeng carried his longbow and took to the skies, leaving a dazed Jiang Yunu standing in the courtyard alone. She clutched the corner of her dress as if lost in a dream before slowly walking inside with the unconscious goose cradled in her arms. After flying for a while, Li Xuanfeng landed at the foot of Cloud Crown Peak and saw Xiao Ruyu sweeping the stone steps with a hat on his head and a broom in his hand. The 17-year-old's handsome appearance made even his desolate attire seem dignified. "Brother Ruyu." Li Xuanfeng greeted him with some surprise, asking, "What are you doing?" Xiao Ruyu shook his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Brother Xuanfeng might not know, but my Xiao family has a peculiar rule. Every time we submit our tributes, I, as the young family head, have to sweep here at the foot of Cloud Crown Peak. If we encounter disciples from other families, I have to ask for a lesson or two. They're usually willing to give face and spar," he explained sheepishly. Li Xuanfeng suddenly understood, pondering to himself quietly. The Xiao family has its ways. Now, the strengths and weaknesses of all families are known to them, and they still have to accept it. Is it even possible for them to skip paying their tributes at Cloud Crown Peak? Given the Zhao family's influence, once others have arrived, how could anyone refuse their challenge to spar? After glancing at Zhao Ruyu, Li Xuanfeng smiled. Brother Ruyu, do you wish to test my skills? Not at all, it's just a friendly sparring. Zhao Ruyu quickly shook his head. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, however. Brother Li's use of archery for such close combat might be considered somewhat unfair. How about I move back 1 li and then we spar? No need. Li Xuanfeng laughed. He had not gone all out since attaining the Qi cultivation realm and was itching for a real challenge. Holding his tall bow horizontally, he drew the string without needing an arrow. Right away, a sharp golden astral Qi burst forth from the string, aimed directly at Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ruyu lifted his broom slightly, his pale protective true essence surrounding him. However, he still felt a twinge of pain in his forehead, immediately sensing impending danger. Shocked, he realized he had underestimated Li Xuanfeng. I've made a mistake. This man's skill in controlling the bowstring is not something ordinary cultivators can match. I should have closed the distance before he drew his bow. I was too arrogant. In the midst of these thoughts, Zhao Ruyu had already taken several steps forward while he was distracted. Li Xuanfeng released the bowstring, and golden qi burst forth. Taking 2 steps back, he then condensed another wave of qi. Zhao Ruyu wrapped his broom with true essence, not daring to be distracted for even a moment, well aware that any hit from the astral qi would bore a hole right through him. He faced the incoming golden qi head-on and shattered it, quickly turning around to shatter another, confronting several waves of qi in quick succession. As he drew closer to Li Xuanfeng, he felt as if a biting cold wind was hitting him in the face, making his movements increasingly slower. What's happening? Zhao Ruyu was alarmed and frantically scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense, only to discover, much to his dismay, that the shattered qi only turned into golden streams that gnawed away at his protective true essence. Zhao Ruyu had practiced his family's techniques, which made him significantly faster than Li Xuanfeng. However, he gradually slowed down, watching as Li Xuanfeng, using the recoil force, quickly increased the distance between them. Left with no other choice, Zhao Ruyu performed hand seals to cast several spells aimed at countering Li Xuanfeng in an attempt to disrupt him. He did not expect Li Xuanfeng to shatter those spells almost effortlessly with a sweep of his pitch-black longbow, then halted and simply waved his hand, saying, "Brother Zhao's cultivation is certainly impressive. Let's stop here." Zhao Ruyu gave him a deep look, pondered for a while, and then dispelled his true essence. He cupped his fist and said with a smile, "Please go ahead, Brother Xuanfeng." Li Xuanfeng nodded in farewell, lost in his own thoughts. In a life-and-death battle, if I am 5 miles away from him, he is sure to die. At a distance of 1 mile, the outcome is uncertain. If we were to face each other head-on, I fear I might not be his match. Although Li Xuanfeng had the upper hand earlier, continuously shooting arrows had already exhausted him physically and mentally. Deciding to call it quits was probably for the best. On the other side, Zhao Ruyu watched Li Xuanfeng ascend the mountain, feeling a secret sense of alarm. He realized then that Li Xuanfeng was not easy to deal with. Meanwhile, a young man approached from below, prompting Zhao Ruyu to ask, "Who might you be?" "Lu Yuanlu from the Lu family. Who are you blocking my way?" the young man shouted in response. Zhao Ruyu stared at the arrogant young man before him, momentarily dumbfounded, wearing an odd expression. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Li Xuanfeng saw a small courtyard. Not recognizing anyone, he decided to sit in a corner and observe. Noticing a man with a bruised face approaching, he curiously wondered to himself, what feud does this man have with Zhao Ruyu to end up in such a state? After a while, a dawn cloudliner crossed the sea of clouds and slowly descended atop the mountain. A middle-aged man in Taoist robes, at the peak of Qi cultivation realm, and wearing a jade crown and exuding a dignified aura, stepped down. The middle-aged man first paid respects to Zhao Shooting and then sat down to meditate. As the servants of the immortal sect began calling names one by one, Li Xuanfeng waited patiently. When it was finally the Li family of Lijing's turn, he stepped forward to submit the tributes. The jade-crowned middle-aged man's ears twitched. He opened his eyes and politely nodded at Li Xuanfeng, saying, "The great name of Lijing's Li family is well known. A Qi cultivator of just 15 is indeed rare within the sect." Li Xuanfeng was taken aback, unsure of when his family's reputation had spread within the sect. He quickly regained his composure and cupped his fist respectfully. "You're flattering me, senior. I am merely fortunate. To think that tales of our small family from a remote region has somehow reached your ears is truly humbling." The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed, interrupting the roll call to chat with him. "The esteemed Kingsui Sword Immortal, Li Qijing of your family, recently broke through to Foundation Establishment Realm in Yi Mountain City, defeating Kai Jian the Flaming Phoenix Sword with a stroke of Celestial Moon/technique. His swordsmanship is unparalleled, making the Li family's name known all throughout the sect. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was astonished. Li Xuanfeng was visibly delighted. Being young and born after Li Qijing had already returned to the sect, he had no memory of this fourth uncle's appearance. Nonetheless, he was extremely surprised and proud at that very moment for the recognition, offering his thanks repeatedly. Zhao Shooting opened his eyes slightly, knowing the significance of the sword immortal more than anyone present. He thought to himself, the Kingsui sword immortal Li Qijing has truly grasped sword intent. Such a prodigy. I have heard from Yuanci about his exceptional talent, but I could never imagine that it was to this extent. However, he sighed softly, falling victim to his own thoughts once more. What a pity for him to fall into the hands of the Azure Kai Devil Gate, having cultivated such a miraculous foundation. How could there be a good end for him? Sooner or later, he's bound to become sustenance for that old demon. Such a pity indeed. The middle-aged man grew visibly more excited as he spoke, saying, "We swordsmen also thought of visiting the immortal in the southern border to seek guidance, but learned he was sent deep into the south by the sect to search for elixir and haven't returned for decades. We had no choice but to return empty-handed." Regretfully sighing, he looked warmly at Li Xuanfeng. "Before I left the sect, I checked the registry. And your family was still listed among the minor families of the embryonic breathing realm. It's clear these officials are not diligent. Since you have also attained the qi cultivation realm, why not change it here?" As soon as Li Xuanfeng agreed, the middle-aged man took out a brush and ink right away, unexpectedly doing the work himself. He crossed out the old entry in the Jade Registry and upgraded it to a major family, lamenting, "If only the sect rules did not specify that only sect disciples who have attained the Foundation Establishment realm could be listed as a clan, this correction would have been most convenient." After receiving new spirit seeds and stipend requests, Li Xuanfeng chatted briefly with the middle-aged man before excusing himself politely. The interrupted roll call ceremony then continued, and he stood proudly at the forefront, enjoying the surprised and envious glances around him. His admiration toward his fourth uncle's sword, imagining him as an elegant sword immortal in his head. "Once I reach Foundation Establishment realm, I must spar with fourth uncle to see if my bow or his sword is faster." Chapter 132, Liu Changdi. Farewell, Immortal Master. As the dawn cloudliner ascended from Cloud Crown Peak, piercing through the clouds and disappearing into the horizon, Li Xuanfeng and the other cultivators stood up. Zhao Shooting, as always, exchanged some pleasantries and waved everyone off before vanishing above Cloud Crown Peak himself. The area suddenly buzzed with activity. A crowd quickly surrounded Li Xuanfeng, eager to engage him in conversation. "Fellow Taoist, I am from the Wu family in the southern prefecture." Before the person could finish, another cupped his fist and interrupted. "I wonder, fellow Taoist, have you taken a spouse? I am from the Chang family in the eastern prefecture." "You." The two immediately locked horns, teeth gritted in rivalry. Li Xuanfeng felt a headache coming on when Zhao Yongling quickly intervened to stop them, shouting, "Both of you, this is Cloud Crown Peak. Please cease and settle your grievances at the foot of the mountain." Then turning to the crowd and cupping his fist, he spoke loudly. "Fellow Taoists, Brother Li and our Zhao family have urgent matters to attend to. We must leave Cloud Crown Peak together now. I suggest you look for another opportunity to make acquaintance. Apologies for the inconvenience." Without any further interaction with the crowd, he waved his sleeve and rose into the air with Li Xuanfeng, leaving the onlookers to exchange bewildered looks amongst themselves. As the two landed in the mountains, Li Xuanfeng gave a wry smile while Zhao Yongling shook his head and spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "People flock to power. The Li family will invariably attract such crowds. Best get used to it early. These people greet you with smiles but take offense if you show them disdain. Entertaining each of them would waste much precious time. Best to make a swift exit." After saying this, Zhao Yongling carefully observed Li Xuanfeng's reaction, trying to discern if he was annoyed at being pulled away from a potentially flattering moment. Seeing Li Xuanfeng appearing pensive, he nodded with an approving smile and continued, "The esteemed Kingsui sword immortal of your family is known throughout the sect. With such a figure's protection, your path ahead will be smooth sailing." Li Xuanfeng laughed, his eyes twinkling with joy. "No. I can hardly measure up to senior Shooting," he replied modestly. Seeing his response, Zhao Yongling felt reassured, welcoming Li Xuanfeng inside. Li Xuanfeng is straightforward and unpretentious, not reckless but strategic, and much more comfortable to deal with than the deep and cautious Li Tongya. With his talent, he is bound to lead the Li family within a decade. I must stay on his good side. With such a thought briefly crossing his mind, Zhao Yongling's demeanor became more expressive. Knowing the preferences of someone like Li Xuanfeng well, he generously said, "I must introduce you. This young master, despite his age, is a renowned formation master in the prefecture. He is famous far and wide, perhaps only second to Wan Huaqian in the last few centuries. Oh, Li Xunfeng looked up expectantly, noticing a young man in a fox fur cloak sitting in the courtyard. He was holding up a cup and reading, his demeanor extraordinary. The man quickly stood up and cupped his hands to greet them. I am Liu Changdi, a pleasure to meet you both. Li Xunfeng hurriedly returned the greeting, only to hear Xiao Yongling say with a smile, this master, upon hearing it was the Li family of Lijing seeking someone, followed me here without a second word. This goes to show how renowned your family has become. Li Xunfeng was taken aback, sensing something amiss. Even the news carried by the fast-moving Dawn Cloudliner have not spread throughout the prefecture yet. How could this person know so soon? Liu Changdi hurriedly cupped his hands and explained, I once had the honor of visiting Azure Pond sect at a friend's invitation, where I met the Kingsui Sword Immortal. We had a delightful exchange, and I was moved by his celestial demeanor. I saw the Kingsui Sword. Its green and white remarkable beauty is unforgettable to this day in my mind. After giving Li Xunfeng a once-over, noting his electric gaze and the wild air about him, he could not help but offer praise. Although old Master Li lives secluded in the mountains without much fame, his descendants each possess their own grace, truly divine beings. Li Xunfeng laughed heartily, seeing him as a good friend of Li Qijing and appreciating the detailed description. His guard dropped a notch, yet he still remarked with a smile, I didn't expect this fine gentleman to know so much about my Li family. Liu Changdi paused, nodding politely with an air of elegance and bringing the conversation to a close, though he was inwardly surprised. Indeed, the renowned figures of later generations are not to be underestimated, not to mention the mature and experienced Xiao Yongling of Mount Feather. This golden bowstring Li Xunfeng, though only 15, is already wildly sharp and extraordinary. Back when I went to eastern Mount Yue to repair the formation for Li Yunjiao in my previous life after he got drunk, he mentioned that the last 2 generations of the Li family both loved and remembered their ancestor. I thought I could use this to bridge a connection, but I almost gave myself away. His thoughts raced like lightning, but he maintained his composure, continuing to chat warmly with the two. Liu Changdi shared his experiences within the Azure Pond sect, touching on Li Qijing. Both listeners were so engrossed that they failed to scrutinize his expressions closely. Whenever the Kingsui Sword Immortal faces an enemy, he invariably starts with a sword draw that resembles a crescent moon or a large white sail, or flicker like a star. Its power is most astonishing, often severely injuring the opponent with a single strike. Liu Changdi continued nervously, relieved to see the others nodding, much to his own relief. Thankfully, this Kingsui Sword Immortal went far into the southern wilderness 70 years ago and never returned. Yunjiao also told me about the sword technique's power, allowing me to fabricate freely without worrying about how to reconcile the tale otherwise. I'd truly be at a loss. After more conversation, Xiao Yongling suddenly realized the time and let out a chuckle. We've been so caught up in our chat that we've lost track of time, and the sun is about to set. Let's not delay young Xunfeng's matters. Li Xunfeng came to his senses and slapped his thigh in realization. Brother Changdi, how do you think this formation should be set up? He detailed the geography and orientation of Mount Lijing, repeating his family's requests. After finishing, he asked tentatively, our requirements must withstand attacks from cultivators of the late-stage Qi cultivation realm. Can Brother Changdi set up such a formation? Also, how many spirit stones would it cost to arrange it on Mount Lijing? Liu Changdi nodded, having over 100 years of experience in setting up formations in his previous and present lives. This grand formation was not exactly a piece of cake for him, but he was indeed well practiced. If arranged according to my idea, we should use 12 formation flags encompassing the neighboring Mount Maikai, turning it into a single mountain with 2 peaks, employing the Sun-Right Profound Light formation to envelop both within. With this grand formation, even cultivators of peak Qi cultivation realm could be fended off. Liu Changdi lifted his head proudly. His obsession with formation techniques in his previous life led him to study them painstakingly, even at the expense of his own cultivation. Now, his mastery over formation techniques was unmatched on the Gyuli Road, to the extent that even a few genius formation masters from the 3 sects and 7 schools could hardly compare to his level of expertise. Liu Changdi believed that even Wan Huaqian, if he were to rise from the grave, might not necessarily be his match. Incorporating both mountains, if we could do that, it would be more than ideal. Li Xunfeng was overjoyed. If Mount Mike could be integrated, consequently securing the cave dwelling's safety and eliminating the need for separate formations for each, it would serve dual purposes. It's just, I wonder how many spirit stones it would require. Li Xunfeng did not agree hastily, but first asked Liu Changdi for a specific price, his voice trailing off slightly. Kingsui Sword Immortal and I are good friends. He has been of great help in my cultivation, for which I am deeply grateful. Liu Changdi nodded sincerely and continued, I felt an instant connection with Brother Xunfeng, so I'll speak frankly. I've simulated the Sun-Right profound light formation many times, and to cover these two peaks, the cost should be around 80 to 90 spirit stones, with the usual fee starting at 120 spirit stones. Chapter 133, Heaven Expanding Profound Talisman, 120 spirit stones. Li Xuanfeng felt around in his storage pouch at his waist, somewhat embarrassed. He knew that the amount of spirit stones he brought from home fell short of this number. Hesitating to speak out due to his financial constraints, he saw Liu Changdi smiling in amusement. That's just the market price. For my part, 100 spirit stones will suffice. Seriously. Li Xuanfeng's face lit up with both surprise and skepticism, observing Liu Changdi's confident demeanor. 20 spirit stones is no small amount. It's the income of my family for 3 to 5 years, along with the entire liquid capital of an ordinary cultivator at the Qi cultivation realm. Although formation masters are generally well off, it's unusual for them to be so generous. This person is courting my family's favor. It seems my fourth uncle is indeed highly sought after in the sect. First, the Moon Lake Peak disciple personally disembarks to befriend me, and now Liu Changdi eagerly pleases our family. With this in mind, he weighed his options in his mind. He knew his family urgently needed this defensive formation, and seeing the young formation master's expertise, Li Xuanfeng saw the benefit of making this connection, both for himself and the other party. Acknowledging Liu Changdi's intentions, he spoke with a smile. The Li family will remember this kindness. Once this is completed, should you visit Moongaze Lake, you are welcome to stay with my Li family and let us extend our hospitality. Liu Changdi was waiting for just such a response, visibly delighted. He nodded eagerly and promised grandly, of course. Should your family have any future needs for formations, feel free to seek me out. There won't be prices lower than mine in the entire Lixia prefecture. Both parties, each with their own thoughts, were quite satisfied. One had secured a low-cost formation master for his family with mere words, and the other successfully invested in the Li family while they were still rising. Pleased with each other, Xiao Yongling, having become a mere backdrop to their discussion, continued to sip his tea with a smile. I'll go prepare the materials right away. Please wait a moment, Brother Xuanfeng, I'll be back shortly. With that, Liu Changdi cupped his hands and flew off with the wind, leaving the two to enjoy their drinks on the peak in newfound silence. Xiao Yongling, smiling at a contemplative Li Xuanfeng, remarked, "This man knows a great deal about your family." "Indeed, I've been wondering too," Li Xuanfeng replied with a nod. "The elders in my family are not ones to gossip. It stands to reason that my fourth uncle would not spread such matters." Although Liu Changdi's formation skills are impressive, his mannerisms and speech suggest he's an average person. But since I was born after my fourth uncle had returned to the sect, I'm not too familiar with the intricacies, making it hard to discern such matters. After hearing Li Xuanfeng's response, Xiao Yongling pondered for a moment before placing down his teacup with a laugh. It's clear he genuinely wants to form a bond. Your Li family can use his skills, so it's merely a matter of mutual benefit. That's what I was thinking. Li Xuanfeng nodded in agreement. After some more conversation and the sky gradually darkened, Liu Changdi finally returned. "Let's not delay any further, we should set off now," he suggested energetically. Li Xuanfeng stood up to leave right away, and Xiao Yongling, with a parting smile, gave him warm words of reminder. "Don't forget the jade slips I'm sending back to Brother Tongya." Li Xuanfeng assured him of his promise, and after bidding farewell to Xiao Yongling, they took to the wind, heading west. After flying for several hours through the night, chatting and laughing, they finally landed in Mount Lijing. Upon landing, Liu Changdi looked around curiously, his expression one of sheer excitement. He could not help but ponder to himself. Li Tongya, the celestial moon sword, has yet to achieve the foundation establishment realm. I wonder if he's on the mountain. Meeting him would be ideal. He then looked up to see a young man in his 20s emerging from a door, looking somewhat surprised. He greeted them without missing a beat. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Li Xuanxun of the Li family. No need for formalities. Liu Changdi of Lixia Prefecture, greetings." Liu Changdi cupped his fist and scrutinized the man before him, finding him somewhat reminiscent of Li Yuanjiao from his memories. "This is Liu Changdi from the prefecture, a renowned formation master here to set up a formation for us," Li Xuanfeng explained. Li Xuanxun quickly understood the situation, politely inviting him inside and serving tea. "I'll go and get second uncle." Just as Liu Changdi arrived at the back mountain, Lu Zhongxian uttered a light exclamation, putting down the unformed mass of supreme yin moonlight in his hands. Dissipating his physical form, he transformed his divine sense from within the mirror into something formless and intangible, swirling around Liu Changdi. "There's a scent of talisman qi," Lu Zhongxian articulated. With a sweep of his divine sense, Liu Changdi's 6 chakras and 3 orifices were laid bare as though unguarded. It transformed from the profound scenery chakra to the nascent spirit chakra, all minutely detailed yet without any anomalies. How very odd. Liu Jiangxian frowned slightly and pointed sharply at Liu Changdi, his divine sense immediately flooding into his Shenyang mansion, the main soul hub in the body. A series of fleeting images flashed before his eyes, and a phantom silver shadow emerged, the heaven-expanding profound talisman. Liu Jiangxian felt around, and after observing the entirely bright silver characters, slowly recited, extending into the future, calculating the mysteries, measuring past connections and future continuations, governing things yet undecided. This heaven-expanding profound talisman was not within Liu Changdi's body, but indicated that Liu Changdi had likely come into contact with the profound talisman, having been influenced by it. Liu Jiangxian mobilized the remnant talisman qi within him, and a series of images promptly appeared before his eyes. Included were scenes of people weeping, calamities and locust plagues, the annihilation of immortal clans, and the ravages of demonic disasters. Everything seemed logical, as though Liu Changdi himself had truly experienced these events only to awaken from a grand dream, returning to his 20s or 30s. This profound talisman has fabricated over 70 years of memories for him, all derived from current events by the profound talisman, and not because Liu Changdi traveled back in time. If it involved the power of time, it's doubtful that the talisman qi could achieve such a feat. Even Liu Jiangxian from centuries ago might not be able to traverse time, let alone talisman qi. Liu Jiangxian gathered this lingering energy gently in his hand, leaving only a trace of fleeting images in Liu Changdi's Shenyang mansion. This segment of memory is your chance. This power of deduction was originally mine, so I'll take it back. Although Liu Jiangxian possessed a powerful divine sense, he lacked the skill to modify someone else's memories. Without the residual talisman qi in the Shenyang mansion, he couldn't even access another's memories, much less interfere with Liu Changdi. Since the memories contain no trace of himself, he left them be. It's just that this person's memories lack any trace of talisman qi, and it's unclear where he came into contact with such miraculous talisman qi. Such qi, at the very least, requires the golden core realm to obtain. It would be best if I could acquire it. As Liu Jiangxian's divine sense withdrew, Liu Changdi felt a chill on his back as if a cold breeze had brushed against him. His hand trembled slightly with the tea bowl, but he was unable to pinpoint the anomaly. Beside him, Li Xuanxuan and Li Xunfeng suddenly stood up respectfully, bowing their heads. Liu Changdi looked up to see a middle-aged man approaching from outside the courtyard. This middle-aged man was dressed in a simple and neat gray robe. He had long and relaxed eyebrows, lean cheeks, broad shoulders, and an air of mature stability. He carried a dignified presence and had a sword hanging at his waist, its shape concealed within its sheath. Liu Changdi quickly stood up, cupping his hands respectfully. "Greetings from Liu Changdi of Lixia Prefecture, Senior." Li Tongya glanced at him, nodding slightly and smiling kindly. "You are being too formal." Li Tongya took his seat while Li Xuanxuan and Li Xunfeng followed suit, maintaining a proper posture without slackening. Liu Changdi, having encountered a renowned figure from his memories, was both excited and reserved. Li Tongya observed Liu Changdi for a moment, noting his qi cultivation realm was at the second heavenly layer. He appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s with an old-school demeanor, judging by how he called him senior right away. Xunfeng surely isn't one to fool around. This young man, despite his age, must have some talent in formation, seeing how reserved he is. He is completely lacking the arrogance of the youth, probably an old soul in a young body. With a gentle smile and a warm voice, he asked, "How do you plan to set up our formation?" Chapter 134, Formation and Engagement. "Senior, I wish to do this." Liu Changdi, still harboring a bit of restraint and excitement, quickly reiterated what he had discussed with Li Xunfeng on Cloud Crown Peak. He knew that Li Qijing was Li Tongya's younger brother. His words were more measured, lacking arrogance, merely mentioning his encounter with Li Qijing at the Azure Pond sect. Li Xunfeng also took over the conversation, recounting the events that transpired on Cloud Crown Peak. Li Tongya, having not heard from Li Qijing for many years, was visibly moved, listening intently until they finished speaking. Once they had finished, he lightly chuckled. "Good, very good indeed." Li Xuanxuan, who was beside him, was so thrilled that he could barely contain himself, envisioning Li Qijing holding a sword and repelling enemies on a city wall. He smiled in great contentment. "Qijing is doing well on the southern border, and we can rest easy now." Li Tongya listened to the younger generation's excited chatter and expressed his contentment. He then steered the conversation back to the formation on the mountain. After hearing Liu Changdi's plan, he nodded and instructed, "Master Liu, please proceed as you see fit. The Li family will fully cooperate. Xuanxuan, you and Master Liu will take charge of the Sun-Right Profound Light formation." "Yes," both men promptly responded readily. After a few more exchanges, Li Tongya waved his goodbyes. After seeing off Li Tongya, the atmosphere immediately relaxed, and the three began to discuss the specific locations in more detail. On Lijing Peak, we'll place 8 flags, following the mountain's terrain at the Kayan, Kan, Jen, and Zhen corners. On Mike Peak, 4 flags will be placed at the Zun, Lei, Kun, and Dewey corners. In total, 8 high platforms will be constructed, engraved with numerous formation patterns to serve as the formation's eyes, which will greatly alleviate the burden and increase the spiritual qi in the mountains. With Li Tongya's approval, the Li family sprang into action, summoning craftsmen from the 4 towns to Lijing Town. Over 1,000 craftsmen ascended the mountain, with villagers transporting timber and stone materials, spending several days under Liu Changdi's direction to begin the construction of high platforms at the designated formation eyes. The dimensions and structures were strictly controlled, with different formation eyes requiring different materials for construction, each involving complex pathways. A protective mountain formation was not like those smaller formations that protect cave dwellings, which were often completed with just a single formation plate. Constructing a protective mountain formation was no short task. It required 5 to 6 months of setup and hard labor. Liu Changdi would need to stay with the Li family for more than half a year, as determining the formation's positions and inscribing the formation patterns couldn't proceed without him. Li Xuanxuan found a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain for Liu Changdi, which facilitated their daily interactions. Liu Changdi, living up to his expectations, walked the mountains daily, personally overseeing the work. This proved his serious dedication and that he truly took the matter to heart. After arranging the craftsmen, Li Xuanxuan received a report that the Liu family had arrived, and the wedding was to take place in the next few days. So soon, Li Xuanxuan frowned slightly, thinking about Lu Sissy's health condition. Although cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm have a lifespan of 200 years, it's common for injuries or major damages to shorten it by a decade or so. Could it be that Lu Sissy's health was failing? Let them come up to see me. Li Xuanxuan scheduled Li Xuanling's wedding, instructing preparations for the ceremony in the coming days. Mount Lijing bustled with activity, and the area below was also lively with preparations. The Li family members, both from the minor sect and its branches numbering thousands, lived scattered around the foot of Mount Lijing. Every household was decorated with vibrant lights and colors, the verdant mountains adorned with red. The marriage alliance between the Li and Lu families was known by the Li family's higher-ups as a reluctant move by the Lu family. Li Keqiang, representing the minor sect of the family, had also managed to roughly work out the situation, but others in the minor sect and branches knew little, merely hearing word that the Lu family was a prominent family from the east, having settled there for 200 to 300 years. They were overjoyed about the union between the 2 immortal clans and were spontaneously decorating the area, lighting up the mountainside in a festive atmosphere. The Li family's younger members gathered at the village entrance, curiously looking out for the distant procession, when suddenly a voice was heard. I heard the bride is a cultivator with a spiritual orifice. The Lu family's sincerity is indeed great, even marrying off a daughter with a spiritual orifice from their main family. Another voice exclaimed in response to the comment. Today, the Li family's minor sect and branches numbered around 4,000 all, considering themselves descendants of immortals, adopting an air of superiority. The Yi family's offspring were manageable, but the descendants of Li Muxian and his illegitimate brothers became notorious in the 4 towns, with everyone currying favor with them. If not for Li Muxian's establishment of a family code during his lifetime, dedicating a group of people to constantly monitor these individuals, they might have long since become tyrants in the village, exploiting the common people. However, the daily opportunities to take advantage of them were still never missed. The Lu family's carriage approached from the Gili Road, its arrival eagerly anticipated by those lining the streets that were already adorned with red silk. Few clan guards in brocade clothing stood watch, curbing the curiosity of the gathered youths who dared not act out left only to gaze longingly from the sidewalks. I wonder what this person looks like. One of the youths pondered out loud but was immediately reprimanded by his sister. Big brother, the clan elders are watching. Keep it together. She hissed fiercely. Lu Wanrong sat inside the swaying carriage, enduring the bumpy ride that would have left ordinary people sick and unconscious. Fortunately, her cultivation provided her with some comfort. I thought having a spiritual orifice meant I could lead my own life, but I didn't expect to become a higher-level tool for marriage alliances. She could not help but sulk slightly in despair. Physical discomfort did not bother Lu Wanrong much. It was the sorrow in her heart that pained her more. Listening to the surrounding chatter filled her with confusion. Arriving at the grand courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Lu Wanrong was led through the ceremonies like a puppet. From dawn till dusk, reassured only by the sound of Li Xuanling's firm and powerful voice on the opposite side. Seizing an opportunity during another bow, she sneaked a peek and saw a young man with a resolute face and extraordinary demeanor across from her. Despite being ordered around by relatives, his gaze was resigned yet gentle. The golden-red wedding attire made him look exceptionally ethereal, easing some of her sorrow as she drowned in her own thoughts. At least I'll spend my life facing a handsome man, which is a small comfort. I've heard people say of the Li family's 3 legitimate sons. Li Xuanxun is solemn and just, Li Xuanfeng is unrestrained, and Li Xuanling is steady and gentle. He should be easy to get along with. Contemplating deeply, Lu Wanrong changed her thoughts. Li Xuanling, not yet 20, had already attained the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm, marking him as a potential qi cultivator in the future. With his stable temperament and handsome looks among the surrounding families, aside from Jingming of the family, who could compare to such a youth, Lu Sisi had bartered his entire family's fortune to marry her off, making it seem as though she was the one reaching above her station. However spirited a teenage girl might be, she could not help but laugh at her own thoughts, the moonlight casting a crimson glow on her sleeves. Shaking her sleeves, Lu Wanrong found herself looking forward to her future life with renewed hope. As she bowed her head, she heard someone nearby exclaim loudly, snatching her from her thoughts. "Family head, your child has been born." "What?" A slightly mature voice responded, filled with unbridled surprise at the sudden exclamation. It was likely that of Li Xuanxun, followed by hurried footsteps and then a chorus of congratulations. Double happiness has arrived, double happiness. While one side of the courtyard buzzed with lively celebrations, the other side was eerily quiet. Mu Yalu's hair was damp, strands sticking to her cheeks, and her usually sly eyes filled with exhaustion. She looked lovingly at the child in the cradle, then turned coldly to inquire, "Hasn't Li Xuanxun arrived yet?" The servant, visibly frightened, kneeled down and stammered, "The family head. The family head has gone to attend young Master Xuanling's wedding and hasn't returned. Someone has already been sent to notify him. To think, at the birth of his own child, he's still outside." Just as she finished speaking, rapid footsteps approached. Li Xuanxun entered with 2 attendants, his voice heavily tinged with guilt. "Lar." Mu Yalu gave him a look, but Li Xuanxun merely lifted the wrinkled baby and playfully toyed with it. "What shall we name the child?" Raising her head and gathering her damp hair, Mu Yalu smiled warmly before replying lovingly, "Family head, I have already thought of a name." "And what might that be?" Li Xuanxun asked tenderly, leaning in to listen, and Mu Yalu, with a beautiful smile, softly whispered the baby's name, Li Yunji. Chapter 135, Inference on Purple Mansion Realm Cultivators. Jiao, a term derived from the dragon, capable of doing the impossible, hiding in the deep and murky waters, soaring through clouds and mists. It's also a great symbolization. Li Xuanxun stroked his beard, nodding in approval as he examined the baby who was all wrinkled and had hair sticking to his forehead. Carefully, he placed the child back in the cradle. He was now a father of 3 sons and 2 daughters. Li Yuanxiu, his son with his first wife, was already 3 years old. Among the others, the eldest was already 5. Li Xuanxun regarded the children born to Mu Yalu, who came from a lineage of shamans from Mount Yue and thus likely to possess spiritual orifices, with particular importance. Today's double happiness is indeed a good omen. Let's send Zhuan to distribute some gifts to the town below, and let everyone join in the celebration. After giving his instructions, Li Xuanxun stayed by Mu Yalu's side until she fell asleep. With responsibilities calling him the head of the family, he finally covered her with a blanket and left for the mountain. Amidst his many duties, Li Xuanxun never slacked, often studying talisman arts under Li Tongya and researching on his own. Having learned talisman arts since he was 7 and recently breaking through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, he had finally managed to craft talismans. With the insights gained from Li Tongya, his efforts in these busy days indeed felt rewarding. The wedding festivities at the foot of the mountain were lively for several days before the Lu family took their leave, leaving a few attendants behind. The construction on the mountain continued smoothly. Due to the many people roaming the mountain in recent days, Li Tongya grew concerned about the safety of the mirror. Thus, he moved it from the Mike Cave dwelling to the backyard for cultivation. Li Jingshan sat behind a curtain, deep in thought with a brush in hand. Her long hair was pinned up and she was occasionally scribbling on the fabric, all the while murmuring to herself. In the 7th month, the Li family was allied through marriage with the Lu family. The second daughter of the Lu family's 17th son was married into the eldest son of the Li family's 2nd son, and Mu Yalu from the main branch bore a son named Jiao. Pausing and thinking for a while, Li Jingshan then added a note in a smaller script. Some say, Mu Jiaramen from the eastern Mount Yue and the former Mount Yue lord, Jianixi, were kin. This seems to be a misinterpretation. In her efforts to compile the family history, Li Jingshan had inquired with Ahuasai, who shared rumors suggesting a distant kinship between Mu Jiaomen and Jianixi. However, Li Jingshan herself was skeptical of these claims. She mused, Jianixi was a formidable figure. It's hard to see any familial connection with Mu Jiaomen. Yet, as Mu Yalu and Mu Jiaomen are siblings and this concerns the direct lineage, even rumors are worth noting. Dipping her brush in ink, Li Jingshan, yet to meet the child, planned a visit. calculating the days mentally. Her own marriage with Chen Dong was also soon approaching. While Li Jingshan was engrossed in writing the family history behind the curtain, Li Xuanfeng stood in the courtyard still decorated with red silks. The remnants of fireworks still mingled with the crisp morning air. Li Tongya, holding a jade slip, stared at its faint patterns for a moment before softly speaking. 200 years of Linghai Prefecture's scenery. Indeed. Li Xuanfeng nodded, respectfully responding as the arrows in his quiver clinked slightly with each other, the imposing black longbow on his back capturing attention. He solemnly added, Senior Zhao Yongling insisted that I personally deliver this to you. I did not dare view it myself and have kept it sealed on its way to you. After reading through the jade slip for a while, Li Tongya gently placed it on the table with a soft sigh. Linghai Prefecture is to the south of Lixia Prefecture, one of the 5 prefectures under Azure Pond Sect's jurisdiction. This 200 years of Linghai Prefecture's scenery mainly introduces several clans in Linghai Prefecture, among which the Yu family of Linghai Prefecture is the foremost. Yu Yuxi, a rare genius from the Yu family, practiced the coiling Qi Jade True technique and died in the southern border. Li Tongya accurately extracted key information from the complex contents of the jade slip. When he came across the phrase died in the southern border, he frowned slightly, as though uncomfortable thoughts troubled him. He stopped speaking and handed the jade slip to Li Xuanfeng, signaling him to read as well. Li Xuanfeng quickly took it and shut his eyes to focus briefly, hastily reading through the contents of the jade slip. He too appeared to fall contemplative and thought of his next words carefully. This 200 years of Linghai Prefecture's scenery records major events of the entire Yue state in the last 200 years, yet I found some anomalies. Pausing briefly, he continued, among the 7 gates in these immortal clans, several have undergone changes in their Purple Mansion realm cultivators. For instance, it's understandable that Lingyu Gate was exterminated shortly after their Purple Mansion realm cultivator died. However, the situations with the other families are quite peculiar. In the territory of the Golden Feather Sect, the Chen family's ancestor advanced to the Purple Mansion realm and immediately declared independence over 8 towns. Not only did Golden Feather Sect not pursue the matter, but they also sent gifts. Similarly, the Taoist master Chengxiao, the master of Chengxiao Gate, arrived from the sea, declaring his intention to establish a new Taoist lineage. He was immediately granted several towns by another sect. As he processed these words, Li Xuanfeng lifted his head in surprise after a brief pause, murmuring, "It seems too hasty. Those who did not attain the Purple Mansion realm are merely playthings in the hands of those lofty cultivators," Li Tongya concluded with a sigh. Having witnessed several transactions and schemes among Purple Mansion realm cultivators over decades, he had some guesses about the thoughts of these great cultivators. Sects and territories, disciples and commoners, have always been bargaining chips in their hands. Cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, with their long lifespans, are accustomed to the harshness of the world. Only cultivators of the same level are taken seriously by them. Moreover, Li Tongya thought for a moment, then gravely said, apart from the battle that eradicated the descendant of the Immortal Mansion, Li Jiangquan, I've never heard of Purple Mansion realm cultivators falling in combat. They usually die of old age. It seems common that Purple Mansion realm cultivators can't do much against each other. That's probably why the Chen family's ancestor could get away with what he did. After all, if the Golden Feather Sect made a move against the Chen family, and the Chen family's Purple Mansion realm cultivator escaped by flying away, could the Golden Feather Sect's disciples still leave the mountain? Listening carefully, Li Xuanfeng nodded eagerly. He watched as Li Tongya murmured, since Zhao Shooting has become a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, and Zhao Yongling has handed 200 years of Linghai Prefecture's scenery over to us, he's probably implying something. After putting away the jade slip, Li Tongya shook his head once more. No matter what, strengthening ourselves is of the utmost importance now. Our family's Qi cultivation realm cultivators are still too little. If our territory expands, we might not be able to maintain control. Li Xuanfeng nodded respectfully and added, currently, the strongest cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm in our family is Brother Chuangshuan, who is in the 5th stage. It will take many years of accumulation to reach the Qi cultivation realm, and it won't be easy. Li Tongya, having slowed in progress lately due to rapid advancement in previous years, and now cautious of using pills to enhance his cultivation, remained at the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm without much improvement. Hearing this, he shook his head with a small smile. Such matters cannot be rushed. I have another matter to report, Li Xuanfeng said, lowering his head. Considering our secluded location and frequent disconnection from the prefecture, we often receive news late. It might be wise to purchase some properties in the prefecture and assign some family disciples to manage them as well as broaden their horizons, also preventing them from idling around in the family, causing trouble for no reason. That's not a bad idea. Li Tongya nodded and smiled. "You've really thought this through," he commended, his pride evident in his tone. Scratching his head and laughing, Li Xunfeng explained, "This way, if the Zhao family has any news, they can ask the disciples in the prefecture to bring it back to us, avoiding delays or extra trips. Secondly, with the collapse of the Mungaze Lake market, our family's talismans and ores need a distribution point. While the talismans are fine, Mount Yue doesn't deal in metal and stone, preferring to use spirit wood for crafting. The raw ore is quite cheap in Mount Yue and can only be sold at the Cloud Crown Peak Market. With family disciples in charge, we'll be informed when the Cloud Crown Peak Market opens." Li Tongye found his words quite sensible and called for Li Xuanxuan. As Li Xuanfeng pondered about how he could frequently visit Jiang Yunu in the prefecture then, he could not help a slight feeling of guilt, but he quickly shook it off and continued the conversation, before taking his leave to oversee the mines. Chapter 136, Sun Right Profound Light Formation. After nearly half a year of construction, the formation on Mount Lijing was finally completed by the end of the year. 8 high platforms were erected, standing out strikingly on the 2 peaks. Liu Changdi breathed a sigh of relief and went to find Li Xuanxuan for the formation flags. The formation flags were naturally prepared by the Li family, and their quality would determine the effectiveness of the formation. Liu Changdi had already discussed this matter with Li Xuanxuan early on, but he kept them hidden and delayed revealing them. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Liu Changdi saw Li Xuanxuan wearing a simple leather outfit. He was drawing symbols on a large pearwood table using cloth as a base and diluted ink, giving it a very light appearance. Liu Changdi was curious, but figured that it was probably someone else's cultivation secret and dared not pry. Beside the table stood a child about 4 or 5 years old, silently observing Li Xuanxuan's actions. He appeared to be quite well behaved. "Brother Xuanxuan." Liu Changdi called out and saw Li Xuanxuan nod slightly and smile at him. Liu Changdi found this rather odd. In his previous life, Liu Changdi did not meet Li Xuanxuan or anyone from the Xuan generation in the Li family. His understanding of Li Xuanxuan was limited to what Li Yunjiao mentioned, who used to dismissively say, "My old man, he's boring, there's nothing interesting about him." Liu Changdi just laughed, not daring to respond. After spending over a year with Li Xuanxuan, he had come to his own conclusion. Although serious and seldom seen smiling, he's diligent and deeply cares for his family without indulging in frivolity or luxury. It is quite admirable. Noticing the boy beside the table, Liu Changdi smiled slightly and his curiosity got the better of him. This is my legitimate son named Li Yunxiu," Li Xuanxuan replied, lifting Li Yunxiu gently. Liu Changdi nodded as if he had just realized something. After a few moments of contemplation, he moved on to the main topic and reported, "I've finished engraving the formation patterns on the 8 platforms. We can start setting up the formation now." Li Xuanxuan was visibly pleased, and with a slap on his storage pouch, 12 small flags with white patterns and black cloth flew out immediately. They circled in the air before landing in Li Xuanxuan's outstretched palm. Before he could speak, Liu Changdi, fixated on the flags, exclaimed, "White feather purple flags." Li Xuanxuan was taken aback, knowing the flags were precious but not expecting such a reaction from Liu Changdi. Seeing his intense interest, he nodded in confirmation. "Indeed they are." Liu Changdi eagerly took them, examining them with great appreciation and fascination. Wan Huaqian was renowned throughout Lixia Prefecture for these flags. Rumor has it they were sold to a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator in Azure Pond sect. "How did your family acquire them?" Li Xuanxuan smiled awkwardly. "The Lu family conquered Mount Huaqian and obtained these flags, then sold them to us. So, it never left Mount Huaqian. That news was a decoy." Liu Changdi realized, showing a trace of regret, and continued, "I've only seen Mount Huaqian from a distance." Wan Huaqian's ability to set up a formation that could withstand a Peak Chi cultivator's attack with such a small and flawed mountain proves his superior formation talents. Li Xuanxuan smiled and consoled him, saying, "Once the Sun Right Profound Light Formation is complete, it can also resist the assaults of Peak Chi cultivators, no less impressive than Wan Huaqian's formation." "It's not the same." Liu Changdi shook his head and sighed. "We built 8 high platforms." "Did you see any high platforms or formation pools on Mount Huaqian? It shows Wan Huaqian's innate talent for formations." After finishing the conversation, Liu Changdi, with a smile, offered a suggestion to Li Xuanxuan. "Let's not waste any more time. Let's get started." He then sat cross-legged and performed a series of hand seals, sending the 12 white feather purple flags soaring into the air. Dividing into 2 groups, they flew north and south, settling into their respective positions on the high platforms. The formation patterns on the platforms lit up at once, emitting streaks of dazzling golden light. Almost immediately, Mount Lijing and Mount Mike, bathed in golden brilliance, began quaking slightly. The workers and irrelevant people had already been evacuated to the foot of the mountain as streams of light and golden luminescence engulfed the mountain. Liu Changdi sat cross-legged, adjusting his breath for a period equivalent to the time taken for an incense stick to burn. Eventually, a grand formation gleaming with golden light manifested atop the mountain. It was spectacular under the sunlight. Mission accomplished. Liu Changdi exhaled deeply and nodded slightly. Li Tongya, who had just walked into the courtyard, was greeted promptly by the two. "Senior, your efforts are much appreciated." Li Tongya responded with an affirming nod, expressing his satisfaction with the formation. Li Xuanxuan understood immediately and tapped his storage pouch. Almost at once, a heap of pristine, jade-like spirit stones clinked onto the table. "Here are 100 spirit stones. Please feel free to count them." After quickly counting them with his spiritual sense, Liu Changdi pretended to be generous and waved dismissively. "There's no need to count them." With a wave of his hand, the spirit stones on the table vanished, and he announced with a smile, "Now that the Sun-Right Profound Light formation is complete, I shall return to the prefecture. Should I visit Mount Lijiang in the future, I hope Brother Xuanxuan won't turn me away." "Of course not," Li Xuanxuan assured, shaking his head. "Should Brother Changdi visit, I will personally welcome you," he added with a grin. Liu Changdi laughed heartily, then respectfully bid farewell to Li Tongya. He then departed from the Li family, heading toward Lixia Prefecture. Li Xuanxuan escorted him to the edge of Li family's territory before returning home. Li Tongya stood in front of a pear wood desk, carefully examining the symbols on the fabric. Li Yuanxiu, standing timidly by his side, fixated on the sword at Li Tongya's waist. Li Tongya looked down at him with a gentle smile and asked softly, "What's your name?" "Li Yuanxiu." His response was soft, prompting Li Tongya to say with a smile, "You can call me Granduncle then." "Granduncle." Li Yuanxiu's jovial call seemed to bring him closer to the man before him, easing the nervousness caused by his father's absence. He hugged Li Tongya's leg and reached out to grasp at the sword sheath hanging by his waist. Li Jingshan descended the mountain, wearing a white veiled hat. She was followed by several clan guards along the stone path, and they arrived at a grand courtyard. The entrance, with its blue bricks and black tiles and majestic architecture, was immaculately clean. As she stepped onto the stone steps, two clan guards approached her. They inquired respectfully, "Who might you be?" At this, Li Jingshan's guards immediately stepped forward, reproaching, "What are you doing? Don't you recognize her? Who are you to stop her?" Li Jingshan gestured for them to stop and lifted her veil slightly. The guards were immediately taken aback by shock and stepped aside. Li Jingshan then softly said, "Take me to your 7th madam." Right away, the guards guided Li Jingshan through the lacquered red corridors, arriving at a courtyard where a lady in fine clothes was pruning plants. Upon seeing a group escorting Li Jingshan, she appeared slightly startled and uncertain. "Who might you be?" The 7th madam asked inquisitively. Only after Li Jingshan removed her veil did Mu Yalu immediately kneel in greeting. "My lady, there's no need for formalities." Li Jingshan smiled gently and graciously, exchanging a few pleasantries with Mu Yalu before moving on to discuss recent events. She then looked at the child in Mu Yalu's arms and said with a smile, "Let me take a look at Jaior." Mu Yalu, a bit startled, smiled reluctantly and handed the child over to her. Li Jingshan took him carefully, cradling him with a radiant smile on her face. After carefully examining the child's eye color and seeing that it was indeed a deep black, she sighed in relief. Then, wanting to clarify something she had heard, she gently asked Mu Yalu, "I've heard that your family has some blood relation with the former Mount Yue Lord Jianixi." This question struck Mu Yalu like thunder, causing a flood of panic and fear. As she saw Li Yuanjiao still in Li Jingshan's arms, she immediately knelt down trembling, vehemently denying the accusation. "This must be slander. Jianixi was born a slave, while we are a family of shamans passed down through generations of lords. How could we be related, my lady? Someone must be slandering us." Chapter 137, Business Without Capital. Seeing Mu Yalu in such a state also shook Li Jingshan, who quickly helped her up while holding Li Yuanjiao in one hand. "Madam, you've misunderstood me," she said. After noticing Mu Yalu calming down slightly, Li Jingshan, quick-witted as she was, passed Li Yuanjiao back to her as a sign of goodwill and apologized. "I misspoke, leading to the misunderstanding. I've been tasked by our elders to compile the family history, hence I require a clear understanding of the lineage of all the descendants. Even if Jianixi really was a distant relative through the Mulu family, it wouldn't be right to blame this on a child of the later generation." Mu Yalu remained skeptical, her maternal instinct not allowing her to let the stigma fall upon Yunjiao. She insisted that Jianixi, being a slave, had no connection to the Mu family. Li Jingshan, therefore, shifted the conversation to more general inquiries about whether Mu Yalu and her child were adjusting well, gradually easing the tension. After dismissing the other attendants in the room to ensure some privacy, Li Jingshan, seeing that Mu Yalu's mood had stabilized, looked at her attire and said, "My brother is wholly devoted to our family, which might cause him to neglect certain aspects. If you or the child face any difficulties in the future, please don't hesitate to seek me out." Mu Yalu was momentarily stunned. She thanked Li Jingshan sincerely, watching her leave with her attendants before taking Li Yuanjiao back into the house. Kissing her child on the cheek, she muttered her thoughts to the otherwise emptiness of the room. Regardless, such accusations must never be acknowledged. Xuanxuan is stubborn. Any hint of suspicion might breed disdain toward the child, especially since Jianixi indirectly caused the demise of the previous family head, Li Xiangping. With Li Xuanfeng's significant cultivation strength, this is a risk we simply cannot take. Li Jingshan is indeed kind-hearted. She will not let such rumors spread. As long as they don't reach the first madam, this matter should be settled. Mu Yalu gently placed little Yuanjiao on the bed, watching him with a smile. As soft moonlight poured in, she prayed for the child using ancient shamanistic rites. After leaving the courtyard, Li Jingshan whispered instructions to a nearby clan guard. Send someone to inform Ahuasai to keep his mouth shut. If these rumors reach the mountaintop, no one can save him. The guard hurriedly obeyed, while Li Jingshan proceeded up the stone path. Noticing the lively conversations and bright lights inside the courtyard, she inquired of a guard at the door, "Who's visiting?" "My lady, we've received news that Lord Chen has made a breakthrough to the Jade Capital Realm today. The family head is very pleased and has invited him for a discussion inside," the guard replied readily. "Oh," Li Jingshan nodded slowly as she heard these words, slightly surprised. Chen Dong, being 2 years younger than Li Xuanxuan and having achieved the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, was certainly an impressive feat, though not quite on par with Li Xuanfeng yet. Still, it marked him as outstanding among the neighboring families. Shaking her head, Li Jingshan turned to leave, but stopped abruptly when she saw someone blocking her path. It was Li Xuanfeng, with his dark bow on his back and quiver at his waist. "Brother," she called out. Facing her older twin brother, Li Jingshan's expression was complex and unreadable. Having broken through the qi cultivation realm, Li Xuanfeng appeared younger than Li Jingshan now, looking more like her younger brother. After starting his cultivation at the age of 7, Li Xuanfeng often resided in the cave dwelling on Mount Mike for training and later spent his months hunting demons in the mountains, making their encounters even rarer. "Why do you always avoid me?" Li Xuanfeng frowned, examining Li Jingshan closely. Sensing that something was amiss, he chose his next words carefully. "Are you hiding something from me?" Li Jingshan sighed softly, a smile dancing on her face as she replied, "I'll be marrying Dong in another 2 months. "What?" Li Xuanfeng was stunned for a moment. However, he was able to quickly piece together why he had never been informed nor heard anything about this. Anger suddenly surged in him as he exclaimed, "Do you really wish for this? Is brother Xuan using you to curry favor with Chen Dong?" Knowing her brother's temper and that he might do something drastic, Li Jingshan hurriedly reassured him with a smile. "If I were unwilling, who in the family would dare to force me? You're overthinking this, brother." Li Xuanfeng calmed down but still looked at her suspiciously, biting his lip as he appeared deep in thought and unconvinced. "Are you sure?" "Yes," Li Jingshan quickly reassured. "Regardless, this person silently took my sister away. I need to give him a good beating to vent my anger." After saying this, he turned and went inside the room, resulting in a clattering noise. Li Jingshan chuckled softly, her worries considerably alleviated. She then made her way back to the side courtyard with a lighter heart. Lu Sisi flew to Mount Lijing, channeling his mana into his eyes. Upon seeing the dazzling golden light in front of him, he could not help but marvel at the sight before him. Such an exquisite formation. Feeling a wave of envy, he thought to himself, this formation must be extremely valuable, probably involving the once famed white feather purple flags. But where did Li Tanya find such a capable formation master? They must be really rich. Using his mana, he transmitted his voice. "Lu Sisi from the Lu family of Mount Tioan is here to visit Li Tanya. Please let me through the formation, fellow Taoist." Soon, a gap large enough for one person opened in the formation. Lu Sisi passed through the sun-right profound light formation and saw Li Tanya already waiting for him in white attire among the mountains. "Brother Tanya," Lu Sisi greeted, cupping his fist. Li Tanya quickly invited him into the courtyard but was taken aback by Lu Sisi's changed appearance. "Senior Lu, what has happened to you?" he asked in a conflicted tone. Lu Sisi, whose snow-white hair was no longer as pristine as before but was instead now showing hints of dead gray. He had deeper wrinkles on his face, dull eyes, and a trembling left hand. "Life is tough. I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Tanya," he merely replied, the bitterness in his tone evident. In the past 2 years, Lu Sisi had been running around without a moment's rest, striving to find a way out for the Lu family. Now nearly 200 years old, he often had to humbly seek favor from much younger cultivators, enduring endless humiliation. These past 2 years had aged him more than the previous 20. Li Tanya shook his head and sighed, realizing that this man probably did not have many years left. Sitting at the head of the table, he said warmly, "Senior, what can I do for you?" Despite his sympathy, Li Tanya showed no mercy. He knew that once Lu Sisi was gone, the Lu family could possibly forget about their share of the mines, and most likely Mount Huaqian would fall into the Li family's hands too. I dare not," Lu Sisi waved his hand hurriedly, adding, "Brother Li, do you remember the market at Moongaze Lake?" "Of course I remember," Li Tongya replied with a curt nod. After that battle, Moongaze Lake was reduced to ruins. The Forbidden Formation still operated on the island at the heart of the lake, deterring even cultivators of the Foundation establishment realm from approaching. These families covet the land rich in spiritual chi at the lake's heart, but lack the necessary treasures like the deadly Thunder Formation Destroyer to break the formation. With the valuable items within the market already scavenged by those Foundation establishment realm cultivators, the place had long lost its previous allure and was left deserted in the heart of the lake. A few days ago, as I passed by the heart of the lake, I saw a large ship filled with mortals collecting items on the island. Lu Sisi revealed dramatically. Mortals. Li Tongya immediately became suspicious. Lu Sisi did not hesitate and explained further. These rogue cultivators went to the prefecture, deceived a group of mortals with promises of wealth and cultivation, then transported them to the island's shore on a large ship, letting them collect items from the lake's island. This forbidden formation sacrificed its stability and integrity for power, resulting in many gaps. Throwing 1,000 or 2,000 mortals into the formation, there's a chance for one to land within it, allowing them to retrieve treasures from the ruins. Since the formation repels external forces but not internal ones, they could easily take the treasures out. After hearing this, Li Tongya fell silent for a moment, choosing his next words very carefully. "What are you trying to say, senior?" Slapping his thigh in frustration, Lu Sisi smiled ingratiatingly and exclaimed, "Well, how could we let them do this?" Chapter 138, Learning the News. Oh, at this exclamation, Li Tongya glanced up at Lu Sisi and noticed how his face was filled with greed. Li Sisi continued, "The treasures of this island in the lake should rightfully belong to us, the families that surround the lake. This is a venture without any initial investment. How can we allow these rogue cultivators to just take it away? I plan to call upon the family and others nearby to unite and take down this fleet of rogue cultivators. We should take over this business. Whichever family's mortals enter the formation would claim the retrieved items. Brother Tongya, what do you think?" Sitting in the main seat, Li Tongya recalled the scene of piled-up bodies that had once blocked the Gili Road on his journey home, causing him to pause with his tea bowl in hand. He shot a glance at Lu Sisi and chuckled. "Is the Yu family interested in this business with no capital? What about the families across the lake? Senior Lu, if you can't manage all the families around the lake and secure this business for ourselves, it will just end up benefiting others." Lu Sisi suddenly paused, realizing his oversight. Caught up in the excitement upon seeing the fleet on the lake, he had not considered all its implications. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Brother Tongya indeed speaks wisely. This old man was too impulsive and did not think things through." Disheartened, he set down his tea bowl. After an unsuccessful attempt to engage Li Tongya in further conversation, he left in a somewhat dejected state. Old man's nearing his end and no longer as sharp as he used to be. The island in the lake has been scavenged by all sorts of Foundation establishment realm cultivators countless times. Doubt there are many items of the embryonic breathing realm left to retrieve. Pointless effort, really. After sending Lu Sisi off, Li Tongya was left feeling gloomy. He picked up his tea bowl and then put it down again, sighing with a bitter smile. You regard those cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm with fear and reverence, their whims dictating life and death. Yet to these mortals, your families and sects also instill terror, having complete control over their fate. The ugliness of the world is indeed top-down, completely devoid of any intrigue. With a shake of his head, Li Tongya paused, questioning himself. If our family didn't possess this treasure that consolidates talisman chi through the mortal's worship, could we have stood our ground against Giant Ixi's formidable force back in the day? Shaken by this sudden realization, Li Tongya quickly cast aside his myriad reflections. He understood that the Li family was but an ant in the presence of the many Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He calculated the days according to the sacrificial ritual method, realizing it was nearly time to conduct the ritual with the mirror to consolidate talisman chi for the benefit of the younger generation of the family. Perhaps it's time to visit that fox again to inquire about some demonic creatures of the chi cultivation realm that we could use for the sacrifice. Li Tongya left the courtyard and soared on the wind following the mountain. With just a recollection from memory, he found a large white-leaved banyan tree standing proudly on a slope beneath a cliff. The white banyan fox, lounging lazily under the tree, perked up upon seeing Li Tongya approach. "What brings you to my neck of the woods, Brother Tongya?" His voice was as lazy as usual. Having met numerous times over 3 years, they had grown a lot closer to each other. Accepting the spirit patties from Li Tongya, the fox snacked contentedly, squinting in comfort while sharing the recent mountain gossip as usual. Rumors say a sword immortal has emerged on Kingsui Peak, scaring that old pig into hiding for months. He was quite the tyrant when Si Yunbai was in seclusion. Now he's turned timid, fearing of becoming a mere sharpening stone for Si Yunbai's disciple. Li Tanya was taken aback, marveling at this revelation. You're quite well informed. Haha, of course, the fox boasted, its tail flicking cunningly. My 19th cousin's 22nd uncle serves a 3-eared white fox in a den at the southern foot of Mount Dolly. It's from their casual conversations that I learned of this. That 3-eared white fox is quite formidable. Just by lying slightly in the prefecture, he hears everything from the cultivators in the embryonic breathing and chi cultivation realms. Is that demon fox a creature of the Foundation Establishment realm? Li Tanya asked. Purple Mansion realm. The fox corrected with a snort. Why do you think they're called great cultivators and great demons? It's because they've condensed a divine ability in their purple mansion, which not just any spell can compare to. Depending on one's Tao foundation, it manifests in all sorts of miraculous ways. It is truly terrifying. Li Tanya took this information to heart, thinking today's bag of spirit patties was well worth it. He patted the fox's head, causing it to curl slightly in pleasure. I'm just a chi cultivator. Breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm in this lifetime might be wishful thinking, let alone these mighty feats. Then again, my younger brother has already reached the Foundation Establishment realm. If he returns from the southern border, breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm within 100 years shouldn't be too difficult, he said after a brief moment of contemplation. A bittersweet smile appeared on his face. If I'm lucky enough to live long enough, maybe I'll witness the day he attains the Purple Mansion realm. The fox grimaced, squeaking in disdain. That would be good, just don't end up like Yu Yuxi. He established a splendid Tao foundation with the Supreme Yin Moonlight, only to ultimately become a medicinal ingredient for the Flood Dragon. What a waste. These words struck Li Tanya like a thunderclap, leaving his mind utterly blank with shock. Springing from the ground immediately, he exclaimed, "What did you say?" The fox, having never seen him so agitated, puffed up its fur and took a few steps back, stammering, "Why, Yu Yuxi." Li Tanya, visibly panicked, took a deep breath to calm himself. He then reached into his storage pouch hurriedly, tossing out a large bag of spirit patties in front of the fox, and asked in as steady a voice as he could muster, "Tell me about this Yu Yuxi." The fox dared not touch the spirit patties, merely squeaking a few times before answering, "When I was serving the master, I heard about this person who once acquired a Supreme Yin Moonlight on Moongaze Lake and established a Tao foundation known as White Jade Disc, and even ventured into these mountains, his dual swords defeating many demons. Later, he died in the southern border." Taking a moment to catch its breath, the fox continued, "And then I heard that because of the extraordinary nature of the Tao Foundation established from the Supreme Yin Moonlight, he was given to a great flood dragon in the southern border by the Azure Pond sect to be refined into a medicinal pill. It seems Azure Pond sect has done this more than once." Li Tanya swayed and sat down weakly, his face pale as he stared at the scattered spirit patties on the ground. After hearing this and considering it with Azure Pond sect's usual conduct, the lack of letters from Li Qijing for over a decade, and the subtle hint from the Zhao family, his various suspicions solidified into one truth. He covered his lips, unable to find his voice. Seeing him so despondent, the fox cautiously gathered the spirit patties into a bag and licked its fur. It lowered its head, not daring to speak. After regaining his composure, Li Tanya looked at the frightened fox curled up in front of him and hoarsely thanked it. "Thank you for the information, fellow Taoist. Consider these spirit patties your reward." Then he rose to the sky and flew back to Mount Lijing like a shooting star in the sky, ignoring the fox's calls and scrambles, who muttered continuously to itself in disbelief, "This is too much." Upon reaching Mount Lijing, Li Tanya passed through the brilliantly shining sun right profound light formation to the backyard. Pushing open the stone chamber door, he reverently picked up the mirror. His spiritual sense dived into it right away, and he saw 2 bright, round talisman seeds. Lu Jiangxian's divine sense emerged quietly, concealing the 3 new talisman seeds to avoid arousing Li Tanya's suspicion. Observing the pale-faced middle-aged man whose lips quivered and hands trembled, Lu Jiangxian remained silent. After a long while, Li Tanya finally recovered, his complexion suddenly flushing with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Tightening his grip on his sword, he lamented, "Jinger." Tears streamed down the cheeks of the middle-aged man. He let out a cry, his fingers turning white from gripping his sword too tightly. Sobs racked his body, and he did not try to control his emotions from being let out freely. Such a tragedy. However, his cautious nature cut him off abruptly. Li Tanya cried for a moment, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and only then did he come back to his senses from the dizzying shock. He wiped away the blood hastily and returned the mirror to the stone platform. Bowing deeply, Li Tanya wiped the last of his tears. He then stepped out of the ancestral hall and took a deep breath, murmuring, "Jinger, Jinger, it was our fault. We've misjudged Si Yunbai and pushed you into the fire pit. I have wronged you, brother." Clutching his sword tightly, Li Tanya remembered the letters and the cultivation methods Li Qijing sent home every year, along with the 5 spirit stones he had scrimped and saved. His heart ached even more. He could only console himself softly, I will remember this vengeance. Jinger. Chapter 139, Family History. The night was dim, with a drizzle casting a veil over the mountain road. However, Li Jingshan's side courtyard was still brightly lit. She was bent over her desk, meticulously recording the daily information she gleaned from the elders in town. She paused to count the days. According to what the elder from the Chen family said, grandfather left home when great-grandfather was 30. 28 years later, upon his return, the great-grandfather had already passed away. If that's accurate, then grandfather advanced from a mortal to cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm within 28 years. That's truly remarkable. Even the fourth uncle, the most talented in our clan, took 30 years to attain that realm. It's astonishing how swiftly grandfather progressed with his cultivation. Li Jingshan recorded this entire timeline but furrowed her brow, feeling that something was amiss. But if that's true, why did father claim he began cultivating only at the age of 14? If my calculations are correct, he would have attained profound scenery realm in just a matter of months. Perhaps I misremembered, she pondered silently. Still frowning at the silk fabric page before her, Li Jingshan could not shake the feeling that the history of the past decades was shrouded in a cloak of deception. Despite the short passage of time, too many crucial details seemed conveniently erased. Her grandfather, Li Mushan, had secluded himself on the mountain for decades when he was alive, leaving her at a loss for material to document. How peculiar. As Li Jingshan lowered her head in contemplation, a soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Hastily covering the documents with an overturned wooden box, she called out, "Who's there?" "It's me." Li Tanya swept his sleeves grandly as he entered the courtyard, unaffected by the night drizzle. Standing before the house, he remained dry with his arms folded, his expression appearing troubled. "Ah, second uncle, please come in quickly." Startled by his sudden appearance, Li Jingshan hurried to welcome him. Li Tanya waved her off, then gently but firmly pushed her back into the house. He followed suit and entered the room, settling by the desk. Picking up the wooden slips on it, he read them before nodding in approval. "You've done a good job." Li Jingshan lowered her gaze respectfully, awaiting further instruction. Li Tanya lowered his voice and said, "I've come to discuss an important matter with you. It's about our clan's history. Since it concerns confidential information, I want it to be split into 2 volumes. One will be called Internal History, to be kept in the ancestral hall away from the other disciples, and the other will be called Family History, which you can document like usual. I will read the points out, and you'll write them down." Li Jingshan nodded obediently and reached for her brush as Li Tanya began reciting the account. As they worked in tandem, time seemed to blur. Li Jingshan's complexion shifted from curiosity to shock. While she struggled with complex concepts such as the reception method and talisman seeds, the allusions to the schemes of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators left her trembling. Finally, Li Tanya concluded. Qijing diligently cultivated and eventually reached the Foundation establishment. With his remarkable talents, he successfully condensed a sword intent known as the Celestial Moon. With it, he defeated Kai Jian, sending shockwaves through many sects. Even so, the Purple Mansion realm cultivator from the Azure Pond sect proceeded to send him to the Great Flood Dragon of the southern border, where he was refined into a pill. Relying on his own carefully reasoned deductions, Li Tanya pieced together a narrative that closely mirrored the actual truth. Li Jingshan's brush faltered as she grasped the implications. Looking up in disbelief, she murmured, "Fourth uncle, was refined into a pill, that's." Li Tanya watched her silently, waiting for her to wipe away her tears and regain her composure before continuing. "That was what happened. You must carefully craft the family history based on the internal history. Make sure you obscure any discrepancies. Do not divulge details about using the reception method to receive talisman seeds, and adjust the cultivation progress to appear more reasonable. Take great care in your writing, make sure there are no loopholes. Include the part about Jinger's venture into the southern border, lest anyone grow suspicious," he instructed sternly. "Understood." Li Jingshan responded with a heavy heart. Li Tanya rose from his seat and issued another instruction. "Draft a copy and deliver it to me first. For the time being, refrain from venturing outside. Jinger's affairs need not be shared with others." After exiting the courtyard, Li Tanya soared into the air and departed. Jingshan saw him off and bowed respectfully. She waited in silence for a few moments, gazing up at the dark sky when only the sound of the whistling wind remained in the courtyard. She wiped the tears that had gathered in the corners of her eyes before slowly returning to her room, still in a daze. Lu Sisi returned to Mount Huaqian, only to find the foot of the mountain covered in red. The banquet tables were so plentiful that they stretched all the way to the entrance of the village, and laughter filled the air as the children and grandchildren of him and his siblings indulged in the feast. With not much remaining time to seek solutions for the Lu family's plight, Lu Sisi's heart swelled with anger at the sight of his family members, enjoying their wine and singing happily. He landed at the foot of the mountain and saw a chief cultivator of his family, Lu Yuanlu, holding a beautiful woman in each hand. He was dressed in shimmery gold lavish clothes and seemed rather pleased with himself. A man lay bloodied at his feet as he raised his wine cup high, singing loudly. The music halted abruptly as soon as Lu Sissy descended into the crowd, and all eyes turned to him. They lowered their heads glumly at the interruption. Lu Yunlu cast a glance at him, then kicked away the servant at his feet. "Welcome back, old ancestor. Would you like to join us for a few drinks?" he asked loudly. Despite Lu Yunlu's disrespectful demeanor, Lu Sissy suppressed his anger and remained silent, yet he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. This child has always been impulsive and arrogant. I don't have many years left in this world, and the family will have to depend on him. If I were to humiliate him now, he would surely hold a grudge. He might seek retribution after I'm dead and long gone, and that would make an ugly sight. I guess I'll go along with him for now. Reluctantly, Lu Sissy forced a smile, his aging features contorting into an expression of false cheer. "Sure, I'll have a few cups," he replied stoically. Lu Yunlu burst into laughter at the old man's response, and the music swelled with renewed vigor. Lu Sissy settled into his seat, but as the revelry continued, his heart ached with emptiness and bitterness. He clenched his teeth in frustration as he silently blamed himself for such an outcome. "Go on, sing and drink to your heart's content. How many more days of such bliss remain? It's all my fault for neglecting to guide you properly. I was too focused on cultivating in seclusion when I was young and failed to keep all of you on a tight leash. I always thought that I had hope in attaining the foundation establishment realm and couldn't afford to waste any time. It was my neglect that raised all of you into such incompetent fools." Waving away the well-wishers who came over with their wine cups, Lu Sissy lifted his head and stared at the sky for a while before murmuring to himself, "Who is that?" As the music went on, 3 streaks of lights appeared in the sky and came to a stop above Mount Huaqian. The assembled crowd watched in astonishment as a commanding voice echoed down from above. "Get your ass over here, Lu Sissy." Startled, Lu Sissy snapped to attention, rising to the air to face the 3 visitors immediately. Before him stood a young man dressed in brocade, flanked by a tall man and a chubby man. The young man shut his eyes and remained silent while his 2 companions glared at him, sizing him up. "Ah, it's you, young Master Yu. Apologies for not welcoming you on time." "So, you are Lu Sissy?" Lu Sissy's heart sank at the question. He swiftly composed himself, forcing a gracious smile as he bowed, extending an invitation for the 3 visitors to land at the foot of the mountain. However, young Master Yu merely shot him a disdainful glance. With an air of superiority, he declared, "My Yu family is newly affiliated with the Azure Pond sect. We have not had the pleasure of meeting our neighbors until now. Our disciples have established themselves at Yunmu Peak within the sect, so my father thought it would be a great time to meet everyone. I hope you won't turn down his invitation, old man." Aye, Lu Sissy stammered before letting out a sigh. His shock was palpable as he scrambled to ingratiate himself. The esteemed stature of a foundation establishment clan is one that Sissy admires. Yu family's wish is Sissy's comma. Before he could finish speaking, young Master Yu raised a hand to interrupt him. He rolled his eyes, shaking his head impatiently before saying, "From now on, the Yu family will have the final say on Moongaze Lake. I have visited all the families surrounding Moongaze Lake, and they all defer to the leadership of the Yu family. Does the Lu family have any objections?" "No, of course not. I dare not. The Lu family will also follow the leadership of the Yu family." "I dare not entertain any doubts," Lu Sissy replied hastily with a smile, his tone deferential. A small smile finally graced young Master Yu's lips, betraying his satisfaction. The glares from his 2 companions were replaced by silent sneers. "Excellent," young Master Yu exclaimed triumphantly. His tone turned cold as he continued, "Since the Lu family is so smart, I guess you know that this involves paying tributes as well. I understand that your family has a connection to Moon Lake Peak, so we won't do anything to you. Whatever tributes you submit to the Azure Pond sect every 5 years, you shall submit the same to the Yu family." After a slight pause, young Master Yu lowered his gaze and narrowed his eyes at the pale-faced Lu Sissy. He chuckled darkly and asked, "That won't be a problem, right?" Chapter 140, Yu Family's Visit. Lu Sissy hesitated, his forced smile frozen on his face. He struggled to find words as he glanced meekly at the 2 figures behind the young man who were glaring at him. Finally, he nodded reluctantly, knowing he had no other choice. "The Lu family will comply as instructed." Young Master Yu nodded in acknowledgement and looked at him in sly satisfaction. Lu Sissy immediately understood the silent demand and retrieved several spirit stones from the pouch at his waist. One of the men behind young Master Yu came forward to receive them as Lu Sissy forced out his words once more. "I appreciate the trouble you've gone through to inform us. Hopefully, these spirit stones suffice as a small token of gratitude," he said as politely as he could, trying his best to stay on the young Master Yu's good side. "Humph." Young Master Yu just grunted in response, then swung his sleeve arrogantly and turned away. 3 days from now, my Yu family will host a banquet on the island at the heart of the lake. Do remember to come, old man," he huffed. "Yes, of course," Lu Sissy replied hastily. With that, the three men soared into the sky and left, leaving Lu Sissy alone at the peak of the mountain. The old man sat down on the stairs, his lips trembling with despair as he struggled to find his voice for the longest time. Meanwhile, as young Master Yu's group flew away from Mount Huaqian, his chubby companion laughed heartily. "Clan brother, this is truly a lucrative deal. In just a week we'll each have nearly 10 spirit stones. That's worth years of clan salary," he exclaimed greedily. However, the tall and thin man beside him wore a more somber expression. "Brother, the Lu family seems to be on its last legs. Most of their descendants are old cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm, and the younger generation seems hopeless, with only one of them being a chi cultivator." Lu Sissy looked as good as dead. Young Master Yu nodded in agreement and gave him an approving look. He then patted the chubby man's shoulder and commended, "You should learn from him." He then turned his head to the tall man and replied, "You're right, their only hope is their ties to Moonlake Peak. There's no need for concern, though. With that idiot leading the Lu family, their fortunes have already declined. They won't amount to anything in the next 200 years. As they entered the Li family's territory, young Master Yu's demeanor turned serious. "Stay vigilant and watch your mouth when we're in the Li family's presence. They're different from the other families. They have a profound background. We can't afford to offend them," he warned. "It's just a King Sui sword immortal." "Do we have to be this alarmed?" The chubby man spat, shrugging skeptically. Young Master Yu shot a glare at him and scolded, "What do you mean by just? Do you know who the sword immortal is? Swords are the deadliest Dharma weapon, and he has even successfully mastered sword intent. He can probably defeat my father within 10 moves. Even our family's ancestors can barely save their own lives against him." Moreover, Li Qijing has already attained the foundation establishment in his 30s, with high hopes of reaching the Purple Mansion realm in the future. With the backing of a Purple Mansion realm cultivator in the Immortal sect, the Li family will soon overshadow our Yu family at Moongaze Lake. The tall and thin man scrutinized their surroundings and murmured, "King Sui's sword immortal, huh? The Li family's territory seems highly populated. Looks like they've invested considerable effort in governing mortals here. It doesn't look particularly impressive." The chubby man chimed in after scanning the area for a moment before chuckling once more. "Looks like a poor rural setting, nothing compared to our Yu family's Milan prefecture. How can such a backwater place raise a sword immortal?" he asked. "Quiet," young Master Yu snapped, silencing the fat man. After flying for a while, they eventually encountered a transparent grand formation shimmering with a faint golden light. Young Master Yu channeled his mana and spoke softly. "The Yu family from the Milan prefecture has come to pay our respects. We request an audience with the elders of the Li family." Unlike their brash and brazen approach with the Lu family, the Yu family demonstrated great respect when it came to interacting with the Li family. As they waited outside the formation, a youth carrying a pitch-black longbow on his back rose to meet them. It was Li Xuanfeng. "I am Li Xuanfeng of the Li family. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our family's elders?" Young Master Yu's demeanor instantly shifted, adopting a more genial expression rather than the arrogance when he was speaking with the Lu family. Cupping his fist toward Li Xuanfeng, he introduced himself with a smile. "Pleased to meet you, brother Xuanfeng. I am Yu Mugo of the Yu family. We would like to bring good news to Senior Tangya and discuss some matters with him. Please lead us to him." Li Xuanfeng scanned the three men before him with his spiritual sense and discerned that all of them were chi cultivators. One had attained the third heavenly layer, while the other two were at the second heavenly layer. Since they hardly posed any threat to Li Tangya and himself, Li Xuanfeng cupped his fist and said, "You're being too courteous, fellow Taoists. Please follow me this way." Li Xuanfeng led the three men through the formation and descended into the courtyard. Shortly after, Li Tangya emerged from his cave dwelling and stepped into their presence. Upon seeing Li Tangya, Yu Mugao stood up right away, cupping his fist respectfully. "Pleased to meet you, Senior Tangya. I am Yu Mugao." Li Tangya appeared to be taken aback by Yu Mugao's courteous demeanor as he responded, "You're being too formal, young Master Yu. Of course, the Li family of Mount Lijing is where the sword immortal is born. I've heard that Senior Tangya is also a formidable swordsman." Mugao is extremely impressed, he exclaimed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yu Mugao finally delved into the purpose of his visit. With a smile, he explained, "When my Yu family initially joined the Azure Pond sect a few years ago, we were still unfamiliar with the protocols. Now, the younger generations of our family have gained entry to Yunwu Peak of the sect. My father has grown concerned with the turmoil plaguing the families surrounding Wanju Lake. It's disheartening to see such a valuable place like Wanju Lake frequented by violence, with disciples from various families falling victim to senseless killings. That's why he thought of proposing a gathering of all the families around the lake. With a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm from the Yu family leading the initiative, we aim to integrate resources and spearhead efforts to rebuild the marketplace." Yu Mugao spoke for a while, skillfully emphasizing the Yu family's intentions while subtly alluding to their status and strength. Li Tongya listened attentively, picking up on the Yu family's ambition to be the leader in Moongaze Lake. With two cultivators of the Foundation establishment realm, the Yu family undeniably wields considerable strength, making their bid to oversee Moongaze Lake understandable. Their courteous demeanor toward my Li family is merely in consideration of Jinger's presence. We can probably still cover up Jinger's death for several decades. With the protection of a sword immortal, no ordinary family would dare to offend the Li family. With a knowing smile, Li Tongya nodded. It's indeed commendable for the Yu family to take the lead in this matter, and the Li family fully supports it. Upon hearing these words, Yu Mugao's expression brightened with satisfaction. However, Li Tongya paused, slightly indicating that he had more to say. He lowered his head to take a sip of his tea. Yu Mugao watched him carefully and said, "Given the Yu family's role in this initiative, it's only fair that they receive a portion of the profits from the newly established marketplace. After all, the benefits should be shared among those who contribute." Li Tongya furrowed his brow at the implication of Yu Mugao's words. Placing his tea bowl down, he responded, "With all the families following the Yu family's leadership, I'm sure your family has already received enough compensation through tributes and other forms of benefits." Caught off guard by Li Tongya's response, Yu Mugao's smile faltered momentarily as he chuckled awkwardly to mask his discomfort. "Ah, yes, of course. But those are merely the families voluntarily expressing their gratitude and showing their appreciation to the Yu family for their protection." Casting a glance at Li Tongya, Yu Mugao hurriedly added, "Of course, there's no need for the Li family to concern themselves with this matter. As the leader of Moongaze Lake, the Yu family naturally assumes the primary position, with the Li family being second. My father holds Kingsui's sword immortal in high regard, and the Yu family harbors no ulterior motives toward the Li family." Li Tongya shook his head in response. "There's no need to consider the Li family as the second leader. Our strength is modest, and even if we were to occupy that position, it would be in name only. The Yu family's initiative to lead the establishment of the marketplace is commendable, and the Li family fully supports it. There's no need for further deliberation on this matter." Yu Mugao took note of Li Tongya's decisive statement, interpreting it as a favorable outcome. Feeling relieved, he could not help but smile at his achievement of successfully overcoming even the most challenging obstacle, the Li family. As Li Tongya prepared to see him off, Yu Mugao quickly interjected, 3 days from now, the Yu family will host a gathering on the island in the heart of the lake to meet with all the families. Please do grace us with your presence, Senior Tongya." After saying that, he took out an invitation card, and Li Xunfeng came forward and accepted it. They exchanged a few more words politely before Yu Mugao finally bid his farewell. Li Tongya saw the 3 men off and then returned to the courtyard. Li Xunfeng descended into the courtyard as well, then shook his sleeves and lifted his head with a gentle smile. "It seems the Yu family is courteous toward us, likely because of fourth uncle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so accommodating, and might even expect tributes from us like the neighboring families," he said with a shake of his head. However, Li Tongya remained unimpressed, offering an explanation to Li Xunfeng. While the Yu family certainly possesses strength, their family head is being too hasty and domineering. The families surrounding Moongaze Lake have cultivated deep-rooted relationships with each other over many years. It's unreasonable for them to establish a marketplace on the lake and demand tributes from all families. Their reckless actions have already provoked discontent among the rest. We'll just have to wait and see how it all plays out. Chapter 141, Killing Bear. The 3 members of the Yu family departed from Mount Lijiang and soared high above Moongaze Lake. Yu Mugao steered through the wind with a grim expression, while the 2 individuals behind him kept their heads lowered, not daring to utter a single word. It was not until halfway through their journey that the tall, thin man finally mustered a bitter smile and said, "Big brother, it seems clear that the Li family wants no part in this. Is he looking down on us?" Yu Mugao coldly snorted in response. "HMPH, Li Tongya is really cautious. They've made it evident they wish to stay neutral. We can't force them. We can only treat the Li family as if they don't even exist among the Moongaze Lake families and do as we please." But the tall, thin man shook his head, appearing hesitant as he softly continued. "The Li family seems strong and newly fortified on all fronts. Both Li Xunfeng and Li Tongya aren't fools. It's hard to predict their future actions. If Li Qijing gains power, submitting to them might become our only option. Moongaze Lake could become the Li family's territory. I share your concerns." Yu Mugao's expression darkened as he contemplated for a moment. Eventually, he eased slightly and said, "Upon further consideration, breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm and attaining the Purple Mansion realm is no easy feat. The mortality rate on the southern border is alarmingly high. Li Qijing might not survive to see the. Secondly, Li Qijing has just attained the Foundation establishment realm. He'll need at least 100 years of preparation to attain the next realm. Whether it's cozying up to Azure Pond Mountain or forming alliances with the other families in the prefecture, there's still time for us to act." he added after further thought. The tall, thin man nodded in agreement with Yu Mugao's careful analysis. Yu Mugao then suggested with a sinister undertone, "We may not be able to control Li Qijing, but we can certainly deal with the Li family. Perhaps we should seize the opportunity to discreetly eliminate Li Tongya and Li Xunfeng or orchestrate some calamities to destabilize them. As long as we're careful enough, they won't be able to defend themselves. By doing so, we secure our own position. Indeed, we should consult with the family head about this plan when we return." With that, the three continued on their journey northward, oblivious to the plotting and scheming of the Yu family. Li Tongya, accompanied by Li Xunfeng, traversed Mount Dali, guided by the fox's intelligence. After journeying hundreds of li eastward from the foot of Mount Dali, they stumbled upon a dark cavern. Before the entrance lay scattered white bones, and a foul, fishy odor wafted outward with each gust of wind. Li Tongya and Li Xunfeng landed before the cave. The deafening snores within abruptly ceased. Li Tongya swept the area with his spiritual sense and chuckled. "What a formidable bear it is." He nodded to Li Xunfeng, who took to the air and stationed himself on the opposite side of the mountain. Li Tongya then unsheathed his sword and sent a few sword chi slicing through the air and into the cavern. Roar. Li Tongya distanced himself from the cave to give himself more space to work with. From within, a behemoth over 3 meters tall burst forth. Its massive form cast a shadow over the forest, its black fur bristling and eyes ablaze with fury. With thunderous footsteps, it lunged forward, swatting at Li Tongya with a colossal palm. The bear was a creature at the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, and its horrifying palm was the size of 2 human chests. The size of Li Tongya's sword Qi was akin to a glowing toothpick compared to its massive size. Realizing the futility of a direct confrontation, he swiftly evaded the attack. Bam! However, even his retreat was not enough to avoid the full force of the bear's strike. Under the impact, his feet sunk a little into the ground. The next moment, the bear had already swung its palm toward him at high speed with no delay. If it were to connect with Li Tongya, it could either severely injure or worse kill him. Li Tongya sent a few more sword chi directed toward it as he retreated again. No wonder the fox warned me to be cautious. This creature is really massive and formidable indeed. Capturing it alive won't be easy, and engaging with it in battle could risk injury or prove deadly. It might be best to eliminate it first, then capture a smaller demon of Qi cultivation realm to bring home instead. While pondering these, Li Tongya had already been forced 10 steps backward and unleashed a barrage of sword chi toward the bear. However, the bear easily dissipated the sword chi effortlessly with its iron-like palm. The creature's strength was formidable, but it was not sluggish like a boar either. It recognized that Li Tongya's sword chi was dangerous and opted to either disperse his attacks with its mana-infused palms or withdraw to avoid injuries. Meanwhile, Li Tongya refrained from employing sword techniques. Instead, he focused on channeling his sword chi to wear down the bear's strength steadily. As the two engaged in their fierce exchange, trees collapsed and startled birds circled overhead, uncertain of whether to return to their nests amid the great chaos. Meanwhile, Li Xunfeng, who was stationed nearby, drew his longbow. With an arrow made of ebony ore knocked on the bowstring and shimmering with golden light, his keen eyes stayed trained on the bear's every movement as his aura continued growing with each passing moment. The bear remained fiercely alert, its limbs numbed by the piercing arrow chi. Despite the discomfort, it rose to its feet, contending with Li Tongya's assault while casting suspicious glances around. It eventually turned its head around, its attention drawn to a distant glimmer of golden light. Before it could react, something had already pierced its chest. While the bear howled in pain, Li Tongya seized the opportunity to strike. With swift precision, he drew his sword and sliced the bear's neck with the celestial moon slash technique. However, the bear reacted with remarkable speed, managing to deflect the blow with its massive paw. Li Tongya's sword chi, though formidable, had not yet reached its full potential to harm. It merely left a deep, bloodied gash on the bear's paw. The force of the bear's counterattack pushed Li Tongya backward, dispersing his concentration. Startled and greatly intimidated by the pain, the bear turned and fled, leaving behind a trail of destruction as it trampled through the forest. But before it could get far, Li Xunfeng's second arrow pierced through the air, striking the bear from behind and lodging itself deep within the great bear's body. The bear bellowed in agony as it dropped to its knees. However, its survival instincts kicked in with full force, propelling it forward once more. As it desperately attempted to escape, Li Tongya swiftly struck out with his sword, slicing a bloody chunk of flesh from its hindquarters. The bear let out another pained howl, realizing that attempting to escape would only lead to its demise. It turned around fiercely to attack Li Tongya, but its movements were slowed tremendously due to its injuries. Li Tongya's agile movements allowed him to easily evade the bear's assault this time. Meanwhile, Li Xunfeng's arrow found its mark, further weakening the bear until it eventually collapsed to the ground, succumbing to its injuries. Li Tongya quickly retreated to a safe distance while waiting for the bear's life force to ebb away slowly. After the time taken for a stick of incense to burn, Li Xuanfeng emerged from the woods, still cautious. Be vigilant, demons are known to feign death. We shouldn't approach it, he warned. I know, Li Tongya replied, nodding approvingly as he looked at the bow in Li Xuanfeng's hand. Your archery skill is quite impressive. Are you utilizing the spiritual orifice in your palm? He asked. Yes, Li Xuanfeng cupped his fist and admitted. Scratching his head sheepishly, he said, the bear looked unusually fierce, and I worried that going easy on it would cause you harm, so I used full force in my arrows to swiftly eliminate the threat. I feel very guilty that what was supposed to be our ritual offerings is dead. While Li Xuanfeng was feeling somewhat apprehensive about Li Tongya's presence, the elder smiled at him and reassured him. It's fine. I was also thinking of hunting down another demon for the ritual offerings instead. Seems like we're in agreement on this. As soon as Li Tongya finished speaking, the bear suddenly stirred from its position, its eyes glowing bright red with fury as it made a final attempt to strike out at them. However, Li Tongya and Li Xuanfeng evaded its attack with ease and prowess, allowing the creature to collapse heavily onto the ground once more. Blood flowed from its wounds like a crimson river, and it seemed to have ceased making any noise. Li Tongya, who had been gathering his sword chi for some time, unleashed a burst of white light that swiftly decapitated the demon. Following this, they hurriedly applied techniques to staunch the bleeding from the demon bear's wounds before quickly performing the spirit sealing technique on it. They dismembered the remains of the bear and then stored them in a storage pouch. They even cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground meticulously before soaring to the sky and flying eastward. Your mastery of the bow is truly remarkable, Fenger. Why not document your techniques in a book? That way, future generations of our clan can benefit from your expertise. As they flew eastward, Li Tongya continued. While our family possesses a variety of spells and techniques, most of them are conventional and lack versatility in combat. The most remarkable one among them is the profound water sword technique. However, not everyone possesses such talent in swordsmanship. If we can introduce another legacy to our family, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Chapter 142, Appointment. Li Xuanfeng nodded after some thought, then added, writing a book shouldn't be a problem, but mastering this bow technique is no easy feat for an ordinary person. Without a spiritual orifice in the hand, it would prove challenging to master such a technique. Even if one manages to do so over years, the power will be significantly diminished and they won't be able to harness the astral chi. My bow technique relies heavily on astral chi. Without it, the arrows will lose most of their power, which can be quite disheartening. Li Xuanfeng finished with a tight-lipped smile. Li Tongya frowned slightly, shaking his head in resignation. In that case, perhaps you should document it when you have the time. At least it will serve as a record for future generations of our family. Understood. After landing on Lijing Peak and checking the time, they realized they still had over a day before the agreed-upon meeting with the Yu family. Li Tongya handed over his storage pouch with the bear carcass inside to Li Xuanfeng and gave him a set of instructions. Sell these in the prefecture and gather information from the disciples there before returning to report to me. Understood, Li Xuanfeng replied eagerly, accepting the storage pouch from Li Tongya and bowing before taking off into the wind and flying eastward. As Li Tongya watched Li Xuanfeng leave, he could not help but smile and mutter to himself. This kid. When Li Xuanfeng's figure disappeared from view, Li Tongya mused, without an heir for Jinger, we must keep an eye out for any children with spiritual orifice who could serve as his successor, ensuring that his lineage continues. Li Xuanfeng flew along the Gili Road for a while. Having learned from his previous experiences, he flew over the city wall before landing in the town. Despite the urge to meet his woman, he remained focused on the task at hand and headed toward the medicine store operated by the Li family. Upon entering, he found a young man dozing off behind the counter. Li Xuanfeng managed to identify him as Li Yesheng's son, whom Li Xuanxuan had sent to oversee the store in the prefecture. He snorted coldly, then nudged the guy awake. The young man lifted his head and rubbed his eyes drowsily before being startled awake. Brother Feng, why are you? Despite being younger, Li Xuanfeng had earned a reputation among the children as a little tyrant, often seen chasing older kids with his bow. And despite being older, the drowsy young man behind the counter addressed him as Brother Feng. Li Xuanfeng simply waved dismissively and ignored him. Go fetch Wan Tianchu for me. The young man hurried out of the courtyard and summoned Wan Tianchu. Wan Tianchu emerged promptly, clad in gray clothes. Although his face seemed a lot chubbier and resembled much of how he looked when he was younger, his cultivation had already reached the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm. What can I do for you, young master? He asked respectfully. Ever since Li Tongya destroyed the Jai family and presented Jai Dengqi's head before him, Wan Tianchu had lost his aspirations. He eventually married into the Li family, but his cultivation progress had remained stagnant ever since. His wife was an extremely ferocious woman, so he quickly accepted his assignment in the prefecture to avoid her wrath at home. While he was having a good time here, He did not expect to be visited by Li Xuanfeng. Good thing I stayed home today. Otherwise I would have missed your visit, young master. Facing my wife's wrath upon returning home would have been unbearable. While Wan Tianchu was pondering the purpose of Li Xuanfeng's visit, the other man spoke up. When will the market on Cloud Crown Peak open again? Li Xuanfeng asked curtly. It'll reopen after the first lunar month, young master. Wan Tianchu promptly replied. Got it. Li Xuanfeng nodded, then cast a glance at Wan Tianchu before turning to him to speak. How are you doing in the prefecture? Has anyone caused you any trouble? No, not at all. After hearing that we are from the Li family, the other forces in the prefecture dare not cross us. With assistance from the Zhao family, everything is smooth sailing. Wan Tianchu assured him with a proud smile. After hearing Wan Tianchu's report, Li Xuanfeng nodded and then bid farewell to the two men before departing. After leaving the medicine store, he skipped his way to a small courtyard and knocked on the door with a smile. Jiang Yunu's soft and alluring voice came from behind the door. Who is it? It's me, Li Xuanfeng answered. A series of rapid footsteps approached before the door creaked open, revealing the round-faced girl standing before him. Accompanying her was a swan goose strutting proudly by her side, its head held high with a blank stare fixed on its face. Young master. Li Xuanfeng caught the girl who leaped into his arms but kept his eyes on the swan goose. He grinned foolishly, then planted a kiss on her lips before asking, why didn't you eat it? I feel lonely alone here. This swan goose broke its wing. It just flutters around all day. When I was a child, we raised geese at home, so I decided to keep it as a pet. The girl replied with a jovial laugh. Li Xuanfeng carried her to the bed, then loosened his clothes while saying, didn't I tell you to buy a few servants? I looked, but they're too expensive. Besides, I'm used to doing laundry and cooking. I'm not some noble lady, so there's no need for servants, Jiang Yunu responded sheepishly. Li Xuanfeng kicked away the stern-looking goose that attempted to peck him while fluttering its wings, then used his mana to restrain the animal to the ground. He chuckled and remarked, this goose is really vengeful. After enjoying each other's company between the sheets, Li Xuanfeng wiped away the sweat that clung to Jiang Yunu's forehead with a smile. How have you been these days? He asked gently. I've been doing fine, Jiang Yunu replied, pinning up her hair as sweat rolled down her fair neck. Sitting in Li Xuanfeng's lap, she wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him with her adorable almond-shaped eyes. I came to the prefecture to take care of some matters. Once I'm done here, I'll need to enter seclusion and focus on my cultivation. I've been stuck at the first heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm for 2 years now. It's time for a breakthrough, Li Xuanfeng explained with a small sigh. Jiang Yunu's expression turned downcast as she asked, how long will you be staying this time? A few months at least, a year at most, Li Xuanfeng replied, trying to sound as comforting as possible. Jiang Yunu pursed her lips, tracing the unchanged contours of his face over the past year with her fingers. She tried her best to cheer up, but could not disguise the loneliness in her voice as she spoke. You're an immortal. Your cultivation easily takes up years of your life. While I'll be aging over these few years, you'll remain as youthful as you are now. That's really unfair. In 12 years, when I'm 28, I bet you'll probably just give me a sum of money and tell me to live out the rest of my life by myself. What are you talking about? Li Xuanfeng chuckled as he embraced the petite and fair girl tenderly. Just wait for a few more years. We'll have a child. I'll take you home and make sure no one looks down on you, he assured her with a soft kiss. Meanwhile, Li Tongya was practicing the River One Qi technique. He exhaled a wisp of white qi, then concluded his training and rose to his feet. The sun was just beginning its ascent into the sky. He estimated what time it was before slinging his sword over his back and stepping out, coincidentally running into Li Xuanxuan, second uncle. Li Xuanxuan cupped his fist and greeted, now sporting a beard that gave him a mature appearance. It had been nearly a decade since he had overseen the family's affairs, ensuring that things were well within the major and minor sects. Li Tongya nodded to him and then announced, I'm heading out onto the lake. Keep a close watch here, and don't let anyone through the sun right profound light formation unless absolutely necessary. Understood, second uncle. After giving his instructions, Li Tongya soared into the air and flew northward, crossing over the crystal-clear lake and stopping above the island at the heart of the lake. The island was bustling with activity. A large brown boat was docked on the serene waters, surrounded by a dozen smaller vessels. Mortals stood on these boats, and they were bound with ropes, their expressions blank as they gazed fearfully at the sky, too frightened to utter a word. Number 21. Someone shouted on the large boat. 10 cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm emerged at the stern of the boat, channeling mana into the palm of their hands. Suddenly, the smaller vessel at the end floated upward, eliciting cries of fear from those aboard. Women sobbed, children wailed, and a cacophony of curses filled the air. However, the cultivators remained indifferent, their faces impassive as they watched the boat drift toward the sky above the island at the heart of the lake. With a tilt, the mortals aboard tumbled downward, creating ripples on the surface of the forbidden formation below. Lightning and fire then ensued, detonating spells of light one after another. The screams of the crowd vanished instantly. Blood and severed limbs soared into the air before raining down, dyeing the lake a crimson red. Crocodiles, shrimps, and crabs surged to the lake's surface, greedily seizing the flesh. So, this is what Lu Sisi meant by a venture without any initial investment. Li Tongya mused. Chapter 143, Milan Prefecture. Blood continued to flow over the forbidden formation, and the once lush island that was protected by the formation quickly turned into scorched earth. As the glow of spells faded, a middle-aged, cowering man came into view, clutching his head. His eyes were shut and he was trembling. This middle-aged man had a huge gash across his waist, and it was bleeding profusely. After a long while, he opened his eyes in disbelief and looked around. Then, with a burst of ecstatic laughter, he hurriedly treated his wound. After rummaging through the ruins for a while, his face turned even paler from his severe blood loss. Unable to search any further, he wrapped the talismans and Dharma artifacts with his clothes before exiting the formation, only to be met by a grumbling cultivator on the shore who snatched the items he had retrieved. Damn it, these peasants are trickier than the last. If it weren't for the need to cooperate with the ones that follow, who would bother giving them gold? After tossing a bag of gold, they hauled the man onto a small boat that could accommodate about 2 or 3 people. Number 21, off you go, they shouted, as the small boat departed, which was carrying a few lucky ones who survived with only missing limbs. People on several small boats at the rear of the large ship looked on in anticipation, waiting for orders from above. Li Tongya observed such diverse fates on the island, waiting a while longer. It was not long before an emaciated elder wielding a jade scepter approached from the east, riding the wind. It was Lu Sisi, Brother Tongya. Lu Sisi cupped his fist and greeted Li Tongya before joining him midair. The Yu family mentioned meeting here on the island, but I see none of their kin. From a distance, I only spotted a few minor family heads waiting together in the sky. What does this mean? He asked in confusion. Li Tongya, with a low chuckle, glanced around and pointed toward the distant large ship. Nothing much, just making an example out of some chickens to scare the monkeys. Lu Sisi, understanding this gesture, laughed at the misfortune of the people below them. I see. We've also found these rogue cultivators quite displeasing. But with several Qi cultivators aboard, none of the families wanted to stir trouble. That's why they were allowed to roam free for so long. As they conversed, the large ship suddenly raised its sails in alarm, buzzing with activity. Several figures emerged to encircle the ship from all sides, with a formidable-looking man standing above, completely clothed in black. He appeared to be middle-aged and exuded an overwhelming presence. Lu Sisi counted and then remarked, 9 Qi cultivators. The Yu family really is wealthy. He looked up at the black-clothed man and continued in a somewhat dejected tone, that must be the current head of the Yu family, Yu Xiaogui. We attained the Qi cultivation realm the same year, but he's already a foundation establishment realm cultivator now. I've dealt with him before. He's a sinister and ruthless man, not easy to handle at all. Oh, Li Tongya tutted as he flew closer to the large ship with him. Lu Sisi continued, Yu Xiaogui was the leader of the 5 heroes of the Yu family back in the day. 2 of the 5 have passed away, and of the 3 who reached the peak of Qi cultivation realm and sought breakthroughs, he was the only one who survived. After standing for a moment in the air, the presence of Yu Xiaogui and his group clearly caused unease among the people below. An elderly rogue cultivator flew up with a grim expression before slapping himself twice in the face. He cupped his fist and pleaded with Yu Xiaogui, greetings, head of Yu family. We've ignorantly violated the rules of the lake and caused disturbance. I deeply apologize and am willing to compensate for any losses. This elder was also at the peak of Qi cultivation realm with a clear flow of true essence, indicating consumption of refined though not top-tier spiritual Qi. Despite being significantly older, he addressed Yu Xiaogui as a senior with obsequious flattery. Yu Xiaogui came forward with an amiable smile on his face. He lifted his arm, revealing his arm that was as smooth as the jade inside the sleeve of his robe. With a wave of his hand, the elder's head, which was several meters away, immediately burst open like a watermelon. He plummeted to the ship on the lake before he could even have the chance to grunt. This caused a large commotion to break out on the ship. The Qi cultivators from the Yu family immediately swarmed in and the formation inscribed onto the ship shone brightly. The area immediately became a battlefield with cultivators clashing, causing the lake to churn unpredictably. Bursts of spells exploded on the water's surface. The few fortunate ships that had just made their escape capsized amidst the turmoil. The injured and drowned vanished beneath the waves, meeting their inevitable end. As always, just as always. That's Yu Xiaogui's style, Lu Sisi remarked, shaking his head at the sight of Yu Xiaogui standing with his hands behind his back, finding himself at a loss for words. Unlike Yu Xiaogui, who still looked like a middle-aged man, Lu Sisi had aged significantly, with white hair and limited days ahead. Li Tongya observed the group while stroking his chin. Noticing their proximity to the ship's cabin, which would have already placed them within the cultivator's spiritual sense, he could not help but speculate out loud. The Yu family must possess some Dharma artifact that conceals their presence. It's quite effective, considering that it could hide them until they were close to the ship, preventing the rogue cultivators from escaping in alarm. As they spoke, the ship turned into a bloody scene of massacre. The smaller boats that were attached capsized, and hundreds of mortals lay atop the ship's hull. Many more attempted to swim to the island, but being unfamiliar with the formation, did not know where to land, leading to an even bloodier and unbearable sight. Soon, the rogue cultivator's large ship capsized with a thunderous noise. A more magnificent and luxurious ship slowly approached from behind Yu Xiaogui and his people. With cultivators from the Yu family still smeared in blood, they landed on the ship. Only then did Yu Xiaogui look up and smile, channeling his mana to amplify his voice to reverberate across the lake. Honorable family heads, please join us on board for a discussion. After a tantalizing pause, people gradually made their way onto the ship from afar. They were seemingly the Yu family's entourage and were engaging in cheerful conversation. Lu Sisi and Li Tongya landed on the ship, their spiritual sense scanning the items on board efficiently. The deck was already set with 2 rows of stone tables, with Yu Xiaogui seated at the head of it, sipping wine. Yu Mugao hurriedly came over and greeted them, cupping his fist to Li Tongya while disregarding Lu Sisi by his side. Senior Tongya, you've arrived early. We apologize for making you wait. Not at all, it actually allowed me to witness the distinguished demeanor of your esteemed family head. Li Tongya politely responded, to which Yu Xiaogui, sitting at the head, looked up. He placed his wine cup down and squinted at him, seeming to be pondering something silently. After exchanging a few pleasantries, all the families finally arrived. Only 2 families on the lake had Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, the Yu family from the east coast and the Fei family from the north coast. Li Tongya was seated next to Yu Xiaogui, directly across from the Fei family, a position that was quite conspicuous. Li Tongya frowned upon noticing Yu Xiaogui's gaze and took his seat reluctantly. The head of the Fei family, also a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment Realm, was dressed in brocade and appeared much younger and more elegant than Yu Xiaogui. He smiled slightly at Li Tongya, who returned the gesture with a nod, acknowledging each other's intentions. Yu Xiaogui, seeing that everyone was present, nodded and stood up with an arrogant smile. Thank you all for being here on time, giving face to my Yu family. I, Xiaogui, am grateful to everyone. His voice boomed loudly. The representatives from the other families quickly stood up, saying they dared not take credit. Yu Xiaogui waved them off, interrupting their polite refusals, and continued. Ever since the Immortal Mansion had secluded itself from the world, the Azure Pond sect and the Golden Tang Gate had divided the Moongaze Lake, leading to continuous conflicts. There hasn't been a single day of peace on the lake. The rise and fall of various clans over more than 300 years have led to unbearable chaos. I presume everyone has had enough. Lu Sisi, caught off guard by the speech, internally cursed at Yu Xiaogui for his slyness. Everyone's been living comfortably. Who would want the Yu family to rise above them? He sure knows how to sugarcoat things. He thought to himself grumbly. Despite thinking this way, he agreed aloud respectfully. What the family head Yu said is true. I knew it. Yu Xiaogui nodded and beamed before glancing at Li Tongya, who remained silent at his side. He then turned to look at the brocade-clad middle-aged man who seemed more interested in his wine cup. He smiled. Fortunately, Golden Tang Gate has retreated, and Azure Pond sect has moved north. Finally, Moongaze Lake has come under a unified jurisdiction. The end of these chaotic days is... Pausing for dramatic effect, he continued, my son has been accepted into Yunwu Peak, and through his request to the Peak's master, it was reported to the main peak. The entire Moongaze Lake has been designated as a separate jurisdiction and removed from Lixia Prefecture. Our Yu family's 12 towns will form a new prefecture named Milan Prefecture. From now on, you all will no longer need to submit your tributes at Lixia Prefecture. It can now be done directly at Milan. Chapter 144, Yu Mujian. Upon hearing these words, a tumult arose from the seats below. The family heads displayed varied expressions, whispering among each other. Li Tongya nodded slightly as well, finally understanding where the Yu family's audacity stemmed from, and was left to ponder to himself. With a family boasting 2 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, a disciple practicing in Yunwu Peak, securing a unique jurisdiction to control the fate of the surrounding clans, and these coupled with the rebuilding of the market after the destruction of the Moongaze Lake market to control the flow of goods, all advantages lie with the Yu family. Should all plans succeed, the Yu family indeed will solidify their dominance over the lake. However, Yu Xiaogui, despite his ruthless actions, is overly impulsive and takes too many risks. Such a straightforward and forceful control over the other clans may backfire instead. His gaze swept across the visibly upset head of the Fei family opposite him. The middle-aged man was dressed in white, frowning as he held his cup. He caught Li Tongya's glance briefly. Although the two were unaware of each other's names, having never met before, they found themselves aligned in interests in regards to the Yu family's aggression. The murmurs among the family heads ceased instantly, including those previously rallying behind the Yu family, who fell silent almost immediately. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. No one dared to speak up. What do you all think? Yu Xiaogui sneered, anticipating the reaction of the family heads. He was indifferent to the response of most clans, his attention fixed on a few whose disciples were cultivating within sects or who had strong backing. Seeing them all silent, with both the Li and Fei families not uttering a word, he pressed on. Lu Sissy, what does your Lu family think? Lu Sissy, momentarily stunned, wore a bitter smile on his aged face. Knowing full well of Yu Xiaogui's intentions yet fearing retaliation, he sighed, if the Yu family lies, of course it's for the best. His voice trailed off and Yu Xiaogui, still with a cold expression, then declared loudly to the audience before him, if there are no further objections, then the market matter is settled. I hope for your support when the time comes. Li Tongya internally scoffed. A trip to Lixia Prefecture is but a few hours away. What difference would it make to a qi cultivator? The Yu family's market will only attract those at the embryonic breathing realm, and we won't be seeing substantial profits for the next few decades. An air of unresolved tension hung over the family heads, powerless against the Yu family's dominance. As the atmosphere at the banquet grew colder, Li Tongya glanced down at the delicacies before him, cautiously refraining from partaking in the feasting. Much to his surprise, a middle-aged man from the Yu family stepped forward, cupping his fist. I've heard of the Li family head's exceptional swordsmanship. I too practice the sword and would like to request your guidance. Li Tongya sighed quietly, his spiritual sense briefly scanning the man to only discover that this man was at the 6th heavenly layer of the qi cultivation realm. So it has come to this. They really do hold me in high regard. Everyone's attention instantly focused on Li Tongya. Ever since the Kingsui sword immortal, Li Qijing, defeated Kai Jian in Yi Mountain City with a single celestial moon sword intent, the reputation of the Li family of Lijiang had resounded across the lakeside prefectures. All the families were eager for someone to test the Li family, and the Yu family's probing aligned with everyone's wishes. For a moment, the atmosphere at the banquet became lively, and even the head of the Fei family looked up in interest for once. Li Tongya, under the pressure of everyone's gaze, simply smiled. However, he showed no desire to take the spotlight, declining politely. I'm not sure where you heard such rumors, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. The mood cooled down immediately, and the middle-aged man from the Yu family gritted his teeth when he heard his response. A swordsman should advance fearlessly, yet Brother Tongya shrinks back. Is this the Li family's attitude? He spat rudely. Yu Xiaogui gestured for him to stop, raising his cup with a smile. I'd still ask for Brother Tongya to give our family this honor. With the conversation having reached this point, Li Tongya had no choice but to stand up and move to the center of the boat. He cupped his fist and introduced himself. Li Tongya of the Li family from Lijiang. Yu Mujian of the Yu family from Milan. Yu Mujian coldly introduced himself in return, drawing his sword and immediately launching an attack toward Li Tongya with a chilling sword glow. Li Tongya, upon a brief scan with his spiritual sense, knew this man's swordsmanship posed no threat. However, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the sword in the man's hand, prompting him to be more cautious. Li Tongya drew his sword to block his attack, not going on the offensive but simply and skillfully deflecting each of Yu Mujian's sword aura and chi with almost no effort at all. After over a dozen attacks, with Yu Mujian having exhausted most of his sword techniques without making Li Tongya so much as to shift his stance, his expression turned ugly. The families above watched intently as Li Tongya stood still, effortlessly neutralizing Yu Mujian's aggressive assaults, earning a round of applause. Li Tongya's swordsmanship is far superior. Yu Mujian is no match at all, as expected of a sword immortal clan, praised another. Yu Mujian's face grew even darker and Yu Xiaogui's smile slowly faded. He was observing coldly and was lost in his own thoughts. Such sophisticated sword moves and such a solid foundation in swordsmanship. The Li family indeed has a swordsmanship legacy, starting from at least grade 3. Yu Mujian glared at him, forming a hand seal with his left hand, while his right hand held the sword which suddenly lit up with a hazy white glow, exuding sharp chi. Once again, he slashed toward Li Tongya aggressively. The Yu family's sword technique. Someone shouted from below. Yu Mujian's face showed a hint of pride, his strikes slower but each with great momentum and force, pressing toward Li Tongya. After several exchanges, boos filled the air as Li Tongya still stood unmoving in his spot with his sword in hand, effortlessly countering his attacks. Even the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator in the white brocade robe from the Fei family snickered softly. This was an action that clearly irritated Yu Xiaogui. Is that all you can do, Li Tongya? Seems like that Kingsui sword immortal was just a nobody, and only good at defense. Yu Mujian spat through gritted teeth. He was visibly flustered and recklessly cursing, causing an immediate shift in the atmosphere among the family heads seated above. The white-robed Foundation establishment realm cultivator from the Fey family was almost bursting into laughter. Yu Xiaogui's face changed drastically, and he hastily shouted, "Fool, be quiet." Li Tongya's expression finally changed, a frown forming and a flash of anger in his eyes. He repelled Yu Mujian's attack with a single sword strike, sheathed his sword, and then drew it again swiftly. A radiant arc of white sword light then burst forth, heading straight for Yu Mujian. "Mercy, please." Just as the brilliant sword light rose, Yu Xiaogui had already stepped forward. Caught off guard, Yu Mujian hastily parried with 3 strikes, but against the celestial moon slash technique, his efforts shattered like paper. He stumbled backward, pale-faced, and on the verge of being wounded when a pair of hands as white as jade caught the bright sword arc in front of him. With a movement of Yu Xiaogui's left hand, he forcibly dissipated the sword arc into scattered sharp qi before pulling Yu Mujian aside and angrily demanding, "The Kingsui Sword Immortal is not someone you can insult at will. Apologize now." Yu Mujian sputtered a few words before finally gritting his teeth and biting down on his tongue. "I was careless with my words and offended the esteemed Sword Immortal. Please forgive me," he apologized, albeit reluctantly. Yu Xiaogui, both angry and anxious, now had to humbly apologize for his disciple's offense despite losing face and having to make amends now. Smiling outwardly but seething with rage internally, he said, "I failed to discipline him properly, leading to the offense against Senior Qijing from Lijing. Brother Tongya, please forgive us. Whatever punishment you deem fit for him, my Yu family will accept." While still maintaining a pleasant facade, Yu Xiaogui was furious. "One incapable son has nearly ruined me. Fortunately, Mujian is smarter otherwise. The future of our Yu family would be most uncertain." Li Tongya smiled softly, picking up Yu Mujian's fallen sword from the ground and offering sage advice. Cultivating the sword path doesn't solely depend on sharpness. Seeing Yu Mujian's defiant look, Li Tongya earnestly added, "To advance sharply is to retreat swiftly. The essence of drawing blades lies in concealment. If you take my words to heart, your swordsmanship can advance further. Since the head of the Yu family proposed a punishment, I'll keep this sword with me. Once you can control your sharp qi at will, come to Mount Lijing to retrieve your sword," he added. Yu Mujian was visibly shaken by these words, but Yu Xiaogui nodded slightly, feeling relieved instead. Li Tongya's remarks gracefully diffused the situation, transforming a peer challenge into a junior's request for guidance, effectively saving the Yu family from embarrassing themselves. "Thank you, senior," Yu Mujian murmured with a dazed look on his face. The surrounding family heads whispered among themselves after witnessing, with one praising Li Tongya loudly. Senior Tongya is truly a gentleman. Chapter 145, Father and Son of the Yu Family. At the age of 45, Li Tongya was significantly younger than most present here, standing out for having attained the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Even the 187-year-old Lu Sisi had only attained the 7th heavenly layer. Naturally, everyone respectfully referred to him as a senior. He cupped his fist politely to the other family heads before sheathing his long sword, gracefully returning to his seat. Yu Xiaogui's expression brightened slightly as he nodded and said, "The Li family's swordsmanship is indeed unmatched around the lake and far superior to our Yu families. Today has been quite the eye-opener for me." By attributing Yu Mujian's defeat to the superiority of the Li family's swordsmanship, rather than a lack of talent in the Yu family, everyone heard a light chuckle from Li Tongya. He let the comment slide, preferring to keep a lower profile to ensure the other families remained wary of the Yu and Fei families. After all, Lu Sisi doesn't have many years left. With the family and the Lu family traditionally allied, once Lu Sisi passes away, the delicate balance between the 3 families will break, presenting an opportunity for the Li family. It's best to keep things as calm as possible before then, avoiding unnecessary complications. Having achieved their goal and tested Li Tongya's swordsmanship, Yu Xiaogui found an excuse to leave the banquet. Soon, the other clans followed suit and also departed, one by one. Li Tongya deliberately avoided Lu Sisi and headed back to the southern shore alone. Gliding over the crystal-clear lake, Li Tongya reflected to himself. Yu Xiaogui is ruthless and impulsive, but he's smart for affiliating themselves with the Yu family, which is rising to prominence. He's no doubt a difficult adversary. Then there's Yu Mugu, equally ruthless but more cautious, likely even harder to deal with than his father. It seems like our good days are numbered. Flying south for a while, Li Tongya landed on a small islet. After waiting a moment, he soon caught sight of a middle-aged man in a white brocade robe approaching from afar, landing gracefully on the islet with an air of great elegance and sophistication. He was none other than the head of the Fei family. "Brother Tongya, what a coincidence. I am Fei Wangbai of the Fei family. Your reputation precedes you." Fei Wangbai appeared to be in his 40s, however. He was actually over 100 years old. As he observed Li Tongya, noting his calm and reliable demeanor, his smile became even more gentle. Likewise, senior, you flatter me. Li Tongya dared not presume himself to be on equal terms with a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, hence promptly addressing Fei Wangbai as a senior. Seeing Fei Wangbai stroke his beard and smile, he said, apart from an old rogue cultivator on the western shore, there are 3 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators on this lake. The Yu family accounts for 2 of them, with Yu Xiaogui at the early stage and Yu Yufeng the White Jade Fist at the late stage of Foundation Establishment Realm. I'm just a nobody who broke through to the Foundation Establishment Realm 20 years ago, hardly someone who could be called a senior. Fei Wangbai's intention was clear, and both men understood each other's stance well. Seeing Li Tongya smile slightly, Fei Wangbai continued, among the younger generation of the Yu family, Yu Mujin is brave and values friendship, achieving Qi cultivation realm at the age of 40. Yu Mugo and others are shrewd and ruthless, a deadly combination, and are no fools at all, which makes us quite envious. I understand. Li Tongya nodded thoughtfully before changing the subject. He asked solemnly, in your opinion, with the current chaotic situation on the Gili Road, is it possible for the Yu family's market to operate smoothly, senior? Fei Wangbai shook his head and a smile crept onto his face. That won't be easy. I have a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator friend in the prefecture who told me that a band of thieves has been roaming the Gili Road. If Yu Yufeng personally oversees the market, it might be fun. However, if Yu Yufeng encounters something that takes him away from the market, I fear there will be trouble. Li Tongya immediately understood Fei Wangbai and the others' plans but did not want to get involved, fearing Fei Wangbai might misunderstand. It's a pity my swordsmanship is too conspicuous, attracting jealousy. Otherwise, I would have liked to offer my support, he quickly added hastily. That won't be necessary. Fei Wangbai laughed heartily in response to hearing that, noting that Li Tongya was not specific on who the offer was for the Yu family or the thieves. Knowing that the Li family also supported this matter, he finally nodded and spoke nonchalantly. The Yu family is now dominant. If the families cannot produce another Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, I fear they'll be preyed upon and gradually extinguished over the next 100 years. Although the Li family is under the protection of a sword immortal, and the Yu family dares not cross this line, nothing is guaranteed. Remember, the demise of one leads to the vulnerability of another. Li Tongya cupped his fist, deciding to no longer hold back his thoughts and opinions. He spoke his next words in great earnest and fervor. In the days to come, there will be many opportunities for cooperation between our 2 families. My Li family is in the south, and the Fei family is in the north. Geographically, we are natural allies. I am not short-sighted enough to sit by and watch the Yu family grow unchecked. With this, the 2 men simply smiled at each other before bidding farewell and returned to their own homes. After the cultivators on the ship had dispersed, Yu Mugo led his 2 clan brothers, one tall and the other plump, into the cabin. There in the spacious main cabin, a large chair was placed up high where Yu Xiaogui plopped onto with a somewhat gloomy and somber expression. Upon seeing Yu Mugo enter, he sternly said, "Come here." Yu Mugo approached quickly, noticing Yu Xiaogui's fixed gaze on the wooden floor, his demeanor somewhat dark and unreadable. Yu Xiaogui suddenly asked, "What's the origin of Mujin's sword? Have you sent someone to inquire about it?" I too harbored doubts and had already asked the 4th brother about it, Yu Mugo replied, having anticipated the question. That sword is a Dharma artifact of the Qi cultivation realm, originally acquired by our ancestor during the destruction of Lingyu Gate. It looks unremarkable and its material is unremarkable too. There's nothing special about it, he explained. Oh, Yu Xiaogui's brow eased slightly at this, his hand lifting lightly as he muttered, "Seems I was overthinking it." Then Li Tongya, both father and son, started to speak at the same time but abruptly stopped. Yu Xiaogui nodded approvingly at Yu Mugo, his eyes filled with satisfaction. With a slight lift of his hand resting on the armchair, he commanded, "You speak." Nodding, Yu Mugo then said in a deep voice, "Li Tongya is calm and restrained like a black mamba lurking in the corner, just waiting for the chance to strike. Father, don't be fooled by his quiet and respectful demeanor. He is not someone to be underestimated. If we look down on him, we might come to regret it." Yu Xiaogui looked up, slightly surprised, putting down his teacup gently. He valued Li Tongya as well, but Yu Mugo's assessment of him was much higher than he had anticipated. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "What do you think we should do about him? While he has yet to reach the Foundation Establishment realm, we should overpower him, lure him out, and secretly eliminate him. As long as no one knows that we've gotten rid of him, the Moongaze Lake will sooner or later be ours." Yu Mugo's expression was fierce, his teeth clenched. His eyes had a glint of malice in them. However, Yu Xiaogui shook his head, his expression becoming peculiarly stoic and unreadable. "You always say I act rashly, yet you are far more impulsive in this matter. Li Tongya has the backing of the Kingsui Sword Immortal, a genius disciple of the Azure Pond sect. How can we simply dispose of him so carelessly? If the sect investigates and uses a heart-questioning talisman, how would our Yu family cope? we would likely find ourselves in big trouble. He reprimanded sternly, his voice hard. Yu Mugao's expression froze, reluctantly nodding in agreement as he cupped his fist and said, "You're right, I was being too reckless. Even if we can't deal with Li Tongya directly, we must curb the rise of the Li family." Yu Xiaogui refilled his cup, then continued with a smile. "Once the market matter is settled and we are free, we'll plan to eliminate a few of the Li family's younger generation. Make the Li family suffer a break in lineage, just like our ancestors did with the Wan family." They had secretly schemed for decades, and by the time Wan Huaqian finally realized it, it was too late for him to do anything. He was forced to enter seclusion to break through to Foundation establishment realm, only to meet a tragic end with the decline of his family. Yu Mugao's face also lit up with a smile, murmuring, "Exactly. The Li family now is exactly like the Wan family back then, except for the fact that our Yu family is even stronger now. Back then, we covertly pressured the Wan family's Qi cultivators, secretly preserving the Jai family. Now, it's the turn of the Ren and Lu families. By the way, Gayar, there's something I need to ask you." Yu Xiaogui suddenly put down his teacup, his voice becoming grave. "I've heard that the family has produced a prodigy named Jingeming, who has attained Qi cultivation realm at 14. This is remarkable." Yu Mugao's expression turned serious. "Father, rest assured, I've already sent people to keep an eye on him. The moment Jingeming leaves the family, I'll be informed. The family won't have the chance to produce another Foundation establishment realm cultivator." Yu Xiaogui then nodded, smiling warmly with satisfaction plastered on his face. "I never have to worry about anything when you're the one handling things." Chapter 146, River Crossing Torrential Steppe. Li Tongya returned home, and with Li Xuanfeng not yet back from the prefecture, he returned to his cave dwelling on Mike Peak instead. Opening the stone door, he lightly tapped his storage pouch. A rather simple-looking longsword materialized in his hand right away. "This long sword of Yu Mujian. Its material seems unremarkable," he muttered to himself as he inspected the sword, noting an engraved Yu character on the hilt, finally understanding the source of the familiar feeling he felt. "So it's an artifact from Lingyu Gate," he murmured to himself. Activating his spiritual sense, he channeled the river true essence from within him into the sword, causing it to emit a bright light. Li Tongya channeled about 10% of his mana into the sword, and soon enough, a sound of rushing water emerged. His eyes lit up as he heard this, and he continued pouring more true essence into the blade. The river true essence condensed by the River 1 Qi technique was naturally powerful in the first place, and after receiving empowerment from the deep ocean long whale talisman, Li Tongya's mana was astonishingly vast, much like the ocean. Now, even 10% of his mana was comparable to half of the mana for an average early-stage Qi cultivator. The sound of the water emanating from the sword became increasingly violent. After several moments focused on channeling his mana into the sword, one stroke of the Yu character on the sword hilt suddenly lit up. It took about 50% of Li Tongya's true essence, and the time taken to burn a stick of incense to fully illuminate the entire Yu character. And the mana required for this feat far surpassed the capability of a peak Qi cultivator. It seems this sword was originally intended to select cultivators who practiced the River 1 Qi technique and reached the Foundation establishment realm. Recalling the River Mountain Sutra, Li Tongya had a plan. Considering Zhang Yun's words, the River 1 Qi technique is likely a preliminary technique to the technique in the River Mountain Sutra. If I can unlock that jade slip, my family will possess a complete legacy of the Purple Mansion realm. While he pondered these thoughts, the sword in his hand buzzed and levitated, emitting shimmering water light that illuminated the cave. It projected onto the cave walls, revealing a series of hidden text. The river crossing torrential steppe. Li Tongya was overjoyed. Footwork techniques were the rarest among all the techniques. Not only were they expensive, but they were also seldom seen for sale. He eagerly memorized the content projected by the water light. After a brief moment, the light finally dimmed. The river crossing torrential steppe was a footwork technique from Lingyu Gate, sealed in the sword by a predecessor named Zhao Xianyu. The text mentioned that he acquired this footwork technique at a mountain river, and at the end, it even included a minor technique called the blood escape technique, an escape method that consumed essence Qi and life, and only to be used in times of desperation, potentially saving one's life in critical moments. River crossing torrential steppe is a grade 3 footwork technique. Zhao Xianyu sealed the Lingyu Gate's legacy into this sword, using sword light to pass on the legacy. It appears this predecessor's swordsmanship was also quite profound. Li Tongya marveled, his eyes twinkling in slight amazement. This footwork technique, whether for combating enemies or escaping, provides a safeguard for the descendants of my Li family. This is truly a great find, he added joyously. Keeping the sword levitating midair with his mana, Li Tongya bowed slightly as a gesture of gratefulness and respect to the predecessor. An epiphany struck him as he thought, The Zhao family of Lixia claims legacy from Lingyu Gate, and this predecessor also bears the surname Zhao. Could he be an ancestor of Lixia's Zhao family? Putting the sword away, Li Tongya considered visiting the Zhao family to inquire further, and took out a jade slip to carefully record everything with his spiritual sense. Li Xuanfeng landed in the market of Cloud Crown Peak, noticing a decrease in foot traffic compared to previous years. After all, it was usually busier during the days of tribute payment when many clans were busy trading in the market. Now, on an ordinary day, it was not nearly as lively. Li Xuanfeng entered a leather shop and called over a few attendants of the embryonic breathing realm, dropping bare meat sealed with a spell from his pouch onto the floor with a clattering sound. How many spirit stones can this fetch? The attendants nodded vigorously at his request. Upon seeing that it was a demonic beast of Qi cultivation realm, they hurriedly called over the shop owner, who was a Qi cultivator and clad in leather. He evaluated the bear meat with an eager gaze before speaking. "Fellow Taoist, this bear meat is full of spiritual Qi and hasn't been dead for long. I'll value it at 21 spirit stones," he declared cheerfully. Li Xuanfeng nodded. As a seasoned demonic beast hunter, he was familiar with the market and found the price reasonable. He quickly agreed, exchanging the goods for spirit stones and pocketing them, feeling satisfied with the earnings. Stepping out, he encountered a young man in fox fur who greeted him with a warm smile. "Brother Xuanfeng, we meet again." "Brother Changdi." Li Xuanfeng greeted Liu Changdi in a cheery manner. The young man held jade beads in hand and wore a pristine fox fur coat. "I was looking for a formation material in the market and didn't expect to run into you. Let's sit down for a chat, my treat," he proposed generously. Pulling Li Xuanfeng toward a nearby tavern, Li Xuanfeng, in high spirits, agreed and followed him inside. Liu Changdi was the first to strike a conversation between the two. "Is the sun-right profound light formation working well?" "Perfectly fine," Li Xuanfeng replied right away with a nod. After ordering a few dishes and bringing up the wine, Liu Changdi pondered for a moment, then thought to himself, "It's been over a decade since that demonic disaster. I wonder if this fellow in front of me has any news about it." However, considering the fact that the calamity affected the Azure Pond sect and Golden Tang Gate, Li Xuanfeng might not be aware. Filtering his thoughts, Liu Changdi came to his own conclusion. Might as well ask. Who knows if there might be some knowledge to gain. With this thought, he smiled at Li Xuanfeng and leaned forward in a casual manner. "Brother Xuanfeng, have you heard of someone named Jiang Yan?" "Jiang Yan," Li Xuanfeng mumbled as he thought for a moment. After a brief pause, he realized he had no clue and chuckled. "Never heard of him. Why are you looking for this person?" he asked, rather amused. "Haha, just asking," Liu Changdi replied as he quickly changed the subject, feeling somewhat helpless inside. He had hoped to achieve great things in this life, but aside from cultivating faster and bringing back his knowledge of array formations, he found almost nothing else useful. The powerful figures from his past life had not yet risen, and they never publicly shared their rise to power, leaving Liu Changdi at a loss on how to seize an advantage beforehand. He only remembered some major events from his past life, barely managing to establish some relationships with potential figures. Feeling somewhat down lately, he spent his days setting up formations for others to earn some spirit stones while feeling uncertain about his own future. Seeing the carefree Li Xuanfeng, he could not help but feel envious. "Brother Xuanfeng, what do you think is the meaning of life?" Caught off guard and a bit amused by such a sudden question, Li Xuanfeng simply waved off the question. "Just to live a happy life, that's all," he responded with a light-hearted laugh. With this statement, an unrestrained and unruly aura enveloped him. Liu Changdi replied with an incredulous look, "Brother Xuanfeng, your words are almost demonic, resembling the chaos sown by the demonic faction." Li Xuanfeng laughed heartily before picking up a piece of demonic beast meat and sipping another mouth of wine. "Whether it's the righteous path or the demonic path, when the top sects disregard lives so loosely, how are they any different from the demonic faction? The common people struggle to survive. I care for not much in this world. As long as my family is not bullied, I can drink and eat meat freely. I don't care if the world falls apart," he proclaimed with a tight smile. Setting down his wine cup, Li Xuanfeng solemnly said, "Life is full of disappointments. When faced with adversity, grit your teeth and get through it. When times are good, make the most of it. Otherwise, you'll regret it when you die someday. Brother Xuanfeng is really..." Liu Changdi chuckled wryly, finding Li Xuanfeng's carefree demeanor somewhat relaxing. Since his rebirth, he had been constantly calculating non-stop, leading to him being exhausted and dizzy from such extensive effort. He found time spent with Li Xuanfeng to be quite relaxing in contrast. "However, Brother Xuanfeng, we shouldn't speak too plainly in public," Liu Changdi cautioned after scanning their surroundings. Since it was still early in the day, there were only very few people around. He breathed a sigh of relief and raised his cup to Li Xuanfeng with a smile. Raising his cup, Li Xuanfeng suddenly thought of the old man named Susan. He felt a squeeze in his heart and mumbled to himself, "Susan, just wait. When the opportunity arises, I'll also make Golden Tang Gate taste blood." Chapter 147, Seclusion. Li Xunfeng bid farewell to Liu Changdi and left some money behind for Jiang Yunu, then rode the wind southward along the Gili Road for a few hours. The faint golden light dome enveloped in misty clouds of Mount Lijiang appeared before him. Landing on the mountaintop, he was greeted by the cheerful Li Xuanxuan. Seeing Li Xuanxuan's contagious smile, Li Xunfeng could not help but smile as well. "Brother Xuan, what's making you so happy?" he asked with a grin. "Second uncle has acquired a treasure sword containing a footwork legacy from Lingyu Gate called the River Crossing Torrential Step. It's a grade 3 technique. Naturally, that's a cause for joy." Li Xuanxun replied with almost a chirp in his tone. He handed over a jade slip before continuing. "Everyone at home has read and memorized it. Second uncle has already entered seclusion to practice it. You should read it quickly." Li Xuanfeng laughed as he took the jade slip, scanned it briefly with his spiritual sense, and nodded seriously. "Great timing. It's Lu and family's turn to guard the mine vein, and there are no affairs at home that need attention. I'm also planning to enter seclusion to make a breakthrough. I'll take this jade slip with me and leave the home matters to you, brother." Li Xuanxun nodded in agreement, waving his hand dismissively to assure him. "That's good news. You go ahead and focus on your seclusion." With Li Xuanxun and Chen Dong both already having condensed the jade capital chakra and attained the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, the family's safety should not be an issue for concern at all. Li Xuanfeng nodded before pocketing the jade slip, then flew toward Mike Peak to begin his cultivation in seclusion. Li Xuanxun descended the mountain only to be approached hastily by Li Xuanling, appearing to have an eager announcement to make. "Brother Xuan, people from the Yu family have arrived at the front yard asking to see you, not Qi cultivators." Li Xuanxun frowned. Usually when other families visited, Qi cultivators would inquire from outside the formation. Only messengers or disciples of the embryonic breathing realm would send someone to formally announce their arrival. "He's a Qi cultivator who came down riding the wind. He specifically said not to disturb clan uncle Tanya, so I came up to report," Li Xuanling answered. Li Xuanxuan nodded, puzzled. Nonetheless, he straightened his clothes and walked toward the courtyard. There he spotted a middle-aged man in a long robe sitting on a chair, fidgeting with the wooden armrest, clearly uneasy. His aura was formidable, indicating he was at least a mid-stage Qi cultivator. "Li Xuanxuan of the Li family greets the elder," Li Xuanxuan greeted as he announced his presence, cupping his fist. The middle-aged man returned the gesture right away, and upon realizing the visitor was not Li Tanya, looked visibly relieved. He carried a sword on his back and looked rather stiff. He then introduced himself politely. "Yu family's Yu Mujian." Yu Mujian lost face in the spar on the boat and got severely reprimanded by Yu Xiaogui upon returning home. Coinciding with the Yu family's market opening, Yu Xiaogui sent him to apologize to Li Tanya and also to extend an invitation to the Li family to attend the opening ceremony. All the way, Yu Mujian felt aggrieved, fearing that Li Tanya would think he had come to reclaim the sword. Heaven pity him. All this talk of sharp qi and control it at his will left Yu Mujian utterly confused. He did not understand even a single word of his. He thought he grasped the essence of swordsmanship, yet he failed to comprehend Li Tanya's words. Ashamed to meet Li Tanya, he chose to follow the process for embryonic breathing realm cultivators when visiting the Li family. Upon inquiring with Li Xuanling, he learned that Li Tanya was in seclusion and not receiving guests, which was a relief for him. "Even heaven couldn't bear to see me embarrassed further." He could not help but blush sheepishly to himself at the thought. However, when he met Li Xuanxuan and introduced themselves, Li Xuanxuan realized who he was and could not contain his surprise. "So you are Senior Mujian." His exclamation hit Yu Mujian like a bolt of lightning. Realizing he had made a complete fool of himself to the extent that even people across the lake had found out, he gulped and asked awkwardly, "You've heard of me?" Seeing Yu Mujian's expression, Li Xuanxuan quickly changed the subject, smiling. "Elder Tanya, my second uncle, told me that among the families around the lake, only young Master Yu Mujian's swordsmanship can truly be called the way of the sword. The rest are merely hacking with swords." Though the comment was meant as fickle flattery, the simple-minded Yu Mujian took it to heart, delighted. Recalling his provocations on the boat, he felt deep guilt, sighing as he looked up at the sky. "Li Tanya is truly a gentleman. I am the lesser." Li Xuanxuan was stunned, unable to keep up with his train of thought. Yu Mujian sighed before handing over the invitation to Li Xuanxuan. "Once Senior Tanya emerges from seclusion, I must personally visit to apologize," he said solemnly with a grim smile. While still muttering words like sharp qi and control it at his will, Yu Mujian disappeared into the distance, leaving Li Xuanxuan and Li Xuanling looking at each other in bewilderment. This person. Li Xuanling was at a loss for words, and even Li Xuanxuan was somewhat puzzled as he opened the invitation card. The Yu family had already informed the families about the event on the boat, but made a special effort to deliver a formal invitation to the Li family, both as a gesture of respect and as an attempt at goodwill. After reading the invitation, Li Xuanxun made up his mind and instructed, Brother Kiang is good in his way of handling things. Sending someone with his cultivation will not make the Li family appear too ostentatious as well. Time flowed like a river, and over the past year, with not much happening at home, Li Xuanxun diligently practiced while keeping an eye on the movements of various families. However, mastering the complex and profound, river-crossing torrential step from Lingyu Gate was not a feat that could be simply achieved in a day or two. Lifting his brush, Li Xuanxun drew a talisman on the paper in one fluid motion. Having practiced for about 10 years now, his success rate in talisman drawing had finally become profitable, adding yet another source of income to the family. The sunlight from the window bathed Li Yunxiu in a golden glow. The boy, now 4 or 5 years old and having just returned from school, stood quietly in the sunlight, watching his father. Li Xuanxun looked up and caught his eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked gently with a smile. "Father, it's been a month since you last visited Jiaor," Li Yunxiu spoke. This comment startled Li Xuanxun, who narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Who told you to say that?" "Nobody," Li Yunxiu replied as he pressed his lips tightly together, looking a bit afraid of Li Xuanxun's serious demeanor but still meeting his gaze defiantly. "All right," Li Xuanxun finally sighed as he nodded and picked up his son. He headed out, feeling rather emotional. Li Xianping had died in Mount Yue's territory. Although the Li family was not aware of the details, they had suspected the involvement of Mu Jiaomen and Mount Wu, but had to let it go in order to maintain peace and avoid Mount Wu's attention. When Mu Yalu came to propose marriage, Li Tongya and Li Xuanxun valued her ancient Mulu bloodline, planning it as a chess piece for future control over Mount Yue, to avoid trouble when great changes occur in the mountains. However, since Mu Yalu is Mu Jiaomen's clan sister, Li Xuanxun, despite not saying it aloud, could not help his feelings of resentment. This affected his feelings toward Li Yunjiao. Hearing his son's words now, he began to ponder his actions. For the sake of the family's stability in the next 100 years, I must not show favoritism. As they approached the courtyard, Li Xuanxun set Li Yunxiu down gently, who cheerfully ran away to find his younger brother, Yunjiao. Soon, Mu Yalu's joyful voice was heard from a distance. "Zier, you're here, come sit." Li Xuanxun laughed and entered the courtyard to see Mu Yalu, who was startled to see him. She paused for a moment before quickly regaining her composure and bowed politely. "The family head has arrived." Li Yunjiao, holding a wooden toy, looked up and called out, "Father." Li Xuanxun nodded at Mu Yalu and sat aside, watching the children play. The sunlight at the foot of the mountain was even brighter now, making Li Yunjiao's eyes appear a brownish hue as he smiled toward Li Xuanxun. "Jiaor, come here." Li Xuanxun's voice trembled slightly. Mu Yalu, sensing something was off, looked up worriedly. When Li Yunjiao walked over, puzzled, Li Xuanxun examined his face but found no trace of brown in the shadows. Sighing, Li Xuanxun stood up, his gaze wandering. "I have matters to attend to on the mountain. I must leave now," he said solemnly. With that, he left, leaving Li Yunjiao and Li Yunxiu playing in the courtyard. Mu Yalu watched him go, sitting quietly in the corner. Chapter 148, The Stag. Li Xuanxun returned to the mountain with a heavy heart, only to find a middle-aged man standing in the courtyard. He was dressed simply in a gray robe and holding a sword, appearing to be lost in his thoughts while he gazed at the sky. "Second uncle, you've come out of seclusion," Li Xuanxun exclaimed, immediately filled with joy. Li Tongya nodded slightly and said softly, "This breakthrough went smoothly. Having accumulated cultivation for 4 years, breaking through to the 6th heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm was just a matter of time." By this year, Li Tongya was 46 years old. Thanks to the aid of the deep ocean long whale talisman, he had reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. By the age of 60, he hoped to reach the peak of this realm with hopes of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Without the talisman, reaching the peak of the Qi cultivation realm by 60 would have been challenging, let alone the foundation establishment realm. After all, unlike the disciples of major sects who could cultivate peacefully within their sects, their family cultivators were always engaged in skirmishes and battles with others. As they aged, their bodies became more worn and prone to issues like blood stagnation or the invasion of malicious Qi. Without access to precious medicines or spirit pills for healing, their pace of cultivation inevitably would slow down. "Is there anything happening at home? What's the situation with the Yu family's market?" Li Tongya asked. Li Xuanxun hurriedly reported everything to him, including the incident with Yu Mujian right before Li Tongya's seclusion. Li Tongya smiled and said, "Yu Mujian is probably the most talented among the Yu family's disciples, devoted to swordsmanship. He's truly fortunate to be born into such a prominent family with his skills." Li Xuanxun agreed and changed the topic, a hint of amusement crossing his face. "Since the opening of the Yu family's market over a month ago, and as their people moved there, we heard someone attacked the main family's formation in Milan Prefecture. The Yu family had no choice but to send reinforcements." Li Tongya raised his eyebrows as he heard this. It was as he expected. A simple yet effective strategy. The attackers probably came back as soon as the reinforcements left, right? Exactly. Li Shuangxun recounted with excitement. No sooner had the Yu family's reinforcements left, that two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators immediately attacked the formation directly. Although the Yu family was prepared, leaving Yu Zhairogui behind and even using two talismans of the Foundation Establishment Realm to block the attacks, it still caused panic, driving away a large portion of their customers. It attracted many troublemakers and looters, leaving them with a huge mess to deal with. Li Tongya nodded thoughtfully and explained, "It is most likely many of those troublemakers were arranged by the other families, timing it just right to deal the Yu family a significant blow." Li Shuangxun found Li Tongya's words quite reasonable and continued after a brief pause. Although the Yu family was angry, they had no choice but to swallow this loss silently. Months later, the market saw a drastic reduction in foot traffic, which has yet to recover. Did our disciples get involved? Tongya asked with some concern, and Li Shuangxun assured him almost immediately. I remembered second uncle's instruction, ordering our family's disciples not to go out let alone cause trouble at that market. He said with a grin. Well done, Li Tongya praised before patting Li Shuangxun on the shoulder. Winter is approaching. I'll hunt a few demonic beasts of the Qi cultivation realm in the mountains for sacrifice and request a talisman Qi for you guys as well, he instructed. Yes. Li Shuangxun was overjoyed, eagerly agreeing. Watching as Li Tongya flew away, his lips moved silently, the doubts in his heart ultimately unvoiced. Forget it. Li Shuangxun sighed softly before walking a few steps into the yard, murmuring to himself, I should talk to Jingshan about this and see how she recorded it. If it's not written in the family history, that's best. If it is, hopefully she won't include it. That way, Yunjiao could have a better life, and this lineage could face less slander and disparagement in the future. Li Tongya departed from Mount Lijing, where the autumn leaves of Mount Dali had already fallen, covering the ground in gold and russet. Following the mountain veins for a while, the landscape slowly transitioned from lush green to exposed brown earth. The large banyan tree with white leaves still stood tall and proud on the slope. A fox was pushing along a battered wooden cart, wandering back and forth clumsily. The cart was filled with fox cubs of various colors, all chirping and yipping endlessly. What a prolific friend you are. Li Tongya landed beneath the tree swiftly, chuckling softly. The fox looked downcast and squeaked, oh, not at all. With winter coming, food is scarce and many foxes in the mountains have died. These cubs would likely freeze or starve to death, so I brought them back to raise them myself. Looking up at Li Tongya, the fox said, 380 li to the east, there's a deer king who has reached the Qi cultivation realm under a great locust tree. It fits your requirements. The deer herd is likely to migrate in winter. If you go late, you might come up empty-handed. Li Tongya nodded. Seeing the fox busy and overwhelmed, he dropped a bag of spirit patties on the ground before then cupping his fist and bidding his farewell to the fox. With that, he took off and flew eastward. After 2 hours, he finally spotted the big locust tree surrounded by a herd of wild deer. As he descended, the deer scattered in all directions. Noticing the cleanly gnawed bones of an unidentified wild animal on the ground, Li Tongya surged forward with the wind. This deer is quite ferocious. Having become a demon, it knows to feed on blood and is very cautious. After chasing it for dozens of li, Li Tongya finally locked onto a large and strong stag, its coral-like antlers still dripping with bloody droplets. However, the stag, being only at the second heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, could not outrun Li Tongya, who flew in the sky and was unaffected by the terrain. It did not take him long at all to catch up to it. Li Tongya aimed to capture this beast. Without drawing his sword, he brought his palm down onto the stag's head with great might. The stag stumbled but persisted, continuing to run. After another heavy strike to its back, the stag finally tilted and fell, turning back to attempt to bite fiercely. Li Tongya drew his sword readily, and with a flash of white light he cut off the stag's antlers. The deer cried out and fell to its knees, rolling on the ground and leaving a trail of crimson blood behind it. Merely a wild demonic beast and not even knowing any spells, it is rather easy to subdue, Li Tongya commented, lifting the stag with his mana and sealing the blood wound on its head. Once he was done, he set off to return to Mount Lijing. In the dim mirror world, layers of gray fog float high in the sky, while below lay a land riddled with scars with countless gray-white buildings, lying in ruins among moon-white pebbles. Lu Jiangxian stood alone amidst it all, holding a bright shining spell in the palm of his hand. He had been studying alone in this mirror world for years, drawing inspiration from the shamanic magic of Mount Yue, and had finally made some progress. Some ethereal figures made some small movements, and he lifted his palm slightly. Almost immediately, the bright shining spell falls like rain upon the moon-white pebbles before him. Crack, crack. The moon-white pebbles trembled and began to move, enveloped in a faint white halo. They swirled and spiraled under Lu Jiangxian's feet, assembling into a pile that eventually resembled a humanoid shape, complete with arms and legs. These moonstone figures, with their white shard-shaped heads, stood dumbfounded, staring at him blankly. Lu Jiangxian quickly condensed pure white supreme yin moonlight in his hand before reaching out and touching the tops of these figures' heads. The shard-shaped heads immediately lit up. Instantly, these moonstone figures, along with their bright heads, all came to life, digging where needed and moving bricks where required. They worked in perfect harmony, beginning to repair the ruins of the gray-white buildings. This spell, having read many of the Li family's spell manuals, Lu Jiangxian found this spell completely different from the usual ones. The Li family's spells followed specific procedures strictly, producing exactly what they were supposed to. However, his spells were whimsical, with no fixed outcome, and were entirely controlled by his thoughts. With a thought, Lu Jiangxian appeared at the top of a mountain where a smooth platform stood. At the center of it, there was a giant tree with huge white leaves, its roots entwined. Below it, there were stone tables and chairs that exuded an ancient charm. Listening intently, Lu Jiangxian heard a humming sound from outside the mirror. The Li family of Lijiang offers respect along with fine delicacies and wine with unwavering devotion year upon year. Living at the northern vein of Mount Li, we sow in the spring, nurture the wheat through summer, harvest in autumn, and exterminate demons in winter to safeguard the fields. Observing the 3 Yuan festivals and 6 regular festivals, we maintain reverence, ensuring to pay timely respects. Through the smoke of our offerings and the blood of our sacrifice, we call upon the gods, seeking their blessings. It appears they are requesting a talisman, he mumbled to himself quietly. Chapter 149, Requesting a Talisman. It appears they are requesting a talisman, Lu Jiangxian muttered before pausing for a moment. His divine sense reverberated from within him, enveloping the entire Li residence. By now his divine sense coverage had greatly expanded, allowing him to clearly oversee not only the surrounding Mount Yue but also the Lu family. The ritual of sacrifice was a major event for the people of the 4 towns. It had existed even before the Li family rose to prominence, though it was conducted at different times. Under the Li family's rule, the timing was unified, elevating the status of sacrifice to the highest level. Even children by the roadside knew how to recite a few lines from it. The weight of all matters lies in sacrifice and military affairs. The townsfolk each brought fruits to their courtyards and erected wooden poles, hanging paper lanterns in anticipation of the sacrificial hour. Now that the residents of the 4 towns had become more prosperous, ordinary families could now afford to lay out a few dishes of sugared fruits and pastries and burn leftover medicines from the past years outside their doors in a ritual called Discarding 100 Illnesses, symbolizing good health. Below Mount Lijiang, the crowd was surging as townspeople craned their necks to look at the scene on the platform. The giant Qi cultivation realm deer, tightly bound by iron chains and kneeling on a stone platform, was a bloody and fearsome sight. "So this is the infamous demon deer," exclaimed the townspeople. How frightening! Though they said such things, they were not too frightened of the beast before them. Having witnessed numerous demonic beasts of the embryonic breathing realm invade their towns over the nearly 40 years since the spirit vein of Mount Dali was restored, they had long grown accustomed to seeing subdued demons and were not easily scared by them. The platform, polished to a mirror finish and carved with intricate patterns, had the huge coral-like antlers of the deer placed on the deer's neck. Li Tongya, with one hand on it, had the beast immobilized. At its front were several symbolic wooden and clay puppets, with the descendants of the Li family's Xuan and Jing generations standing behind Li Tongya. Li Xuanxun was standing one step behind Li Tongya, while Li Xuanfeng and Li Xuanling were positioned a step lower by the round platform. Through the smoke of our offerings and the blood of our sacrifice, we call upon the gods, seeking their blessings. After reciting the prayer for the sacrifice, the surrounding townspeople immediately kneeled down in unison. Crowds on the streets and bridges bowed down in devout prayer, enveloping the town in a terrifying silence. "So this is the Li family's sacrifice," Wan Tianchu whispered softly in awe. He had witnessed sacrifices more than once, but each time he could not help but be deeply moved. Standing respectfully below the platform, he was shaken to his core by the thick scent of incense and the solemn atmosphere, thinking to himself, "This doesn't seem like an immortal cultivator family that rose only 40 years ago. It's more akin to a 4 centuries-old prominent immortal cultivator clan." Wan Tianchu had also participated in some ancestral ceremonies during his time with the Wan family, yet they could not compare to the solemn and dignified nature of the Li family's ceremonies. Looking at the Li family's strict management of their disciples, Wan Tianchu sighed softly to himself. The rapid rise of the Li family over the past 40 years is not without reason. On the platform, Li Xuanxun's ritual knife had already pierced straight into the brain of the large deer at the center of the platform. The creature let out a mournful cry but was held firmly in place on the platform by Li Tongya, unable to move and dying instantly. Under the guidance of Lu Jiangxian's divine sense, streams of essence qi rose from the body of the large deer. This was accompanied by wisps of its dispersing deer-shaped soul, gushing out through the opening of its wound, made by the ritual knife like a cloud of vital energy. Faint golden mists that go unseen by ordinary human eyes rose from everyone below the platform and from every household sky lantern, converging into the cloud of smoke and tinting it a faint golden hue. The cloud of smoke ascended for a few moments, dispersing into countless gray specks invisible to the naked eye. It floated up toward Mount Lijiang. Instantly, divine light twinkled on the mirror's surface. An invisible and formless circle of light spread out, and everyone below felt a sense of weightlessness. Lu Jiangxian conjured a gray talisman and glanced over at it before casting it toward Li Xuanfeng. The gray talisman circled once and flew into his Shenyang mansion. Lu Jiangxian's vision momentarily blurred, revealing several lines of large characters. At the very top were inscribed words that were drawn in deep red strokes that seemed to emanate a fierce and aggressive aura strength to move mountains. This talisman qi, like Li Xianping's before, could elevate the recipient's physical condition to an extremely high level, with vitality like smoke and strength that could move mountains. It was akin to that of a demonic beast. The second line in light blue strokes revealed a touch of agility chasing clouds and moon. This talisman qi would grant the recipient the talent to ride the wind at several times its speed, which would prove to be of utmost practicality. The last one, prolong life and increase longevity, offered 40 years of life to the recipient, and was the first that Lu Jiangxian chose to discard. After all, the path of immortal cultivation was fraught with danger, and it was not certain that Li Xuanfeng would be able to use up his own lifespan. If he could not even survive, then prolonging life was pointless. Lu Jiangxian hesitated between strength to move mountains and chasing clouds and moon for a while. With a light flick of his finger, the light spot entered Li Xuanfeng's spiritual sense. Let him choose for himself. The population of the four towns has now increased significantly, and the incense energy has not only condensed into a single gray talisman, but also left a small portion unused. After pondering for a few moments, Lu Jiangxian suddenly remembered a secret technique that had never been used since the reparation of the mirror. Now, with the surplus of talisman qi from the incense, which was barely enough to condense another gray talisman, he realized it was just the right time to apply it. Li Xianping once killed an old qi cultivator and obtained a jade pendant from him. This jade pendant restored the mirror's ability to condense talisman pills, which involved combining the surplus talisman qi with the supreme yin moonlight to form a talisman pill. A cultivator could only consume one of these pills per major cultivation realm to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. The extent of its effectiveness hinges on the talisman qi in the pill. It could work wonders on even cultivators of the Foundation Establishment or Purple Mansion realms. Consuming this pill also secretly left a talisman seal in the host's Shenyang mansion, enhancing the speed of absorbing spiritual qi. When the host died, all their essence qi would then be transformed into talisman qi and returned to the mirror. Although the efficiency of the talisman pill was not nearly as high as that of profound pearls or talisman pearls, it could still extract 2 to 3/10 of the cultivator's cultivation. However, because the Li family was weak back then, this secret technique was never utilized. Not until today, when it can finally be put to good use. It would be best to condense a few more of these talisman pills to greatly accelerate the speed of mana enhancement. If they could be circulated in the market for cultivators of the Foundation Establishment realm and Purple Mansion realm to consume, and then reclaimed after their death, wouldn't that be wonderful? Pleased with the thought for a while, Lu Jiangxian then became cautious, murmuring, "But I wonder if the talisman pill could be recognized and attract enemies to our doorstep, causing trouble. Well, let's first use it for these few children of the Li family." With the secret technique activated, the mirror shone brightly. Bright moonlight surged out of it instantly, encircling and converging on the platform. It gathered into 3 glowing pills that had mysterious and intricate patterns on their surfaces, looking quite beautiful. After condensing the talisman pills, Lu Jiangxian returned to the mirror to continue his study of shamanic spells. Chapter 150, Imminent Calamity. As Li Xuanxuan's knife pierced into the head of the demon deer, its body quickly shriveled. Its pair of antlers also lost their dazzling luster, turning dry and pale. Upon finishing the sacrificial prayer, and with the ceremony completed, Li Tongya swiftly concealed the corpse of the demon deer from sight, sweeping it into his storage pouch with a simple wave of his sleeve. Li Xuanfeng straightened himself up, feeling the presence of 2 talisman qi in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, his spiritual sense settled on the one that was exuding a ferocious aura. Instantly, a brilliant red light filled Li Xuanfeng's Shenyang mansion, and he staggered back a few steps as if intoxicated, his complexion flushing red. The qi cultivation realm of the second heavenly layer surged within him uncontrollably, prompting him to step down from the platform. Descending from the platform, Li Tongya and the others were greeted by the bustling noise of the townsfolk resuming their activities. Li Tongya turned to Li Xuanfeng and asked with a beaming smile, "I saw you acting a little weird just now. Have you received a talisman?" Hearing this, Li Xuanxuan and Li Xuanling also turned their attention to Li Xuanfeng, eager. Li Xuanfeng nodded. Indeed. During the sacrifice, 2 talisman qi appeared in my mind strength to move mountains and chasing clouds and moon. I chose the former and have now broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of qi cultivation realm. He then explained the features of the talisman qi he chose. After wiping down his hands, he set aside his black bow and picked up a piece of stone from the ground. He flicked it tactfully with his finger, and it shattered into 1,000,000 fragments that scattered on the ground. Pure physical strength, without employing mana, Li Tongya commented in awe and admiration. He picked up his black bow once more and examined it for a moment before speaking again. Now that you've attained the 3rd heavenly layer of qi cultivation realm, this Dharma artifact of the embryonic breathing realm is somewhat unbecoming. Our family has some savings these years. In a few months, you should visit the prefecture again and consult with a weaponsmith, then have a longbow custom-made to suit your strength. Li Xuanfeng, visibly pleased, pondered for a moment before a sheepish expression crossed his face. How could I? There are many uses for spirit stones at home. Brother Xuan and Linger have not yet broken through the qi cultivation realm. It'd be better to spend them on some medicinal pills or the like. My needs are not urgent. We can wait until they have achieved their breakthroughs. Hearing this, Li Xuanling burst into laughter and replied, "Brother Feng, why the formality among brothers? I've just recently advanced to the 4th stage of embryonic breathing realm. My cultivation needs further refinement before requiring any medicinal pills." Li Xuanxuan also smiled and said earnestly, "I have already broken through to the Jade Capital stage. What's left is the grind to reach the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. You really needn't worry about us." Li Xuanfeng only responded with a sheepish grin. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Li Tongya felt a great sense of contentment. He patted Li Xuanfeng on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's good that you think this way. You've all grown up under my watch, growing up on the mountain like real brothers. There should be no barriers between you. Speak freely." Li Xuanfeng nodded, visibly moved by these words. Li Tongya continued, "You're both right about the medicinal pills not being urgent. Crafting a Dharma artifact takes time, so it's best to place an order now." With no choice, Li Xuanfeng finally agreed to such generosity. After exchanging a few more words, the 4 of them went to the courtyard on Lijing Peak to give thanks before the mirror. Just as they entered the courtyard, a sweep of their spiritual sense revealed 3 luminous pills on the stone platform. Li Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow and immediately exchanged a look with Li Tongya, who hurried into the stone chamber. Are those the talisman pills mentioned in the sacrificial ritual method? After paying their respects to the mirror, they stood up and carefully picked up the pills from the stone platform. Li Tongya pondered for a moment and then nodded. According to the sacrificial ritual method bestowed by the mirror, it can not only condense talisman qi, but also, if the incense is sufficient, condense it into talisman pills. An immortal cultivator can only consume 1 per major realm to achieve a breakthrough. The 3 talisman pills were translucent and luminously white, with mysterious patterns etched upon them. They were smooth and beautiful to the touch. Li Xuanfeng carefully placed each one into a jade bottle, beaming with joy. "Now we have medicinal pills for ourselves." "Indeed." Li Tongya agreed as he nodded thoughtfully, then added, "Since the talisman pills can help in achieving breakthroughs and each major realm can only consume 1, it would be a waste to use it now. It's best used when breaking through from the peak of qi cultivation realm to foundation establishment realm. Xuanxuan and Xuanling can each use 1 when they break through the qi cultivation realm. That's going to take a while before it happens, and though we won't have enough for both of our use, there will be plenty of opportunities for more rituals in the future, so there's no worry about not having them when needed." With joy, Li Xuanxuan and Li Xuanling stored the pills, and Li Tongya went back to Mike Peak to continue his seclusion. Li Xuanfeng received a few spirit stones from Li Xuanxuan, then cheerfully headed toward Lixia Prefecture. The night shrouded Lijing Town and the streets emptied. Only a few dim lights shone through the windows and onto the ground. As Lu Wanrong walked along the street, her servant girl remarked behind her, "The Li family's ritual is really lively. We never had such festivals in the Lu family." "We can't possibly compare ourselves to them," Lu Wanrong replied as shook her head, continuing her walk as she continued. "The Li family's elder is in his prime, and Li Xuanxuan manages the Li family in an orderly manner. Have you ever seen any Li family disciples daring to bully others, abusing men and women? The Lu family's elder hasn't managed the family affairs for decades, and my senior clan brother loves luxury, a character of extravagance. In the rise and fall, the Lu family is far inferior." Having reached the front of her residence, she saw a man pacing back and forth, sweating profusely, but upon seeing them, his eyes lit up immediately and he hurried over. Lu Wanrong recognized him as a junior clan brother from her time in the Lu family. A frown appeared on her face. Junior clan brother, what brings you here? The man from the Lu family wore a morose expression, his panic evident as he could only stammer out his words. The ancestor has passed away. What? Lu Wanrong looked as though she was struck by thunder, exclaiming in disbelief. Knowing he referred to Lu Sissy, she quickly shook her head, asking softly, when did this happen? Last night, I heard everything clearly. The ancestor sighed all night in his chair, saying, the Lu family is doomed. By morning, he was lifeless. The man from the Lu family looked as if he found his pillar, whispering to her with a face full of sorrow. Brother Yunlu hurriedly buried the ancestor, and now he's secretly feasting on the mountain. The ancestor once told me to seek you out when he dies, so I ran here overnight. Sister Rong, what should we do? Seeing his face covered in grime and exhaustion from crossing the Gili Road as a mortal to come all the way to the Li residence, undoubtedly having faced dangers along the way, Lu Wanrong felt deeply moved. Immediately feeling anxious, she said quickly, wait for me to go inside and write a letter back home. If this matter isn't handled well, it could spell disaster for our family.